of cheating and collusion. Meanwhile, Voice of the People TV spoke with stakeholders who shared their thoughts, as the federal government says the measure are part of sustained efforts to protect the integrity of national examinations.
Some of the things have actually been in place. It's maybe not publicly documented or dead as they are trying to do now. But then, if now is the time to drive it and reinforce it, so be it. I think it's laudable because you would educate the academic levels over the years. We have seen it go up, go down, and at some time it's just at the level where you don't know whether it is up there or down there.
Academic integrity and honesty should become what we noise on the loudspeakers everywhere, and it should start from leadership as well. We should show that honesty pays, So students and parents basically need to understand that you are preparing yourself for a future that you want to be proud of. If you are not prepared, the future will test that lack of preparation, and then the embarrassment you will face might be. That's why we have quacks, we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have all who are trying to cut corners because they didn't go to the rudiments and the solid foundation of the discipline. So all of those things are critical. You want to build a future that can stand the test of time. It's not by cutting corners or by engaging in sharp practices that you will get there. Read your book, sit down with your book.
As this new law is set to reshape the future of public examination in Nigeria, stakeholders say its success will depend on effective implementation and strict enforcement across all examination centers. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you very much, Matthew. The chairman of Dangote Industries Limited, Aliko Dangote, has filed a formal corruption petition against the former managing director of the Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, Farouk Ahmed, at the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in Abuja. This follows his withdrawal of the same petition from the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, to accelerate prosecution. In the petition, Dangote urged the EFCC to investigate the allegations of abuse of office and corrupt enrichment against Ahmed and prosecute him if found culpable. He further undertook to provide evidence to substantiate claims of financial misconduct and impunity.
Well, in another development, the Lagos Zonal Directorate 2 of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has arraigned an Austrian Kavlak Onel for allegedly failing to declare large sums of foreign currency while attempting to travel out of Nigeria. Onel was arraigned before Justice Yelim Bogoro of the Federal High Court sitting in Ikoyi for failing to declare the $800,575 and €651,505 found with him, as required by law. He was scheduled to board an Emirates airline flight to Dubai, but was intercepted on the 16th of December 2025 during a routine check at the Anti-Money Laundering and Currency Declaration Desk of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos. The EFCC said it will continue its investigation and prosecution in line with Nigeria's anti-money laundering regulations.
We now move on to the foreign sins. For foreign sin, Pope Leo XV, has warned world leaders that war is back in vogue and a zeal for war is spreading, highlighting what he described as ambition of belligerents. In the New Year message to diplomats at the Vatican, his first since becoming head of the Catholic Church last May, Leo lamented the weakness of multilateralism, saying the dialogue was being replaced by diplomacy based on force by either individuals or groups of allies. Though he did not name his own country, the United States, he described the rising tensions in the Caribbean and Pacific as cause for serious concern, particularly in Venezuela, where U.S. forces recently seized the president. Leo further appealed for respect for the will of the Venezuelan people and to safeguard the human and civil rights of all, warning that the principle established after the Second World War, by which countries cannot use force to violate the borders of others, has been completely undermined.
Meanwhile, Russian flag warship has pulled into False Bay of South Africa's main naval base to join Chinese and Iranian vessels in military exercises that risk further damaging Pretoria's relations with Washington. The exercises draw together several nations feuding with the United States administration and come at a time of heightened tensions following a Washington's raid on Venezuela. A Chinese destroyer and replenishment ship and an Iranian forward-based ship sailed into South African waters earlier this week ahead of the week-long maneuvers due to kick off with an opening ceremony on Saturday. China is the lead nation in the Wheel for Peace 2026 drill involving navies from 11-nation BRICS group of emerging nations, which U.S. President Donald Trump has labeled as anti-American. The United Arab Emirates was also expected to send ships, while other BRICS nations, including Indonesia, Ethiopia, and Brazil, will send observers.
We now move on to business. The federal government has directed all shipping companies and airlines operating in Nigeria to submit their cargo manifest through the National Single Window (NSW) platform to strengthen cargo tracking, improve transparency, and enhance trade facilitation. The Ministry of Finance memo directed them to integrate their operations with the NSW platform to ensure seamless submission of sea and air manifest as it ends exclusive submission of cargo processing and port clearance manifest by the Nigeria Customs Service. However, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, explained that the NSW project was designed to enhance trade facilitation, increase government revenue, and improve operational efficiency. This explained is by integrating the activities of multiple government agencies involved in trade processes on a single digital platform. According to him, this is to ensure faster clearance of goods, reduce bureaucratic bottlenecks, and improved service delivery at the port. The memo explained that key components of the platform include a single entry point and single submission of trade documentation.
Well, in sports news, authorities at the Ahmadu Bello University ABU Zaria say the institution has received provisional right to host the 28th edition of the Nigerian University Games Association NUGA in 2028. The Director of Public Affairs at ABU, Awalu Umaru, said the hosting right was conveyed to the institution in a letter from the Acting Secretary General of NUGA, Yunusa Baza, on behalf of the NUGA Council. Umar disclosed the approval was subject to the signing of a memorandum of agreement before specific dates of the games will be announced. He explained that with the hosting rights, ABU is now empowered to engage federal and state governments as well as private sector partners to mobilize resources and investments required for the successful organization of the games. Meanwhile, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Adamu Ahmed, said the development aligns with national policy on grooming future athletes through the university system.
Still in sports, in the English Premiership, Ghana international Antoine Semenyo says he wants to rewrite history again at Manchester City after joining from Bournemouth for a reported £65 million. 26-year-old, who has scored 10 Premier League goals this season, signed a 5.5-year deal at the Etihad and will be a major addition to the attacking Arsenal. Liverpool, Manchester United and Tottenham were also interested in the London-born player who had a buyout clause understood to expire on Saturday. The widely trailed transfer is the first major move by Premier League clubs in the January window. Semenyo said he has watched City over the last decade under Pep Guardiola, adding that they have been the dominant team in the Premier League, as well as achieving amazing things in the Champions League, FA Cup and League Cup. The winger said he wants to be part of City's rebuild after a barren season last year and the departure of a number of senior players.
And in entertainment news, President of the All Africa Music Awards, AFRIMA, Mike Dada, says the platform was designed to go beyond the music awards by fostering unity collaboration, and positive narratives about Africa. Dada spoke in Lagos at the exclusive welcome evening party marking the official opening of the Afrima Week with prominent African celebrities, Afrima nominees, industry leaders, global partners, and creatives, as well as diplomats gathered for an evening of cultural exchange, networking, and celebration of African music. Dada restated Afrima's continued commitment to telling Africa's authentic stories through music, while positioning the continent as a competitive force in the global creative economy. According to him, music is one of Africa's most powerful means of expression and identity. And through Afrima, the body is building bridges between nations, changing perceptions and creating opportunities for African talents and professionals. Dada noted that beyond celebration, Afrima serves as a strategic platform for cultural diplomacy, economic empowerment, and global engagement for the African creative industry.
And that's it on News Hour. Before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that Nigeria unveils House endeavors ahead WEF 2026.
Also, federal government cuts Trade Ministry's budget by 22.92% amid investment gains.
Federal government restates reserve to empower military over national crisis.
And OT urges officers serving in home states to boost security.
INEC insists on rewriting history with free, fair elections.
And court stops resident doctors' planned strike.
On the foreign scenes, Pope Leo wants conflict mongers returning war to vogue.
While in business news, shipping firms and airlines to submit manifest via national window.
In sports, Abu gets provisional rights for 2028 Nuga hosting.
Well, in entertainment news, Afrima president lists focus as welcome evening party hosts in Lagos.
Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. You witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp on 0814 606 4057. Can also reach a newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndondioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Well, hello and welcome to another exciting episode of Saturday Morning Buzz right here on Voice of the People Television. Well, I dare say it's the second Saturday in 2026, and we are excited to be right here in front of you, and of course to give you the best when it comes to awesome broadcasting, the very best way you want it on a beautiful weekend like today. Well, just in case you're just tuning in, it's another exciting edition, and of course you know how we do. We definitely want to serve you the very best way you want it, because information is key and information is power, just like you would know. Oh yes, I am David Edwin. Well, today, what we'll be looking at today, top of our radar, is the 2026 budget breakdown. Security, State House, solar power, infrastructure, governance spending, and so much more is what we'll be talking about today as our major talking point. And of course, we'll also be talking about INEC and of course the 2027 elections, winning young voters' trust through transparency and technology. Well, this again is another major talking point that we'll be talking about today. So we would urge you to stay with us and be, of course, a part of this conversation. But like I said earlier, these that I mentioned earlier are the major talking points that we'll be talking about today. However, we also have trending, other interesting trending stories. But we only would urge you that if you've not subscribed to our YouTube, our YouTube is at Voice of the People Television, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Well, again, just in case you also don't know, you can take us anywhere with you, anywhere in the world, anywhere in the world. And I'm not joking about this. I'm not capping. Right. How do you do that? Just go straight to www.vop.ng for fresh and, of course, trending stories. And trust me, you will be taking us with you anywhere in the world. As Voice of the People Television, your opinion matters to us. And, of course, we encourage you to share your thoughts and your reactions via our WhatsApp portal. It's 0909-4473-2605. Let me take that again for emphasis. 0909-4473-2605. Because here with us, you have more than a voice. And I am not capping, honestly, on this. All right, let's take you through some trending conversations that did made around yesterday. The Nigerian Army held a special Jumat service in Kano State on Friday to mark the 2026 Armed Forces Remembrance Day, honoring fallen heroes and, of course, seeking divine support in the fight against insurgency and other security challenges. Well, the prayers conducted at the Nigerian Air Force Base Central Mosque brought together military officers, personnel from sister security agencies, and of course, Muslim faithfuls, clerics, and officers called on troops to remain disciplined, professional, and of course, committed to national service. Well, while urging Nigerians also to support the armed forces through prayers and cooperation. Now, the event served as a moment of reflection on the sacrifices made by officers and, of course, soldiers in maintaining peace, unity, and stability across the nation. And, of course, that made the round yesterday. But, again, in Lagos State, the state government announced a night traffic diversion at Fadi, Inward, Domalong, and, of course, Inward Ojuelegba for the installation of truck barriers. Now, the diversion scheduled from 10 p.m. on Saturday, today, January 10th, to 6 a.m. on Sunday, January 11th, will require motorists to use alternative service lanes, right? The Commissioner for Transportation, Oluwaseun Oshiemi, described the measure as part of a broader traffic management strategy to prevent accidents and ensure public safety, using, urging motorists to be patient and avoid vandalizing new barriers. Well, interestingly, like I said earlier, these are some of the things that trended yesterday. I want to start off with the Armed Forces Remembrance Day in Nigeria. Of course, the prayer that was held in Kano State. Well, not just this administration, previous administration as well has leaned on symbolic unity events like parades, prayers, remembrance, wreath, and all of that to counter fatigue and, of course, skepticism, projecting a continuity of purpose, while, of course, some have said they are avoiding operational specifics. But I would say that it's a good thing to remember the fallen heroes of Nigeria and how much they have given to our nation. I mean, Armed Forces Remembrance Day for me is that moment that a lot need to be taken into consideration, reflection of the past, what we've done so far, even as a government and as a people. And most importantly as well, to remember, yes, that's just about it. Remember the fallen heroes of the armed forces, be it in the military, be it in the Navy, or even the police, as it were. But most importantly, honestly, is the fact that we need to not just remember these people, but consistently try as much as we can to make sure that posterity judge us well as individuals who are still alive by granting and giving these people several of their pensions. I mean, their families now, pensions and arrears and gratuities that are meant to forward them as at when due, because this is important. It is critical that the gains of our heroes past should not just be left not to be valued. Yes, we need to consistently try as a government and as a people to not just only remember these people, but most importantly, try as much as we can to do our best when it comes to carefully giving these people their gratuities, their pensions, paying their families the pensions, the gratuities, and everything that they need at the time. But and I dare say again that as it stands, the Nigerian army are trying their best. I would not want to play down on what they're doing thus far. Gallant soldiers are losing lives, maybe losing arms, maybe losing, say, a part of their body just for the peace of Nigeria. And it is important. It's important that on the part of government, they have to do well, and not just doing well, carefully looking at their welfare. At the welfare. That's what I mean by doing well now. Look at the welfare, look at how much, it would take for this gallant soldiers to even do better in the fight against insurgency in Nigeria. And on the part of the diversion of the road that I spoke about, the nighttime work that will be ongoing. Most importantly, it is also important that we also know that it is good for Lagosians, majorly Lagosians now, to carefully ply all the routes, because yes, just like I read out earlier, the diversion for this installation of truck barriers is scheduled for 10 p.m. today, and of course till 6 a.m. on Sunday morning. And this, of course, will require motorists plying the roads around Lagos and across that axis to, take other alternative service lane. And yes, the axis I did mention earlier is the Fadi inward Domalong, and of course the Domalong inward Ojuelegba for installation of that truck barrier. Most importantly, really, overnight diversion have become standard to limit disruption. And bridges, of course, maintenance, marathon route, and of course VIP summits. When you see these things, basically, it clearly tells you that yes, there is and there should be some level of understanding between the government and the people, particularly on how you would take alternative routes, because it's important. You have to really take alternative routes to do better. And yes, this is about it for Lagosians. Yes, this is for Lagosians. This information is for Lagosians because yes, truck restriction, barrier and routes rationalization echoes earlier steps to curbing container truck incidents around the Ojuelegba axis and of course Fadi axis, including the Ikorodu road corridor. So if you are looking at some of these, if you're looking at applying some of these routes, it's important that you know that from 11 p.m. later tonight, the government is going to block those routes so that they can carry out that particular truck barrier installation that they've said they will be carrying out. Well, I did not say I'm going to be dancing alone this morning. I have my colleague in the studio, and I'm talking about the very one that I want to call the grandson of, okay, I don't want to put him in trouble. Savior, a very, very good morning to you this beautiful morning.
Good morning, David. Of course, I would have wished you could dance alone. Yes.
Come on, man. Come on,
man. Just sitting here enjoying you actually give those wonderful directives. Of course, we just have to adhere to all of this particular traffic situation in the country, and basically in Lagos to be precise.
Yeah.
You understand? I would even want there to be, aside from this diversion for now, which is, for the meantime, I would even want the Lagos State government to go back to, that particular factory said where we don't have serious trucks during the day anymore.
So again, one of the things that I see happen sometime around places like Lagos, maybe Port Harcourt, major cities across Nigeria, is the fact that if maybe, for instance, the presidency is coming around the Apapa axis,
you don't want to
in less than 24 hours.
Everywhere is cleared.
Every single truck. I mean,
David, you said 24 hours.
I said in less than 24 hours.
No, you should say in less than 2 hours. We don't know how to do it.
I mean,
sincerely, we don't know how to do it.
It's such a magical experience. Basically, the one that I cannot forget is the last time the former Vice President, Professor Emir Shibajo, came to the Apapa axis. And my goodness, I applied that road and it took not less than 20 minutes. And I was asking myself, how did this miracle happen?
Yeah, so this is it. In as much as we want to call it miracle here today,
yeah.
But if our Nigerian, government or Nigerian officials want to really work, David, they would work.
Oh well, I would say on that part you are spot on.
You understand?
You're
but
spot on.
Because they thrive and enjoy the fact that there has to be traffic in Lagos. I don't know why Lagos should be mixed with this serious traffic. And the idea of Lagos traffic is that sometimes you can't even predict it.
Oh yes.
You understand? And when you get to, the final point that actually looks all congested, you won't see anything that causes the traffic. But there has to be that traffic. So welcome to Lagos. But of course, we love it that way. You understand? A friend of mine, told me, he said that he went to visit someone in Abuja and he noticed that everywhere was just free. He was feeling abnormal. He had missed Lagos and he said he had to come back home where someone has to be shouting on you and all of that, God, take your lane and things like that. But of course, that those are the reasons why we love Lagos. A part of the reasons to be precise.
Well, I would not tell you that that's the reason why I love Lagos. Come on.
If that's not part of the reason why you love Lagos, why can't you leave Lagos?
Because I have my family, I have my business, I have my job.
There is nothing you want to tell us
right now.
The traffic is
just right for right now. Unbelievable. All right, let's get to all that.
Okay, let's move to the federal government portal now. The federal government has actually unveiled a reusable textbook policy aimed at reducing the cost of education and improving learning outcomes nationwide. The policy mandates that the textbooks be standardized to last 4 to 6 years, prohibiting disposable workbooks and allowing books to be reused across academic session or passed down among siblings. The move is expected to significantly ease the financial burden on Nigerian families, while a cap on approved textbook per subject and structured revision circles will prevent curriculum overload and unnecessary frequent additions. In addition, the Education, of course, Ministry announced that the introduction of a uniform academic calendar and streamlined graduation ceremonies, limiting official events to transitions for primary 6 to GSS3 and, of course, SS3. The Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council has been tasked with overseeing quality assurance for the new textbook regime. These reforms are part of a broader effort to align Nigerians' education system with global best practice, ensuring value for money and more sustainable approach to learning materials. Okay, so first, I think officially, part of the people that would really, say thank you very much to the federal government for this particular one. I remember I think 4 months ago or 3 months ago, we had a talk like that, on the show here, Morning Boss. And one of our guests also talked about, something like this. I see no reason why you would tell me to keep buying, new textbooks for my son or for my daughter every, term. Every of the textbook I used was passed down to me. So it looked like I inherited them, That was the Nigeria I used to know. And that was how our educational system used to be back then, where everybody would finish school, in the house, and this was the textbook we all used. But talking about after, will I call it evolvement, and our educational system changed to an extent, and we didn't know how they started it. Why would you tell me to be writing inside my own textbook? No, I was meant to write in my notebook, not the textbook that, the younger sibling can actually use. So basically, if we can actually go back to all of that particular, method back then, the way it used to be and the best way it should be, I think Nigerians will also commend, the federal government as regards to this particular one, because I think in one way or the other, we get to complain and we blame schools because they were the one that started all of this particular thing. where we buy new textbook this term, another term, or for this term we get new textbook and moving on to the next class, another one again, and all of that. So please, we would want this particular implementation to actually take place and stand. Because if I'm talking about myself, of course, David as well, for every of the textbook he used, he also inherited it all. He also passed down the lane. So regardless, all we would just want is we want one textbook to be used by all siblings. And I think that's fine.
Well, I beg to differ, honestly, if you ask me, because yes, I understand the part where this directly lowers annual textbook expenditure for parents.
Okay.
But on the path of progressiveness, if there is, so again, on this table, I've heard one of our analysts did say that our curriculum is not even up to standard. It's supposed to be scrapped.
Okay.
And that clearly is an indication of the fact that we've not been up to date as concerning curriculum, even subjects.
Okay, my question to you, David, how many years were we meant to, use a particular curriculum before we change it?
No, I'm looking at even a 2-year lifespan, not a 4 to 6 years.
2 years?
Yes. Because if you're looking at, honest truth, if you're looking at progressiveness, right, in this new age of AI and all of that, you would see a lot of things that needs to be thrown away. So if we're saying a 4 to 6 years lifespan for textbook because we're trying to find a way to directly lower annual textbook, buying for parents and all, it's good. It's good. But again, I think the federal government, if you ask me, should on their own part also try to look at more subsidizing of education.
Okay.
Not telling parents now that children will have to use a 4 to 6 years. Come on.
Okay, David.
That is the reason why when you go outside Nigeria, you uncover that what we have as education is below standard. Because we're not going towards best practices and the time frame of some of the subject that we are looking at. I mean, I was seeing a video a couple of days ago where a primary, I think they call it basic one now, of a Chinese school, what they were teaching these children. And just opposing it with what is being taught in a Nigerian supposedly public primary school. So this is what we should be looking at, not the textbook. Textbooks are definitely going to fade out because of progressiveness. But if you ask me honestly, like I said earlier, it is best that we look at the part of subsidy for education. I mean, like Dr. Peter will always say, no nation has gone off subsidy. I'm trying to paraphrase, have gone off subsidy in any way, particularly for things that will benefit our people and of course will not make progress. That again, I align myself to. The federal government clearly should look at the part of subsidizing education, more like giving the parents of these children more hope to wanting to send their children to school, who independently really test these 4 to 6 years textbook on that real Nigerian classroom conditions.
So David,
who independently test our tested what our textbooks would look like for 4 years? Who independently tested?
Okay, so David, this is it. Let's go back to that of the curriculum. Okay, so it was meant to be between 3 to 5 years, right? That's global standard.
When you say global standard,
that's what I just needed to.
When you say global standard, when you say global standard,
okay,
global standard clearly simply means that on a consistent, these people are improving.
Of course.
Now, if you go to a Nigerian school, of course, they're going to resume next week. If you go to a Nigerian school, the same way mathematics was taught 7 years ago is the same way the same person is teaching it at the same time.
So who's at fault? The teacher or the government?
That's where I'm going. Okay. We should not say the textbook should be used for 4 to 6 years. I'm particular about textbook.
Okay, you are particular about textbook. No, so David, when you are particular about textbook, what about the teacher? You have to talk about that.
Oh yes, I mean.
Okay, so that's because that's
another conversation.
That's another conversation on its own.
I mean, if you recall the last time, I think it was a Basaki or Shomole that ran a test on her the state teachers, and the result was.
No, the result was wonderful.
Let's not go there.
But for me, David, the reason why I think I would subscribe to this particular, situation of the government for now, first, you have to understand that if the government can actually come up with this, I think that is the best card they have for now.
I want to put
and and if you tell them to start subsidizing education, to start looking for a way to cushion some effects as regards to payments and things like that for parents, that means you don't want your federal government to do anything. If this is the best way they can even confess, David, let them even start. With time, they will get it.
I do not see this as a plus, if you ask me.
If you don't see it as a plus, it is about your doctors that court has actually altered them.
Oh no, we're going to go to that.
Yes, that court has actually altered them. People that are complaining about remuneration.
Let's not go there. We're going to.
So what are you saying? So if you are saying you don't see it as a plus, now there's so many things that should be seen as a plus in this government.
First off, on this particular conversation, right?
Please see it as a plus.
I want it to be on the. I want to. Okay, before we jump to the headlines, let's introduce our guest in the studio. Dr. Peter Anosike is with us in the studio. Dr. Peter is a philosopher, development economist, and of course, best-selling author. He's an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Doctor, a very good morning to you and welcome to the show. Now, maybe in 30 seconds or 1 minute thereabout, what's your position with these conversation coming from the federal government?
It cannot help our educational system.
I thought I was going crazy.
Breakthroughs are coming on a daily basis. So if imagine the textbook that wrote that atom is the smallest indivisible element.
Yes.
But today atoms are divisible.
There we go. There we go.
Understand me? So breakthroughs are coming on a daily basis. So 4 years you're already out of date.
It's outdated if you ask me.
4 years, of course, this
It's
between 3 to 5 years. So, doctor, I want to ask you a question. Doctor, I want to ask you a question. In your days, in your time, did you also pass textbooks?
No, that's there's one that mathematics we are using then.
Okay.
People who they were used over 20 years before it got to me.
And you used it,
but it doesn't help.
But doctor, did you use it or not? I just want to get
I used it, but I was 20 years late.
Doctor, I'm coming. Doctor, no problem. You see,
I was 20 years
doctor,
late.
You're 20 years late.
Yes.
Doctor, you used the book, and through that particular book, you moved on to other books, and you continue. Doctor, that book is part of what helped you to become who you are today.
But can I compete internationally? The answer is no.
Doctor, yes, you can. You have written several books, best-selling author. You have done it. So, doctor, I would not want anybody to downplay whatsoever we have enjoyed or whatsoever that has helped us in this country.
No. See, nobody is downplaying the fact that you've enjoyed something.
So, doctor, it works for you. You're who you are today because of that part of that. Because that book is part of what's happening.
We are talking of textbook, not self-improvement.
Exactly.
Doctor, regardless, that textbook was part of your foundation. So, doctor, you should be grateful to God and, of course, to the federal government.
My own word is far different from this. My generation didn't witness tech.
Yeah.
With technology.
Anything called computer. And, doctor, guess what? It was in our intro-tech class that they were giving us ruler for us to be doing furniture. I need to say this. I don't just want to call the name of my school, but, of course, so many of my old students can see this and they know what I'm saying.
So the curriculum need to be improved on a yearly basis.
Honestly, with the advent of AI, I'm sorry, you would not even want. You cannot compete.
So officially,
and of course, that's where self-confidence comes from.
Yeah.
The moment you know
that what you're being taught,
and you see another person from another place,
you can talk about.
You can easily talk.
Not when we talk about linear equation, simultaneous equation all the time. Change it. All right. So at this point, I think I've actually, accepted that for now we might manage this one, but federal government, please look for a way to.
Well, this is where we have to draw anchor in the trending conversation. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, we'll be looking at the front pages of what the national dailies are saying this beautiful morning. And of course, let you into some of our other guests that have joined virtually. We'll be right back. Please stay with us.
ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We're glad to have you back. It is still the Saturday morning boys right here on Voice of the People Television. All right, let's get into what the front pages of the national dailies are saying this beautiful morning. And I'm going to be starting off with the Saturday Vanguard. Well, interestingly, the Saturday Vanguard has a very interesting major headline here. The banner headline here reads, Fubara impeachment. Wike maintains silence. Stakeholders, lawmakers to halt move. Fubara, the subwriter now, Fubara still abroad, gets backing of party leaders, power brokers. Pandef raises 7-man reconciliation committee. APC National Working Committee meets next week on issue. How defection to APC killed Fubara Wike's agreement. Well, all of this you can read up on page 10 of the Saturday Vanguard. Above the nameplates there, other headlines. Fears genuine elections won't hold in 2027, foiling defection to APC. On women affairs, the women who buy men on maxing sugar mummies. You can read that up on page 14. Nigeria versus Algeria, when structure meets firepower. Well, this is about what you read up on page 16 of the Saturday Vanguard. Other headlines there. Afrima 2026, Burna Boy, Davido, DJ Maforisa battle for supremacy tomorrow in Lagos. 2026 budget, State House gets 43.19 billion naira. Tinubu Shatima aids to spend 12.2 billion naira on trips. Read that up on page 7. And of course, that's also one of our major talking points just in a couple of minutes from now. Dangote takes ex-petroleum regulator Ahmed to EFCC. Well, the subwrite of that one reads, CBN funds at petrol price. That's a bit, I don't know. Anyways, other headlines. Trump threatens more strikes in Nigeria. That's at the bottom strip of the Saturday Vanguard. And yes, I missed one there. Kenyan actress Claudia Naisabua in Lagos for Afrima 2026. But these are the headlines right there at the front page of the Saturday Vanguard.
All right, for a weekend trust, we have the banner headline there that says Rivers, Wike Oats Tested. All right, and above that particular one, it says food prices drop. Farmers in dilemma over loans urge payments. KPMG identifies major loopholes in new tax laws. How Maiduguri market takes Almajiri off streets. That's on page 33. And of course, we have a resumption. How safe are schools?
Well, there you have it. I like the, what's it called? The cartoon in front of the Weekend Trust. It's an interesting one, really. But again, it's one of our major talking points. All right, from there on, we'll move to the Guardian Weekend before we let in our analysts chime in on any of the headlines. The Guardian Weekend, the banner headline there reads, Why Nigeria First Policy Remains Rich in Packaging, Lean in Impact. You can read that up on page 8 and 9 of the Guardian Weekend. Above the nameplates there, other headlines there reads, Razak Akani Okoya, the industrial titan, transforming lives via medical outreach at 86. Countries America intervened become more insecure. Well, this is according to Olurode. You can read that up on page 32 and 33 of the Guardian Weekend. Other headlines there beneath the banner headline, of course, the major pictorial there. FG Niger unveil housing. Sorry, I beg your pardon. FG Niger unveils housing agriculture model to unlock rural capital jobs. OT hails IGP's policy on posting officers to state of origin. You can read that up on page 3 of the Guardian Weekend. Other headlines. Any compromise of INEX values procedures will attract consequences. This is coming from Amopitan telling staffs and recs and of course commissioners. New Horizons launches 50 million Almajiri Empowerment Scholarship Scheme. CSOs condemn ongoing forced eviction of over 80,000 Makoko residents and demands a halt. Wike portraits of an untouchable genius. Well, the bottom strip there and the front page of the Guardian Weekend is CUPP accuses Tinubu of federal overreach in Rivers political crisis. Well, these are the headlines right there at the front page of the Guardian Weekend. Because of our time, really, let's get the view of our analyst who is joining us to make sense of these headlines that we've just read out. In the studio with us, we have Dr. Peter Adams. Like I said earlier, Dr. Peter is a philosopher, development economist, best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. And we also have virtually Ezeluche Esquire, attorney at law, and public and political affairs analyst and commentator. And then from our Benin studios, we have Comrade Ibrahim Momo, who is a lecturer and public and political affairs analyst and commentator. And of course, Comrade is also a human rights activist. First off, let me appreciate this gentleman. Barrister Ezeluche, a very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, sir. How are you? Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so very much for being a part of this conversation. Also, Comrade Ibrahim Momo, good morning to you. I would urge you to unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly, Comrade. Okay.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be on the show with you.
Thank you so very much for being here. Let me kick it off with Barrister Ezeluche. I don't know if you saw any of the headlines. We would want you to react to any of the headlines. Anyone that fancies your interest.
Two of them really appeal to me. One of them is the one by Oti, Governor Oti, the decision to post officers to their home states. And the other one is the one about the Almajiri, empowerment of Almajiris. With regards to the IGP's new inclination towards posting officers to their home states, that's basically what we talk about state police. Okay. Because policing is a local issue. You can only police where you know. When you bring in a commissioner of police who hails from Imo State and you post him to Jigawa State, he spends the first 6 months knowing the terrain. And that 6 months of knowing the terrain is virtually a waste of time.
Right.
So why don't you get those who already know the place and post them to serve where they can best be useful? The other one is the Almajiri issue. You see, if you look at the budget and see the billions being allocated to helping the militants to get back to society, if these funds were expended on Almajiris from the very onset, if the funds were like Almajiris are students, I mean, they're like, this is students of Islamic schools. If you expend the funds from the very onset on these young chaps, these young men, you will not have even militants in the first place. So and that the group that was even doing that is not even a governmental organization, if I get you right. It's more like an NGO. So the government should focus more on ensuring that the number of out-of-school kids is minimal. It's reduced to the barest minimum, because that is how you stop terrorism and militancy and brigandage, and not just wait until when they become militants or terrorists and you now begin to craft different scams to rehabilitate them into society. So my thumbs up for the Almajiri system.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Barrister Ezeoluche, for your submission there. I've been told by my producers that we are pressed for time on the newspaper front page analysis, but of course we'll be diving into the main conversation. Maybe when we get into the main conversation, we might just have our other guests chime in on their views as well of what they've picked up. But let's get into the main conversation proper before we get some sanctions. 2026 budget breakdown: security, State House, solar power, infrastructure, and governance spending. But these and more is what we'll be talking about after this very, very short break. And of course, we urge you to stay with us. We'll be right back. We're glad to have you back. It is still the Saturday morning buzz, and let's jump right into the main conversation. The 2026 federal government proposal of 58.18 trillion naira presented by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and of course recently passed by for the second reading by the Senate, places strong emphasis on governance, infrastructure, and security. Now, key highlights include 7 billion naira for solar power installation at the State House, 2.5 billion naira for operational vehicles, and 768.9 million naira for SUV replacements. A significant 283.85 billion naira is earmarked for presidential air fleet logistics and forest guard operations, while 5.41 trillion naira, that's about 9.3% of total spending, is allocated to defense and security to tackle insecurity nationwide. Well, the budget also sets aside 115 billion naira for the reintegration of ex-militants under the Presidential Amnesty Program, reflecting continued focus on peace building in the Niger Delta. Now, infrastructure and administrative spending also featured prominently, with the Ministry of Works receiving 3.49 trillion naira, one of the highest allocations in 2026, including funds to settle judgment debts, repay completed projects, renovate headquarters, construct a presidential helipad, and of course, jetty in Lagos, and handle media, legal, and operational costs. Well, comparatively, the Ministry of Finance had about 16.78 trillion, and of course, budget and economic planning, 9.10 trillion, topped the allocation charts. while sectors like education, health, power, and agriculture see a mixed adjustment from 2025 levels. The government says the budget tagged budget of consolidation, renewed resistance, and shared prosperity is designed to stabilize the economy, improve security, and drive inclusive growth, a claim that is likely to dominate public debate, of course, as you know, as Nigerians weigh in on priorities against prevailing economic realities. Now, you have on the screen right now the top 10 ministries with the highest allocation of the 2025 and, of course, the 2026 proposed budget. There you have it on the screen. You have Finance, the Ministry of Finance in 2026 having a reduction from the 17.52 trillion that they had in 2025. The Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning also having an increase, not a decrease, from 9.78 trillion naira to from 6.78 trillion naira to 9.10 trillion naira. The Ministry of Defense has an increase as well. In 2025, it had 2.92 trillion naira, and in 2026, it's having 3.49 trillion naira. In education, there's a B25, it had 2.52 trillion naira, and in 2026, it is having 2.40 trillion naira. Niger Delta Development has another decline on its own from 2.23 trillion naira to decline of 1.35 trillion naira. The Ministry of Power also had its own decline. Well, they are generating some good amount of money for the federal purse. In 2025, they had 2.09 trillion naira, and of course, a decline in 2026 of about 1.11 trillion naira. Well, these are the parastatals of government that they're, of course, we're seeing a decline and increase in their budget for 2026. Again, let's bring in our analysts into this conversation. Like I said earlier, we have Dr. Peter Anosike in the studio with us, and virtually we have Barrister Ezeliche and Comrade Ibrahim Momo. Let me start off from the studio here. Doctor, you're an economist. This increase, decline in parastatals, the budget. What do you make of this?
For me, in totality, I would say this is a budget of squandermania. That is, it's a budget of squandermania.
How do you mean?
Over 50% of those money are going into private pockets. We don't need over 50% of those money. Understand? So, I want to know where health and education are. Understand? Among what you mentioned, we don't even see health. Understand?
No, there is a decline in the health sector anyways.
But they say that a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. Understand? So, health is not a priority for this government. Our population is increasing every day. The budget for education is going down. Do you see it? Why Egypt has become one of the biggest economies in Africa, that it has grown its electricity. Because there cannot be production when there's no electricity.
Okay.
And instead of the budget on electricity going up, it is going down. A country of more than 200 million people, we don't have up to 10,000 megawatts of electricity.
Well, I like the fact that you mentioned health. On the part of health and social welfare, I don't know if my producers are ready. Can we have it scream up there? There is an increase. In 2025, it was 1.91 trillion naira.
For 200 million people.
And in 2026, it's about 2.15 trillion naira. There you have it. Can we have it scrolled up? Because yes, it is top 10, not top 6. So if my producers are ready, can we have the other part of that budget? Okay, it's moving slowly. There you have it. For police affairs, there was a bit of decline as well after health. There's 1.23 trillion naira in 2025, and in 2026, 1.11 trillion naira. Anyways, I actually just had to pause that because you mentioned health. So go ahead.
So that Egypt has become one of the fifth biggest economies in Africa is because it has improved its electricity. Understand? For a country of over 200 million people, we don't have up to 10,000 megawatts of electricity. That's why we keep on consuming instead of producing. Understand? So whoever approve those budgets, they should have their heads re-examined. They don't want a growth for this country. They don't want any growth for this country. In most of the economies in the world, education and health tops their budget.
Well, on the part of power, the federal government has also come out to say that they are generating well enough, but the distribution companies are not distributing well enough. Isn't that
what
something to
are they generating? Up to today, we don't have up to 6,000 megawatts. But Lagos State are known to have a steady power supply need about 3,000 megawatts. So if you give Lagos State 3,000 megawatts, which means the remaining 1,500 should now be shared among the 35 remaining states and FCT. Understand? Growing the economy lies on electricity. And it's because of this lack of electricity that most companies are exiting from this country. Because overhead cost in Nigeria is out of the roof. Understand? That's why companies are dying on a daily basis.
Now, Doctor, I want to, this question, because you're an economist, I'm still going to stay with you. And I'm looking at deficit truth test. Now, if the debt service alone is projected at 15 trillion naira, what concrete revenue reforms do you think will be used to close that gap?
The only way that this government is going to do it is still to borrow, because they are not growing the economy. Imagine 1/4 of the budgets is going to be used for debt servicing. At the end of the day, it's going to go the way of the 2025 budget, which we are not even told how it performed. Understand me? Which up to today, nobody has told us how 2025 budget, that's the percentage of the performance. Understand? Now, or they have approved the 2026. That shows you there's no accountability under this government. There's no transparency under this government. The more you look, the less you see. So it is a budget for the elites and not for the masses.
Okay, Doctor says the budgets are for the elite and not, of course, are for the masses. And they actually call it a budget of consolidation. Let me take
I wonder what they are. They are consolidating squandermania.
All right, let me take it to Barrister Izeluchi. Hello, Barrister. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, my brother. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sir. So, Barrister, your budget of consolidation, I'd like to pick it up from that of the solar situation. I remember that when President Buhari was still in power, as at the time of blessed memory now, he rolled out a particular project, for Nigerians. He said he wants to reach out to 5 million Nigerian homes as regards to clean energy, with solar. And I was part of the TPA, third-party administrators at the time, doing that particular presentation between the state government and federal government for civil servants. And till date, that particular project started through REA, Rural Electrification Agency, and that was the end of it till date. And now, the same government can also provide electricity for their people. Our national grid dies every day. But your government now are actually saying, as part of their budget, they've earmarked 7 billion naira to install solar. 7 billion is being allocated for, you understand, your state house. Doctor, is this a barrister? Is this a priority? And is it even right that 7 billion naira is, allocated for solar home system for State House?
Yes, thank you very much. I think the theme for this budget was wrongly stated. It should be a budget of consolidating the grip on the Nigerians and widening the divide between the haves and the have-not. Well, I don't know, the mindset behind this budget is very offensive. It's like we will grab as much as possible for ourselves and give you the rest of the population as little as possible. I mean, that is what Mr. Bola Tinubu has just tried to establish by this budget, by what he's been doing in the budget. With regard to the solar issue, with the kind of sunshine that we have in Nigeria, solar should have been actually the prime source of energy. And if this government had instead of allocating that 7 billion for just the State House and made it maybe a training program to train as many Nigerians as possible on solar energy, that will have better ripple down effects than just spending that kind of money on equipping the state Asorok.
Barrister, that was the reason why. Barrister, that was the reason why I gave you that backstory, because they started it. Of course, it is still this particular party, their former administration. You understand? They started it, but it didn't see the light of day. Mini grid was meant to go to communities, and I believe you know what mini grid is. Where a community will provide them 2 plot, 3 plot of land, and they actually do the installation of that particular, panels and connect it to a particular room as a junction board. Then they distribute the light from there. Yes. That particular project did not see the light of day in different parts of Nigeria. And today, they are not even doing more as regards to REA. Instead, they are selling solar out to Nigerians, but they want to use 7 billion for State House.
No, where will you start from? Where will you start from with regard to this government? That is why it's essential that people make sure that the government they're voting for rules over them. Because these guys are just acting as if they don't give a damn. And you want to mention one aspect. What of the amount of money being spent on helipad, provincial helipad? Right. The amount of money being spent on new cars, billions on new cars for the State House, for the office of the First Lady, and all sorts not. Or even for to manage the presidential fleet. The whole thing about this budget is highly offensive. But what's of it all is this. Look at the amount of money budgeted for the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. You ask yourself, what are these guys doing with all this money? These 2 ministries are places where they should be regulating the expenditure on cash flows to other ministries. Now you give them so much and you said you empower them to make so much payments directly. When will they now have time to monitor other ministries? It's simply insane. I can't say any other word to describe it. You're giving the Ministry of Finance, the watchdogs of the economy, of other ministries. You are giving them monies to manage. Now, what that means is this. They'll be so focused on their own budgetary allocations, and they don't give a damn they won't even be able to monitor what happens in other ministries. That means from its planning, from the conception, this budget is doomed to fail. There's nothing else about it. Now, when you look at more of the details of the budget, you get very worried. I saw in the place where the Ministry of Works was giving over several billions to settle court debts, judgment debts. You wonder, where is the Ministry of Justice in this instance? Who should be responsible for some of these things? Should it be the Ministry of Justice or the Ministry of Works? That is why in many government establishments, the issue of litigating against government is a party affair. That is, the government lawyer knows what he wants to get and he tells you, and you even decide on how much amount you see government. At the end of the day, they agree, this is what we pay, and then they pursue the payment for you. So the whole thing is a booby trap that is geared against Nigeria and its people. And I don't know what conscience gives these guys the temerity to roll out this budget. And their rubber stamp National Assembly will approve it. Look at the sums being reeled out for defenses in the third sector. We fail on all parameters of global development index. The African Union, the World Health Organization, they all have basic benchmarks for health, for education. Nigeria does not come near any of this. And we say we are developing. No, we are not. Even look at the debts that the Ministry of Finance is supposed to is being given money to pay for. Most of these debts are fictitious debts. So, like rightly said by Dr. Nansika in the panel, over 50% of this budget will be money just sent into private pockets. And that is such a pity. Because the more you look at the details, the more worrisome you become. The more you realize that we have very vicious elements ruling over Nigeria who don't want Nigerians to see the light of day. As we are talking now, Johesu, which is the lifeline of the medical unions, the one that takes care of the lab technicians and others, they have been on strike for over 2 months, which means that the Nigerian public hospitals have been shut down. They only run skeletal services. And look at the pittance being given to the health sector. So these guys want Nigerians to die, and Nigerians are already dying in their millions. So when you look at the totality of the budget, you can only urge Nigerians that look, next time when you have a reason to vote and your votes get messed up by whosoever, be it the police, the security, the INEC, the judiciary, tell them enough is enough and say no. Because if you don't say no at that stage, if you don't question the illegalities of bringing in people who do not vote to rule over you, we will suffer as Nigerians are suffering.
All right, then.
We will go through the same rigors in the next 2 years. So Nigerians, please, at the next time you have a reason, you have a power to choose your leaders. When you vote and you think that the people who you voted for are not the ones being given the mandate, make sure you protest and don't think they will kill us. Because we are now dying gradually. You won't look with the state of the country now. People come and say they want to borrow 500 naira to pay bills for hospital bills, and when they don't have it, what happens? They die.
Quite unfortunate.
So we should be more serious with our elections next time. Otherwise, if these kind of characters, this bunch, continue to be in office, then we are messed up. We have really messed up big time.
Thank you so very much, Barrister, for your submission there. Let's take this conversation to Benin Studios, where we have Comrade Ibrahim Momo joining us. But before I let you say what you want to say, once again, can I ask that the producers have that list on the screen? There you have it. On education, 2.40 trillion naira is what is budgeted for education, and health and social welfare, 2.15 trillion naira. Well, Comrade, interestingly, I brought this up because there's a question I kind of want to find out from you. As it stands, from the budget, there is also the 3.49 trillion naira, one of the highest allocation in 2026, including funds to settle judgment debts, repay completed projects, renovate headquarters, construct a presidential helipad and a jetty in Lagos. And that, of course, is for the president. Now, my question is clearly about fleets versus classrooms. From these figures that I've read out, how many classrooms and clinics or even power feeders could the presidential air fleet and, of course, vehicle allocations fund? Comrade, this question is for you. And I ask you because I know you're a lecturer, so from that perspective.
Yeah, let me start by saying that let me apologize first because I'm in transit, so you're going to hear some background noise.
Okay.
But first, let me before I talk about education, let me first and foremost point to the fact that of this budget, 58 trillion naira budget, 26, just under 26 trillion is going to the ministries of finance and budgets. 26 trillion or 58 trillion is going to the ministries of finance and budgets. That should sink in. And then of the other paltry sum remaining, that's about 45% of the budget. 45% of the total budget. Now, of the balance amount, 55% or 56%, let me just say it properly. The president for travel is taking a huge chunk of about 9 billion. For his own helipad, his personal, it's not in Abuja, in Lagos, which means that it's a personal thing. There's a humongous sum also allocated. So, and then when you compare how much the president wants to spend for him and his aides, the president wants to spend, and you compare that to total budget for education, for health, for infrastructure, and then Niger Delta, yes, very importantly, Niger Delta, which is the cash cow, combined, it's not up to what the presidency is spending for itself. This is a budget that is withdrawn from reality. It's a budget that does not take into cognizance the challenges of the today and of the future, of tomorrow. The only area I would have applauded the government is the issue of, I know we have criticized it already, is the issue of installing solar panels, in the presidency. It's something I would have ordinarily been applauding. If, for example, the government was interested in local capacity building of solar infrastructure, Nigeria has a perennial power challenge. And even Dr. Anosike has already pointed out at the outset, the level of generation we are still expressing in this country. But when you put that in perspective, we say, okay, there's a need to build on solar power technology. But what we are seeing more than anything is that perhaps there's going to be importation of these solar panels rather than building of local capacity. And that's here I have a challenge that this budget, for all intent and purpose, does not even address of today. Don't talk of projecting to the future. What are the challenges of tomorrow? So on the specific issue of education, I find very interestingly that rather than increase in the budgetary allocation from 2025, humongous decrease. And when you look at education, when you look at health, when you look at infrastructure, when you look at Niger Delta, ministry, these are the areas that ought to take at least 50% of the budgetary allocation. But combined, they cannot account for more than 15%. That tells you, without due respect, we are not serious.
All right then. Well, that again is another heavy submission by another panelist this morning. And that again brings me to the studio where I want to come to Dr. Peter Adosike. Looking at this budget, some opposition figures have said this is clearly not for the people. And as it stands, at a time when 2027 is knocking the door, questions have been asked about implementation of some of the things that are earmarked for this budget, if they will be done, or rather there will be campaigning and politicking within the second half of 2026. What's your position with these kind of allegations?
Well, for me, very soon, campaigns will start. Understand? And once campaign starts, governance stops. So that shows you that not up to 40% of the budgets will be implemented.
With an increased figure?
Not up to once campaign starts, governance stops. Understand? So what will be happening everywhere is just skeleton activities. Why the bulk of the money has been reserved for vote buying and so on and so forth. Understand me? So that's what is going to happen. So all these things, they think that Nigeria don't know. Understand me? These people don't know that, they feel that Nigerians don't know. But I know that what is happening right now in Iran, we have that capacity. Understand? the celebration in Venezuela, who also have the capacity to celebrate. Understand? So the issue
I'm lost on this part. What do you mean?
As Nigerians have capacity to celebrate as Venezuelans are celebrating. Understand me?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to ask some other questions.
Okay. So the issue is this: they shouldn't be taking us as foolish people or as children. Understand? Because even if you are cheating somebody, don't let that person know that you are cheating him. This government is cheating us and letting us know that they are cheating us.
Okay, Doctor, thank you so much for that particular, wonderful submission. In as much as I would also want to disagree with the statement that you said, if you're cheating someone, don't let the person know that you're cheating the person. It is even better for you not to cheat at all. That's where I should be coming from. And as regards to you talking about whatsoever that is happening in Venezuela, that Nigerians also have the capacity to celebrate that way, since you actually spoke in parables, so let it remain in parables. All right, let's go straight to the INEC portal. INEC and 2027 elections, of course, are winning young voters trust through transparency and tech. Do have to stay with us. Let's just go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this conversation. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still Morning Boss on Voice of People Television. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has emphasized that the success of the 2027 general elections will hinge on earning the trust of millions of first-time young voters who are digital natives with little patience for opacity. Okay. INEC Chairman Joash Amukuton, speaking as the Commission's 2026 induction and, of course, a strategic retreat, highlighted that these tech-savvy voters demand transparency and inclusivity. He stressed that by deploying a credible technology and building inclusive system, the Commission aims not only to conduct elections but also to secure the long-term loyalty of Nigerians' youth to democratic ideas. Key milestones leading to the 2027 elections include the FCT area council election in February 2026, and of course, governorship election in Ekiti and Osun State, which will serve as testing ground for voter registry management and Bimodia voter accreditation system, BVAS. I'm going to outline 5 non-negotiable pillars for INEC's work. Election must be free, fair, credible, transparent, and inclusive. It reaffirmed strict adherence to Electoral Act 2022, stressing that under his leadership, the rule of law is mandatory. The chairman expressed confidence that INEC can rewrite Nigeria's electoral history and become a continental model, positioning the 2027 election as a watershed moment for democracy. With a focus on trust, transparency, and accountability, the Commission aims to restore public confidence and ensure that the next general elections reflect the genuine will of Nigerians. Of course, we still have in the studio with us Dr. Peter Nosike, and we have Barrister Ezeluche, and of course, our comrade Momo. All right, let me start off with you, Barrister Ezeluche. Hello, Barrister, are you there?
Yeah, I am. Thank you very much.
All right, your professor has spoken. He has given, us a very serious assurance there that
someone on the mountain.
He has given us assurance that the rest of the continent would actually, see INEC as a role model because they've taken their time, to put so much in place. I think I saw a news. Yes, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? That the president has marked about 1.1 trillion or thereabouts for INEC's 2026 general election. I don't know how true that is, but of course I saw it on a renounced news page. But my main concern here is that this same beavers that we talk about today, we've been using it. They've been talking about the same beavers, but when we get to the point of people getting to the polls and beavers is not working, they go back to the factory reset. And what's the factory reset? They do the analog thing and they are good. Sometimes the amount of people that were that did the accreditation are totally different from the people who actually casted. We've had several, cases and, of course, disparities as regards to, numbers. So if they are coming up to tell us now that this is about the young voters, of course, the new voters, they want to give them assurance, as regards to tech, do you think that we should count on INEC this time around, starting from what I call the proof of concept, which would be in February for the Abuja area council election? And afterwards, before we can talk about Ekiti and Osun respectively. So, Barrister, what do you think as regards to this particular one?
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Amopitan should be abreast of realities. I mean, nobody expects him to do much here. In fact, he's coming into office with a very high negative perception that he will not do much. And he has already begun that stuff by this issue of beavers and all that stuff. Let him go and check what Mahmoud Yakubu said. I mean, the same thing all over the world. Mahmoud was gallivanting, telling even at Chatham House, the New York, he was going all over, talking about beavers and all that stuff, about the new voters and blah, blah, blah. That is what Amopitan is now coming to tell us. He should do better. Let Amopitan realize that, so in Nigerians' eyes, in the perception of Nigerians, what Mr. Tinubu has done by appointing him, Amopitan, as INEC chairman, is to ethnicize the entire process of the elections. I mean, from the security, law enforcement, finance, the electoral umpires themselves, and the judiciary. For the very first time in Nigeria's history, all the heads of this agency that was the elections are domiciled in one ethnic group. Amopitan is from the same ethnic group as the IGP of police, Egbetokun, as the EFCC chairman, Olukoyede, as the DSS boss, Ajayi, as the chief justice of Nigeria, Kekereko. So everything, for the first time, is domiciled in one place. So Amopitan should stop this crap talk about beavers and IREV. The reality is this: Nigerians believe that Mr. Tinubu has done all this to ensure that his ethnic bloc, his thick and thin, his kid and thin are the ones in charge of elections. And that's what Nigerians are going to look at. But Nigerians should now realize this. Having known this, let us not listen to what this man is talking about, because Nigerians are already mobilized and ready. By the pains we are suffering in the course of the past 2 years, Nigerians are out to ensure that they will vote and that their vote must count. Whether IREV or beavers or the police or army are there or the judiciary, the votes will count. So I'm hoping that do yourself a world of good. Ensure that the votes count. And then we'll talk about what all this stuff you're talking for now. But for now, don't try to bamboozle anybody with your coming out to say there will be good elections, because we know that you are not primed or set out to conduct good, free and fair elections. You are primed to conduct an ethnic coloration of what can be called elections. So live up to the expectations of Nigerians and not what Mr. Tinubu has asked you to do. Because at the end of the day, you will have Nigerians to contend with.
Okay, Barrister, I would also like to ask you. Okay, you really touched different areas as regards to that particular conversation. But
yes,
usually I like to say this, that it is also better, or always better, to give someone a benefit of doubt. Okay, in as much as it's coming out to tell us that they can do this, they can do that. And of course, whenever we criticize, we should also prefer solution. Do you think first that we can get it right as regards to our electoral, system? And this situation that has become our modus operandi as regards to after election litigations and all of that, can it be curbed or even stopped totally? You understand? And What are the best way that the INEC can organize election to be totally free and fair in Nigeria?
The best way to organize elections to be totally free and fair is you count, is there in the law books, in the Electoral Act, and you count your votes at the point of the voting, at the voting unit, you upload it to the system and it reflects immediately. And with that, once people see that their votes are counted and it reflects in the National Data Board, the database, that is the end. You move on. But when you now finish election and they tell you that they're going to move it to the collation center, from collation center to the blah, 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 and in between, magic happens. And then even when the magic does not happen there, the judiciary, the judges who are looking forward to be appointed as members of electoral panels, and they become billionaires overnight. And then ultimately, when you now get to Supreme Court, they try to manipulate common basic language. The court finds it difficult now to interpret what and means. So having good elections is not rocket science. It's simple. You vote, your vote gets counted, and it's announced at the point of voting. But we have this system whereby intermediaries come in, the soldiers and police come in and try to muzzle Nigerians.
So, Barrister, I would want you to touch the litigation before I move on from you. I would like you to touch the litigation part.
The litigation. Now, that's what I'm saying. If you have that transparent process and your votes at the polling unit is reflected automatically at this main database, the litigation will even be quelled, will stop, or will reduce to the barest minimum. And those who still go for litigation because they believe they have a means of influencing the judiciary, then they will have the people to contend with. Because the people at the polling units know who they voted for. And when they try to see the judiciary trying to mess up the system, they get involved. Not too long ago, we had Wike say he was influential in ensuring that the APC in Osun State got the judgment he desired. I mean, and nobody's talking about that. He has deliberately told Nigerians that he has been bribing the judiciary, because what else is influential? So with good elections and votes get counted and announced at the polling unit, the judiciary will have less work to do. And then those judges who try to mess up the system, people will know them and people will be urged to visit them and appreciate them. In any way they can. If you're doing wrong, you should be appreciated by the population. And maybe if it's possible or negative, that's their own business. But if you do wrong with the votes, why we should be so provoked with what is going on is this. I don't know where you live. I don't know who you have around you. But Nigerians around me are in penury and they are dying. And I'm vexed because they don't have to. These are young graduates. These are young men who should have prospects. But this devilish system has destroyed lives, has destroyed aspirations. And we should be very, very vexed about it. And we should ensure that never again will this happen.
Thank you so much, Barrister. Thank you very much. Let me bring it to the studio. Doctor, I understand that you already have a personal issue with Joash Amokuton, that's the INEC chairman, because the day he went in for screening, he had an executive, a governor who happens to be governor from his state, Ododo of Kogi State, accompanying him to the National Assembly. And ever since then, I know you had this particular issue as regards to that particular, system or the process that actually happened that day. But Doctor, they said they want to conduct free, fair, transparent election, and they want to take up tech even more seriously. He has given us different reasons why we should believe in that particular commission. What is your take as regards to this?
Talking about what I feel that's about Amopito, my first degree was in philosophy. And the philosophy, you are taught, treat everybody like a suspect until he or she proves that otherwise. Yeah. Understand me? So I cannot just welcome somebody that Tinubu appointed with open hands. Understand me? So the issue is this. It will be surprising to me if he conducts free fair election. It will be very, very surprising to me because that is not the mandate.
That's not the mandate.
That is not the mandate.
They are standing on.
What do you think?
The mandate is to return Tinubu. Understand me? Amopito's mandate is to return to the
do you have evidence as regards to what you're
This
saying
cannot
right
be
now?
substantiated, Doctor.
So it's my opinion, not the opinion of VOP. It's my opinion. So it will be surprising to me if we conduct free, fair election. And mind you, the tech and the AI he's talking about is not in the Constitution. If case goes to court, they will tell you that this is not in our Constitution. They will judge based on that's on the Constitution. So he's trying to do what Mahmoud Yakub did, that bamboozle the people. Understand? Use words to confuse us. Use words that to give us an empty hope.
Yeah.
One, there had not election reforms have not been done. We are still where we are before the 2023 election was conducted.
I like the fact that you mentioned 2023. I mean, my colleague here, Xavier, did say that he saw somewhere that the federal government, of course, the presidency in the budget has some figures. And of course, I checked it out. The Guardian has it. About 1.01 trillion.
Yes, that's the figure.
What has been earmarked for elections between now and 2027.
And that money will not be accounted for.
Now, yes,
because Yakub did not account for his own.
Here's another interesting part. In 2025, Doctor, the National Assembly approved an upward revision of the INEC budget, increasing it to 140 billion naira from the 40 billion naira initially proposed by the federal government. Now, the commission spent about 313.4 billion naira to conduct the 2023 general election. So it means a deficit as well. Federal government seems to be owing the commission, but let's not go there. 1.01 trillion naira, Doctor, as an economist, looking at the fact that, just like you mentioned earlier, technology for this election, of course, reforms, electoral reforms has not been still approved. Are we seeing something like a script being played out, as said by some opposition figures, that this seemed to be a major script by the federal government with INEC in cahoots to delivering 2027 to the presidency? Is that what we're saying, or we might just see something different?
One, with that money being budgeted, donor agencies like EU and others will still donate.
Yes, of course.
Understand me? So this is an opportunity for Amepeton to retire peacefully.
So after then, he will become
ambassador to anywhere. So honestly, we are still where we are before the 2023 election was conducted. Nothing has changed. There have been no serious amendment in our constitution. Understand? They can still tell you tomorrow that this electronic voting is not in your constitution. So we have not made any progress. So conducting a free, fair, and credible election is not a rocket science. But people who are appointed already have a mindset. Understand me? People who were appointed already have a mindset. Understand? Rub my back, I rub your back. And Tinubu has also set an example with the appointment of Mahmoud as an ambassador that your appointment is not going to end just with INEC. There are still other things for you when you serve me well. Understand? So the issue is this: to increase voter excitement. Let me use that word. Does not lie on INEC. It lies on the opposition. Understand?
Okay.
Because change can only come when the people are ready for a change.
View question.
Understand me?
Are the people ready?
Are we ready for change?
Change.
Understand me?
Let's take this conversation to Comrade Ibrahim Momo. Comrade, once again, thank you so very much for being. Okay, I understand that he's out, and I think he told us he was in transit. Barrister, I'm going to come to you now, particularly on this same conversation. What is your makeup of the fact that off-cycle election come 2026 from that of Abuja to Osun State and Ekiti. Should this be a litmus test for the new INEC chair?
Well, you see, the elections per se is not really what should be looked at, but the build up to the elections, the party conventions, the party congresses that elect these candidates are what the INEC should have even begun to look at, because that is where we get it wrong in our most of the times. When you have a position of candidates, the APC, for instance, when they had issues with choosing the candidate for the Osun elections, what happened? They all came, they were summoned to Aso Rock, and the candidate was anointed by Bola Tinubu. Is that democracy? Why were they not allowed to go and slug it out in the Congress? I mean, such a candidate should be allowed to contest the elections. So it's not, we shouldn't just look at election as a one-day affair. An election is a process that starts with way back even before the party congresses. So already we have seen manipulation from federal presidential interference in the Osun State polls. Now, having anointed a candidate for the APC elections, do you foresee the Bola Tinubu we know not to insist that the person he has anointed should become the governor? So that is how these things should be worrisome to Nigerians. Yes, Amupita will be this will be the first time the election is really conducting, but the elections he's quiet. He's been quiet when a candidate was imposed one of the parties was worrisome. He's also not been involved in. I mean, when I say he, I'm talking of the INEC which he chairs. Not following up with even the whether it's the PDP, which is his party in power in the state, or other congresses. Was INEC part of those processes to ensure that the real candidates are being installed? And what we normally see in these off-cycle elections is that there will be an armada of policemen, security men, hundreds of thousands deployed, blah, blah, blah. And what happens? These same security personnel become the agents of rigging. They collude. In fact, they have instructions from Abuja on who to deliver. So that we're having off-cycle elections has never guaranteed free and fair elections, or that the state has never guaranteed peaceful elections. Rather, we should begin to think of not even having elections without the policemen, without the security agencies. Let the people decide. And when you have that kind of scenario, you discover that we may have proper elections. Because when you are strong on ground, you'll be strong on ground. You don't need those men with rifles to come and harass and intimidate the voters. So with what is going on now, with the interference by the presidency on Osun elections and the quiet from Amupita on what has been going on so far, I see a continuation of what has always been. That is the imposition of a candidate who the presidency feels should be governed, and that is the end. Sadly, other presidents we've had under this dispensation have been a bit less obstructive of the electoral process. But Mr. Bola Tinubu has been very, very neck deep in virtually all the off-cycle elections, from Edo State to what will happen in Osun State. So I see a continuation of the same, and I don't foresee Amopita stepping his foot on the ground, because, like was said earlier, he has a mandate, and that mandate is not to conduct by a particular candidate, and that's what he's going to do. Sad for the polity. But we should begin to, perhaps the people of Osun State should now begin to be sensitized to be able to say no to rigging, because if they don't want the continuation of their sufferings, then they should be able to put in the right person in office at the right time. Thank you.
All right, Barrister, that was a very, serious one there. But I'd like to also give you a backstory as regards to the trajectory in our, political system. I usually want us to, regulate the script instead of just limiting it to just one person. Now, when it comes to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, calling his party people and saying that this is the person we want, to come out for Osun, and everybody had to share their swords and agree. Now we're having issues with it because he just told them, and he didn't give them the opportunity to conduct that particular, primaries for them to go head-to-head. We're having issues with that particular one. But this is the same thing that we've been accepting even before his emergence as a president of this nation, as regards to when a politician says that they have their anointed, candidate as consensus, and everybody would agree. The same process is the same way they actually accepted Peter Obi into Labour Party. And don't forget that even till date, as you and I, are actually having this conversation, President Olusegun Obasanjo said he is still in support of Peter Obi. Now, not only that, we have the same situation being played in different, political cadre. And let's talk about Rivers State, where Wike and Fubara issue is still, ongoing. And this same situation has been playing in. I understand that you said that election is not just about the one-day thing, but of course it's a build-up. And the build-up we're talking about here, we have to curb so much. If we want to curb it, we have to curb it in every, phase and not just one side. What they are complaining about Wike doing to Fubara today, he has also done it to Ambode here in Lagos before he became president. Now, let us talk about the situation of INEC not being, on ground as regards to the convention of PDP that you also, stated. And INEC is just releasing, they are just giving a press release after how many months as regards to Abure leaving Labour Party or not recognizing Abure anymore. They're just giving that press release now. We don't know why it took them that long to accept Senator Nadi. Now, if you look at the whole situation as regards to INEC, your politicians in Nigeria and everything, it looks like the conversation is, they are all in bed together. And for me, I don't call anybody any saint and leave one, or accuse one and leave one. But, Barrister, I would like to ask you, regardless of this whole situation and how chaotic our political system is, can we still get it right from the political parties to INEC's corridor? Can we still get it right? And there is a part we have not really touched, which is the vote buying situation. The just concluded election in Anambra last year, we saw at least 3 pictures of people wearing their party tags, holding money, and they were arrested. Till date, we don't know what has happened to those people and those money. So, I want you to really talk about it. First, can we get it right from our political system in this country? Even up until this anointing of candidacy, through to the INEC, position, and of course, Nigeria election in total. I'd like you to talk about it, and not just limiting it to just President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Everyone is guilty now.
Now, yes, thank you very much. You see, that's the whole idea of having a new chairman of INEC, a new umpire on board. Mr. Mopiton has missed out by not stepping his foot on the ground and saying, this is the person I am. But rather, he chose to go the same route as the previous, his predecessor in title, that is Yakubu Mahmoud, and talking about IREB and BIRE and Divas, when he could have made emphatic statements. Yes, we know you are appointed by Mr. President, but you have a tenure. You could have said, look, that meeting at the Aso Rock over this government should not be what will decide who will be the APC governorship candidate. Otherwise, you will not accept it. There are such comments he would have made that would have immediately raised confidence in people that, yes, this man even appears to want to stamp his foot on the ground. But when he keeps quiet over such and say, because that was what Obasanjo did, what Buhari did, and all that stuff. So the rot will continue. What is the essence of having a new chairman of INEC? So Amopiton missed it when he failed to stamp his foot on the ground and say, look, this is who I am. I will not tolerate the nonsense that has been going on in the name of elections or congresses for a very long time. And when he begins to make that kind of move, and startles even the presidency, because it should not be just a move to be for the public. It should be a move that people realize that, yes, this man is showing he is independent. That is what the whole essence of INEC means. Independent National Electoral Commission. And not that he will just be kowtowing or doing whatever pleases the executive. So, and is it possible? Yes, it's possible. We've seen in the past that an individual can make a change. That was why, for instance, Humphrey Mosi was able to, even at the face of threats, continue doing what he was doing with regard to the 1993 elections until he could do no more.
All right, then.
So, yes, if Amopitan wanted, he would have started on a good note. But sadly, he's not started on a good note. And it's rather giving the impression that it's the same thing as all over.
We're really pressed for time, really, and we really sincerely apologize for that one. We understand that Comrade Ibrahim Momo also just joined the conversation. Comrade, let's establish communication again. Thank you once again for joining. I know you're in transit. I don't know if you're somewhere okay and safe now to have this conversation because of our time, really.
Yes, I've always been here.
Okay. All right. Now, my question to you, so that you just answer all together in maybe less than one minute thereabout. Our election, of course, the new INEC chair has clearly said we will be having free, fair, credible elections come 2027, and of course, off-cycle elections from Abuja to Ekiti and Osun State. Beyond all of the rhetorics of
for me,
yes,
incumbents have lost elections. Jonathan lost election. Kwankwanso in the first term lost election. The current Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, lost his re-election bid. In fact, members of the ruling party too have lost election. In Anambra, very fresh in our memory, the APC candidate Kachuku also lost election. So the first thing is that we must also have to agree that Nigerians must make up their mind that they are the critical stakeholders. And so it is what Nigerians writ large want that happens. And that's the first element of that, of that conversation. Secondly, that I am all for technology. So I'm not critical of the conversation of technology. I think technology has never been the challenge. It is the human factor that has always been a challenge. It's not the progress that we have made. In fact, the reason why we can call elections flawed today is because of the fact that we are not in line with the outcomes of what the technologies that we have deployed could have brought. These are the issues.
Okay. All right, then. Well, because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the conversation proper. Well, I want to say big thanks to Comrade Ibrahim Momo, and of course, I know he's still in transit. That is why we're having some of the glitches we're having. But let's jump into one major trending conversation that is making the round this morning, since yesterday night and this morning, and we're not even going to go on any break. So let's get to it. Almost an industrial court sitting in Abuja has granted an interim injunction preventing the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors from embarking on any strike or industrial action. The ruling issued by presiding judge E.D. Sobilim followed an ex parte application by the federal government, and Attorney General Lateef Fagbemi NAD had explained as planned, to begin a strike on January the 12th over unresolved welfare and professional demands. While the court's order restrains the association, its leaders and members from organizing and participating in or taking steps towards any industrial action, including strikes, go-slows, picketing, or work stoppages. The injunction will remain in force pending the hearing of the substantive motion scheduled for January the 21st, 2026. Now, the court also directed that order be served to the respondent within 7 days and granted NAD, its president and secretary, the right to apply to discharge or vary the order within the same time frame. Well, this ruling marks a significant legal intervention ahead of the planned industrial action. Well, because it's a court situation, let me start off, and I'm going to take this, we're going to take it all because of our time to all three panelists today. I'm going to start off with you, Barrister. Looking at these court injunction, clearly to the National Association of Residents Doctors to not think of anything called industrial action. What do you make of this? Owing to the fact that the association has said after the memorandum of understanding signed with the federal government, not one of anything in the MOU have been implemented.
I think, thank you very much. Of our judiciary to settle issues. The pronouncement by the National Industrial Court is disgraceful. It's against all norms of human rights. It has no basis in law. You say people should not go on strike. Come on, what the hell for? I mean, there's some judgments. You wonder what was going through the mind of the judges, because the reality is this: if they go on strike, what do? You go and arrest resident doctors, and they all stop working, and then what happens to the system? I mean, even the Attorney General, who brought this action, I think he should go through his faculties and be sure he knows what he's talking about. Rather, okay, you're spending billions providing the thousands of naira for the repentant militants, and you are still paying doctors peanuts. Nurses cannot even pay their transport fare to work, and you say they should not go on strike, and you say you have a court order to enforce that. Come on, give us a break. There are things that happen in our judiciary that some of us begin to wonder. Was this the same law we read about 36 years ago? Was it the same profession that inspired changes that people like Ganifa and me and co inspired us to get involved with, that is now being used as a sledgehammer against the population? Rather than address the pains and the anguish of the resident doctors and the consultants who are leaving Nigeria in droves, you now want to criminalize strike actions over peanuts, over salaries? Come on. I mean, I get it.
Fortunately,
that the judiciary continues to allow itself to be used for such nonsensical pronouncement. But I assure you this, let them go ahead and declare the strike illegal, and then arrest the leadership of this National Association of Resident Doctors, and all the doctors will disappear from the system. And what happens? What happens is that those who are ruling will still be traveling to London and Dubai for treatment. And you and I will be stuck. We may even have to begin to go back to the herbalists in our villages for treatment. So that government should not be bothered with. It should be dispensed with, and then they should try to meet the resident doctors and address their concerns.
Okay, thank you so much, Barrister, for that particular one. And when you talked about some people who have to go back to their herbalists, in their villages for treatment, I think David was really happy about that. Okay, let's come back to the studio, David. And Junior, to just let you know that you're happy about that. Let's come back to the studio, Dr. Anosike. In just a few minutes, I want you to also talk about, give me your take as regards to it. But what I'm looking at now, there is a new system in line as regards to the federal government. There is no right for protest anymore, either strike or protest.
Who says
because
so?
No. Now, because this is what I am actually, sensing. Some people came out to protest and they were arrested. They said they chanted war songs. Now, the same government had the other, another faction did a counter protest, but they didn't have issues with that. Now, it looks like if you protest, you have a problem with the government, or you can be arrested. Now, if you want to go on strike, you can still be arrested, by using the court against you. So, do we still have freedom in this country?
Excuse me, are you talking of Nigeria of yesterday or Nigeria of today?
The Nigeria of today that you're also reading now, that they said that the doctors can actually go on strike.
Whoever gave that judgment should cover himself, her face in shame. Understand me?
That's for some people that actually do.
Or the world is changing. The world is changing. Before I talk on this issue, I want to talk about the INEC now recognizing Osman.
Okay.
The mandate was Abure. Don't allow P2B to contest in LP. Understand me? Okay. So now P2B is out of LP. Understand? That mandate is that business, that venture is over. Understand? So they now have to recognize the right person. Understand? So this shows you that INEC and the ruling party are on the same page.
Okay.
Understand me? That shows you that both of them are on the same page. Then on this, the
judgment.
For me, it is not every court pronouncement that you should obey, because some sound nonsensical, some sound very stupid, like this one. Understand? Protest is recognized both by our own constitution and the International Labour Organization. Understand me? You have every right to do your protest. Why is because when it turns bad, it's when you begin to vandalize public properties. Understand me? So I make them on the 12th, let them go out and do their protest.
All right.
Understand me?
Let's because of our time, let's take it to Comrade Ibrahim Momo. Comrade, maybe in another 1 minute, let's have your view on this particular conversation. Again, you've heard both panelists as well, given their position on this. What's your take?
For me, it's essentially the fact that when you charge, when you make incendiary remarks, for example, in the course of your protest, you have opened yourself to attacks. This is what I think is to that arrest. And then with the NARD, what happened is that essentially when you give a notice of industrial action, and the government or the other party can beat it to it by going to industrial court, it is still within the law. If they have called what do you call it, if they have taken action without letting government know, you have been in a better state than giving a notice of action by Monday and government are running quickly to court. Industrial court. So everything you have acted in both instances was within the ambit of the law. It's just that smartness that presented if they have not given the notice, it will have been for them to carry out the action.
All right then. Well, thank you so very much, Comrade, for your submission there. We really have to go, and we apologize also for the time frame that we're choking you with. Wanted to be thank you to every single panelist here this beautiful morning. From Dr. Peter Anosike, who again is a philosopher, a development economist, and of course, best-selling author, he's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Doctor, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Also, Eze Liche Esquire, attorney at law and public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, thank you so very much for lending your voice as well.
Okay. Wonderful day.
So, Barrister, in 10 seconds, can the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors vacate this order from the industrial code?
Yes, they can. Okay. They can, but if they're supposed to start their strike on the 12th, I don't know. The 12th is like Monday, so I'm not sure. What may happen, they may go underground. I mean, if they go underground, would you get to serve the order and then all that stuff? So it's not the wisest. The courts are there, but at times you try to resolve this issue without going to court. Because if you go to court, and they give an order, you only send the leaders underground. And that is the worst scenario you want to have.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Barrister, for that one. Also, I want to say big thank you to Comrade Ibrahim Momo, a lecturer, a public affairs analyst and commentator, and of course, human rights activist. Thank you so very much, Comrade, for being here as well.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you so very much. We have to go. I want to say big thank you to every single person who made the production possible, from the producer, of course, to the director, and of course the India's person and the sound person and everybody who made it possible. Big thank you to you guys and to you out there that have taken your time to see us this beautiful morning. I want to say please do stay tuned with us because we have all the awesome broadcasting lined up for you on a beautiful Saturday like today. As we go, hey, don't forget there is no great nation like Nigeria. Always and consistently pray for Nigeria, and don't forget to be a good citizen. Have a beautiful weekend ahead. David Edwin saying do have a great day. God bless Nigeria.
And of course, I don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Enjoy your weekend.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV,
Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? The coming of Isha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical. Apologies for coming on board a little bit behind schedule. It was due to technicalities. But hey, we are good to go. My name is Vivian Oguche, and I'm not flying solo. I got Ikechukwu here. Hi.
Good evening. I'm Ikechukwu Ago. And for those of you watching across social media, particularly on YouTube, we'd like you to subscribe to our YouTube platform. And of course, leave us a message, because we also love to see what you've got to say about the conversation we'll be having today. Let's get the show on the road.
All right. So our very first hashtag for today is Dangote. So you know how we broke the story? One of the channels that broke the story that Dangote was taking Ahmed Farouk Ahmed to court over gross misconduct and the fact that as a civil servant, he was living above his means. Well, shortly after that episode, Ahmed Farouk, tendered his resignation, but something happened. Just yesterday, Dangote decided to withdraw the case from ICPC, and today he's asking the EFCC to take over investigation of this case that he withdrew from the ICPC. So why did he do that? According to Vanguard, he did this in order to speed up proceedings. Yeah, but first, let's take a look at how the cable is breaking this particular news, and then we'll take a look at how Vanguard is spinning the tail as well. Hashtag Dangote. So credit goes to the cable for this one. It says, Aliko Dangote, chairman of Dangote Group, has asked the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to investigate Farouk Ahmed. Dangote had accused the ex-CEO of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, of abuse of office, corrupt enrichment and living beyond legitimate means. In December 2025, Dangote submitted a petition against Ahmed to the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, through his lawyer, alleging corruption and financial impropriety. I beg your pardon. It goes on to say, on December 17, Ahmed tendered his resignation after a meeting with President Tinubu. There's a continuation of this. Let's take a look at it. Yeah. So, on January 7, Dangote withdrew his petition against Ahmed from the ICPC. In a fresh petition, Dangote urged Ola Olukoyede, chairman of the EFCC, to probe Ahmed for financial misconduct, violation of the Code of Conduct for Public Officers, and related offenses. Now, let's take a look at that one by the Vanguard now. Yeah, so credit goes to the Vanguard for this, and it says the chairman of Dangote Industries Limited, DIL, Aliko Dangote, through his legal representative, has filed a formal corruption petition against the former managing director of the Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, at the headquarters of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. This move follows the withdrawal of the same petition from the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, a strategic decision aimed at accelerating the prosecution process. So that, guys, is the bone of contention here. Now, but some netizens actually jumped on this particular one. I thought we should take a look at what Mega Mixer is saying. Mega Mixer says the decision by Aliko Dangote to elevate his grievances against Farouk Ahmed from a withdrawn ICPC petition to a formal Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, complaint suggests that the pursuit of accountability has moved from a tactical retreat to a strategic offensive. By involving the EFCC, Dangote is no longer merely alleging a private wrong, but is inviting a broader investigation into the financial conduct of the former head of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. This escalation follows the ICPC's refusal to bury the initial allegations of a $7 million payment for Swiss tuition fees, a move that reinforces the principle that corruption involving public officials cannot be treated as a private negotiable asset. Verified facts indicate that the ICPC had already initiated contact with Swiss authorities before the attempted withdrawal of the petition. The subsequent handover or parallel involvement of the EFCC must not result in the bureaucratic file shuffling that historically signals the death of high-profile probes in Nigeria. Are you catching the drift, guys? There's another part of this post. Yeah, so it continues by saying the central question remains unchanged. How does a career public servant justify the expenditure of millions of dollars on international education? This is a question of public policy and institutional integrity that transcends the individual motivations of the petitioner. The EFCC must now demonstrate that its intervention will add investigative muscle rather than provide a convenient procedural delay. The public interest demands that this case not be lost in a jurisdictional tug-of-war between agencies. Accountability in the petroleum sector is a foundational requirement for economic stability. The Commission should provide a clear timeline for its findings, ensuring that the transition of this case leads to a prosecution based on forensic evidence rather than a settlement brokered behind closed doors. So you understand what's going on, Ikechukwu? Yeah. So Dangote withdrew the case from the ICPC and asked the EFCC to take over. Now, this netizen actually, in particular, saying, I am smelling rat here. That he's doing this so that the EFCC will just probably bury the case or bury the hatchet, because the ICPC has already contacted the Swiss authority and all. But what do you make of this whole thing, though?
It's very possible. I mean, maybe one of the conditions for the withdrawal of the case was that the man Farouk actually resigns. Maybe there's been some sort of closed-door conversations that, okay, he's going to resign, and maybe at some point tender an apology or something, but then you're definitely going to withdraw the case. But on the flip side, it could be that, he's looking at the fact that, yes, I mean, this is an economic issue, and EFCC is first when it comes to, dealing with corrupt officials in government. That's exactly where this particular thing, Ahmed Farouk's...
But it wasn't really an economic issue. It was a personal rift.
Well,
that's how it started out.
Well, you might say it was a personal rift, but the position it was occupying, really, it's endangering Nigeria's economy. And from what Dangote is actually doing, it's actually to uplift Nigeria's economy. So if you look at it both ways, you understand that it's more of an economic issue for Dangote at this point. And of course, yes, you want to say it's a businessman, he wants to actually grow, and this is a man who's tried to actually stifle his business. So again, that's why it's actually looking at. I'm looking at from this other side now, outside the fact that, the reason why he could have done that is because there might be an agreement. But if there was no agreement, maybe he's looking at the EFCC as, since their own jurisdiction covers more on economic issues and then going after public, office holder, then of course, that's exactly why he's looking at, handing over to the EFCC. But again, what Mega Mr. actually said might have some, light in it, but of course, with coming days, we're definitely go to find out, what the whole issue. But because EFCC has this case history of actually, messing up cases, that's exactly why it's actually sounding the way he's sounding. Because
but I want to come in here. So Mega Mixer is saying that, look, since the ICPC is insisting on continuation of this, investigation, because they're saying, look, we are not ceasing fire, we will conclude this investigation and come up with the results and all. Mega Mixer is now saying if both the ICPC and EFCC, both of them are investigating just one case, is there not going to be some clash at some point?
No, it's never going to happen, because I mean, we've seen that the Nigerian police and the army can actually go on the joint operations. We've seen the FBI and the CIA go on joint operations. So it's all about, understanding where their roles actually will overlap. Of course, to ensure that they get the same results, which is actually to find out if this allegation is actually true or not. I don't think it's going to come up, except one of them is trying to actually now, mess up the case, and that's exactly where problem will come. But if they all have the same goal to actually get the facts on this particular case, I don't think there's going to be any issue.
All right, let's quickly take a look at the next hashtag, which is hashtag Malami. So you do know the former Attorney General has been cooling his feet in the correctional center, himself, his wife, and his son in Kuje. Yeah, but they've been granted bail, right? And someone or a publication put up a post and a video, right? But someone came to make a correction swiftly to say, look, this is misinformation. It is why this particular hashtag is trending. Now, let me take you back to X now, so you see how hashtag Malami, former Attorney General of the Federation, is panning out. Shall we do it? Yeah. So Nigeria Stories is the publication that put it up, saying Malami, wife and son arrived with a private jet to historic welcome after meeting 1.5 billion naira bail conditions set by court. And they put up this video. Guys, take a look. So that's the video that Nigeria Stories put up as an attachment to the post it put up, saying that this was how they arrived to a rousing welcome. Now, take a look at what this netizen is saying, right? That's the next post we'll take a look at. Johnson W4, who just actually dropped this post, said, this video, he called it a photograph, was that of former AGF Malami, wife and son, and they were seen on a private jet. And this was taken in 2020 when they arrived Benin Kebbi for his son's wedding. So this is trending for a totally different reason. That was
the video,
an old video, and that Malami has not come home to a rousing welcome in a private jet, like flaunting his riches after being under investigation and all. you know.
Yeah, I want to believe it's true because, I mean, you're actually coming out of the SEC. This is not the time to actually come up with a show like this. If you were still very much, under the ruling party and is doing this, you might want to look at it that, okay, maybe the authorities will just turn a blind eye. But not now, not a man who has actually been, behind, bars for a while and then come out with this sort of, I don't think it's actually reasonable for him to do that. So I want to actually agree that this is actually not, telling the real story of what's actually going on with Malami. And that's exactly one of those, dangers that social media gives you.
And that's one of the roles we play here, right? As gatekeepers. So we bring stuff like this to your notice, right? So you know exactly how it is panning out. We'll quickly move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Dati Baba Ahmed, Peter Obi's former running mate. He seems to be making the headlines for a couple of days now. And today, he's actually trending for like 3 different reasons, right? So number one, he came out to deny that he actually did not announce, his intention to run for the presidency under the Labour Party, but that he was merely stating that he's still, in the Labour Party. But that's not what he said. We all heard what he said and we all know what he said. But hey, netizens reacted to that. And then there's another reason why he's trending. He said Peter Obi has actually not defected from the Labour Party to the ADC, and that if he has, the Labour Party should actually present Peter Obi's resignation letter to him, Dati. Where is this coming from? You might want to ask. Then he also went on to say that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has been contesting, that he should chill for now. And Dele Momodu has a rebuttal for that one. So we go to X now. So it's a timeline. Walk with me, yeah? One after the other. Let's do it. Hashtag Dati Baba Ahmed. Shall we? Yeah. So Channel Television has this one. It says, I never declared to contest the presidency 2 days ago, even though there could be a possibility of that happening. I simply reiterated my membership for the Labour Party. Dati Baba Ahmed, former vice presidential candidate at Labour Party. Reactions now. So, Omaan says Nigerian politics thrives on assumptions until a formal declaration is made. Everything else is just noise. Kelvin Paul in OGA says the politics that will be played in 2027, even we, the citizens, will fear. Then BD says, okay. Agbalaka says, now that's semantics. Told the game is the game. Let's continue to see more reactions, shall we? So Sake says that, Baba, you don't owe anybody an explanation. And then he said, we are together, obediently, obedience.
Of course, unpopular opinion said he has the right to contest for the office of the president like every other person. But in my unsolicited opinion, the timing may be wrong for him. He will not even win one state, so why waste resources? Why not keep gathering it for the right moment, which will be in 2031? If that comes out in 2031, I'm very sure a lot of us will vote for him. Samuel Ozonna said, you have a hint. It's also a subtle declaration of intent, and there is nothing wrong in doing so.
All right, let's talk about this a little bit before we take a look at the next post that's going to talk about why that is also trending. Why do you think he's saying what he's saying right now?
Well, maybe because of the backlash,
yeah,
that he got from, people when he actually made this statement. A lot of persons got, a lot of the obedient, not a lot of persons, a lot of the obedient got disappointed about, him saying that he wants to run under the Labour Party, that they felt actually because of the conduct of, Abure and other persons forced to be out of the party. So they felt he should have actually followed Obi, not to actually stick, around with the same Abure and co in the Labour Party. So that's exactly why that reaction actually came. But that's just more of it. It's expected for people who actually kind of attached to their political leader. That's exactly what I say.
He also said something that he's going to hold down the Labour Party for Peter Obi, that in case he doesn't get the presidential ticket, on the ADC platform, he can come back home. He said that. But let's take a look at the next post now, shall we? So, Nigeria Story says, Atiku started contesting when I was doing my NYSC. There is a need for a new generation of Nigerian leaders, Dati Baba Ahmed. But before this, there is another post by The Cable where Dati talked about Peter Obi actually not defecting. Can we pull that up before we take a look at this? Well, there seems to be some mix-up here, but The Cable has a story where Dati Baba Ahmed is saying that Peter Obi did not defect from the LP to the ADC, and that he's wanting for the Labour Party to show them, you know, Peter Obi's resignation letter. Can we take this off the screen? When we are ready for this, we'll bring it back. Let's talk about that a little bit. Why do you think Dati is saying that?
Well, I mean, politicians, you know, I think yesterday we talked about Dati. You made mention of, you know, something about, is it possible that Dati could actually be, you know, doing this to actually hold down the Labour Party for Peter Obi, because some of the netizens were actually inferring, you know, that he might actually be doing that. But again, yet it's very possible. Politicians can actually go about their things. Peter Obi has learned a lot from 2023. He's grown more in when it comes to national politics. He understands how the game is played. I also recall that I also said something about ZLP at some point, that he's got something up his sleeve. He's not going to actually throw himself into, you know, the ADC without certain level of assurance.
That doesn't seem likely. The ZLP thing is.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is, he's not going to just throw himself into the ADC without any level of assurance. And looking at the LP and what the statement that is actually saying, it's very possible that Peter Obi might actually just be in alliance with the ADC and not be, you know, a full member. But from what we saw in that Enugu, you know, declaration, it seems like Peter Obi actually, declared to be a part of the ADC. But like he said, if the Labour Party can actually produce that, and it will be interesting for Nigerians to also get to see what the ADC will respond to. You know, if the ADC will say, no, PWB is a card-carrying member, I think that will, you know, eventually just put all of this to bed. But until then, I think there's lots of speculation. People start thinking, you know, because you cannot be a card-carrying member of both parties. It's not possible.
It's even criminal.
Yeah.
So we're waiting to see how the ADC is going to respond to this particular one, because this is making massive traction online right now. I'm talking about the allegations that Baba Ahmed just made about his former running mate, or his former boss, if you want to call him that, Peter Obi, that Peter Obi hasn't really defected from the Labour Party, and that if actually he's defected, that he is daring the Labour Party to present or to show Peter Obi's resignation later. The Cable, as well as other publications, have got that particular story. Now, let's take a look at that one by Nigerian Stories, that he also talked about Atiku Abubakar contesting for a number of times. He said, Atiku started contesting when I was doing my NYSC. There is a need for a new generation of Nigerian leaders. Now, Dele Momodu is responding. Let's see how he's doing that, shall we? Dele Momodu says, questions for Dati Ahmed. Does being old mean you are no longer good and visionary? Does age disqualify anyone from personal aspirations? Did Atiku Abubakar stop you and Peter Obi from contesting the last presidential election? What makes you better than Atiku Abubakar, who owns the American University just like you own Bayes University and was vice president of Nigeria? And then he goes on to say, can a man donate his personal dreams to you just because you are younger? If you admit that Atiku is more formidable and comes from the regions where the votes are more voluminous and has consistently built his structures since when you were still in school, why can't you appreciate and imbibe and support his doggedness? So what do you think is Dati's grouse against Abubakar? Is it age or incompetence? And then what do you make of Dele Momodu's response?
Dati's grouse obviously is the age. I mean, he didn't say anything about Atiku Abubakar's incompetence. He just said, you know, he's been contesting for a long time, which is fine. And which for me, it shouldn't be a ground to disqualify anyone. I mean, Abraham Lincoln actually, you know, continued to run till over 70 before he became president of America.
And he contested for 9 times.
Yeah, and of course, the fourth, eventually won the elections, and he became the president of the United States. And one of the most, you know, celebrated United States president ever is still the same man we just talked about. But For Elijah to go Abubakar, yes, it should not disqualify him. But now let's look at Dylan Momodu's response. I think all his response are just, as simple as, you can actually read through it. Because he wasn't even just throwing Atiku Abubakar as the very best. He's just asking simple questions.
Salient questions,
right.
Yes.
Okay, is this the problem? He's actually been consistent about what he's been doing. You own a university just the same way. It means that both of you value education. I mean, Nigeria, if a country has to move forward, we need a leader who really understands the value of education. So basically, that's is him just selling Atiku Abubakar. I want to believe that he's one of those very staunch Atiku Abubakar's followers within the ADC. So that's exactly what he's actually saying. I think at this point, right, maybe that can actually make any sort of statement because he's still yet a member. He's still yet to be a member of the ADC. So he can actually say whatever it is he wants to say about Atiku Abubakar. But from where I stand, I don't think he's got a problem. He's just looking at the future of the country.
Yeah,
we need leaders who a fresh start basically.
I was going to ask, do you see him ever considering defecting from the Labour Party to the ADC?
He's a politician, very possible.
All right. On that note, we move on to the next hashtag now, which is hashtag Otedola Bridge. It's trending all over social media, especially X, because there was a ghastly motor accident today. There's a video and then there is a post. But I am so glad this favored family escaped death. Now, you should see the car crash. It is unbelievable that people came out of it, unharmed. Let me just take you to X now so you see the post and then a video shortly afterward. And of course, there's one response I'd like for us to tackle head on. So the cable says, family escapes death as tomato truck crashes on Otedola Bridge. A mini truck carrying tomatoes lost control due to brake failure along Otedola Bridge on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway on Thursday. The accident, which happened around noon, had no fatalities as a family in one of the vehicles narrowly escaped death. According to eyewitness, the truck veered off the road, slamming into ongoing vehicles on the bridge. Otedola Bridge remains one of Lagos's most notorious accident black spots, frequently plagued by brake failures, truck mishaps, and structural concerns. And that last paragraph is what another netizen is going to re-echo in a short while. But guys, take a look at the video of the incident. Right. Can you even believe that, Ikechukwu? And this is just even coming on the heels of what had happened with Anthony Joshua and his friends and how they lost their lives.
How did the car even get to that point?
That's the thing. That's like another car on another car, and then that's the tomato truck there.
So I'm thinking it's possible I don't know if the car leaped on it or it felt. It's horrible, really. It means that car must have somersaulted and landed on that one. I've witnessed a car once somersaulted, on the Bissam Road a couple of years ago, and it's a very terrible experience. And that one too, a child was in that particular car, and nothing happened to the child. It was a very sad experience.
Miraculous.
Yes, the man, the child, and the wife, and the car just in our front. I don't know what happened. It was around 7 in the evening. The car veered off the road and then hit the bump and spinned,
Wow.
Just landed in the ditch. And when they came out, the child was the first, people rushed to take out of the...
And the child was unharmed?
Very unharmed. The wife also came out. And then the man who I want to believe is the father also came out and just sat on the ground like, God, this is...
I'm trying to imagine how this family would have felt when they came out and discovered that nothing happened. I'm just very grateful for them. But one netizen jumped on the fact that Otedola Bridge is the particular spot where stuff like this happens over and over and over again. And the question now is why? Can we take a look at that post now? It is hashtag Otedola Bridge. I'm taking you back to X now. Let's do it. So Anthony says Otedola Bridge, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway has the most accident in Lagos State, and you just can't tell why. Now that's a clearer picture of of the incident. Ikechukwu, why do you think this particular spot is always recording stuff like this? It's either a tanker carrying fuel, explodes or stuff.
Yeah. Otedola Bridge is known for even fire incidents majorly. Of course, you group all of it under accidents, right? But this particular, spot of that particular bridge, I really don't know. I don't know if it has any
unexplainable,
any metaphysical power to it. But
I don't think that's.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. But then it's a problem. It's really a problem. I don't know if the authorities can actually look at a way to actually ensure that that part of the bridge is actually decongested, create another route where cars can actually, pass through either an overhead bridge or something to actually ensure that that place is actually smooth. Because one of the reasons that you have this sort of problem regularly is because of the influx of cars, within that particular spot. That's exactly where this accident is usually. If there were no multiple cars, you wouldn't be having this accident. So I think they should really look into it and find a way to sit with architects to actually design, a road pattern for that will ensure that particular spot, becomes free. That's the only way to actually solve, that sort of this kind of problem.
Yeah, and like Anthony said, thank God that no life was lost. Actually join Anthony in thanking God for that. Let's quickly move on to GNI building now. It is a story that we've been following, and I would love for us to actually bring you the update. The great Nigeria Insurance building on the island. You know how it went up in flames and how rescue mission has been ongoing for days, and how we brought to your attention the Omatu brothers, 3 of them, and how they kept calling, help, rescue. It's on a very sad note that I come to tell you that they passed on, really. And you have scores of people who have died in that building. Reverend Father Ejike jumped on this to, share his condolences with the family, because the elder brother to this late Omatu brothers is actually a Reverend Father that is based outside the country. But first, the People's Gazette dropped a bombshell really, regarding this particular matter. Now, I want to take you to X now, so you see what the People's Gazette is saying about this whole thing and the allegations they're making against the firefighters. Let's do it. We are supposed to be talking about the GNI building and not the KPMG. Please, the GNI building, can you take us to where the People Gazette put up an allegation that the marketers, traders are making against firefighters? I understand that we are having technicalities and we can't put up that particular post. And it's not something out. Can we take this off? Okay, people, you have to pardon me. Technicalities. I don't know what's going on right now, and it's very upsetting. But this thing that the People Gazette is reporting regarding the GNI building is something I wouldn't want to say like it's coming from me. So until we have that particular one, I won't be able to let you know. I think I'm going to wrap up the show now because of this whole mix-up. Thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. But the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. Until we come your way again, have a good day. Bye.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello everyone, my name is Ladimola Mason Philip and I'm the founder and creative director of Craftsmania Hub. Craftsmania Hub is located at number 2 Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyikola Shopping Plaza, Jakonde Gate, Solo. My flair for fashion and creativity has always been right from inception, where those days I used to help my mom, tie her scarf, make her accessories and all that. So I was way into fashion a long time ago. So when I was in my undergraduate days, I was into bead making. I would buy beads and create something out of it. After graduation, I went further to acquire more skills in bead making and millinery. And from there, my support from my family and friends has helped me to a lot, and I've been able to improve the business and grow the business to a scalable one. Well, everything in Capmania Hub is made by me from the scratch. Although it's quite challenging, but with God's help, and most of the time I seek inspiration from God. Anytime I'm lost in thought or in what to create, I ask God to just give me direction, and He always come true for me. Well, so many things inspire me to create. Like for instance, I might be going on the street, I might see something, I might wow, I can create something out of this, I might even see a flower, like a plant, I might just create a flower design from it and make a fascinator or a rose from it. So my environment and the things I see, and also, life in general inspires me. Like in every other business, financial constraint as one major factor from the onset. But over time, I've been able to get support from family and friends and through personal savings. And because I've been able to build trust with customers, I've been able to gain clients from there. And as such, I've been able to grow the business. And also cost of production, and also how to get quality materials too has been a major challenge too. But all this challenge has helped me one way or the other, because I've gained insight, I've gained experience, and they have helped me to improve in strengths and my weaknesses too. And also, the gains are enormous. The gain as a bead maker, as a milliner, as a costume stylist and crafter has been enormous. Personally, I love to see people wear my brand, because it gives me great joy to see people wearing my brand for their maybe church services, for their wedding, their career day and all that. It gives me great joy. So I've been able to empower people. I've empowered people a lot, gain financial independence and be able to help mankind has been my major gain in this business. And of course, the business is a scalable one, so there are also financial gains, of course. And also the joy of being able to wear my own, handmade crafts is the most important aspect for me. The government has been helping, because I know SMEs program and all that, funds, grants have been in place. I've tried to apply for them one time or the other, but I'm yet to be considered. But I will not relent. I will keep trying until. So I think if the funds is being increased, I think it will help more people to get access to it. My name is Mason Ladimola Philip, and the business is at number 2, Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyekola Shopping Plaza, Jakode Gate, Solo. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and on Twitter. And my handles are @Craftsmania Hub _renters.
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate crowds and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle so as not to become unduly excited and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the crowds it passed and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the MP south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and two of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We don't just... When it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
All right, so another beautiful day on the weekend kickoff on Voice of the People Television. The weekend is upon us. What an auspicious day as the Super Eagles get to trade tackles with the Desert Foxes of Algeria to be in the semi-final of the African Cup of Nations 2025 out there in Morocco. We've seen the first two games, Morocco dispatching the indomitable Lions of Cameroon, and of course, Senegal doing justice against Mali. And on that note, I say welcome once again. My name is Jerry Arpeliohai, saying welcome once again to the weekend kickoff. I will not be doing it alone. The usual suspects are with me, talking about the guys, the usual suspect, criminal in sports, like somebody would say. Afis, it's great to have you join us, and Ikechukwu, so much to look forward to on the weekend kickoff today.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe club football in England will not be resuming. It will be resuming, but it's not the Premier League. The FA Cup is upon us. I mean, we saw a game last night, Nottingham Forest, exiting the competition in the hands of Wrexham. Nigerian goalkeeper Ato Okonkwo, he recently switched his nationality. Now he's Nigerian, and he kept. How would I put it now? Not a clean sheet in the penalty shootout,
he kept his team in the game.
But he kept his team in, and now they're on to the next round for Wrexham right there. And yeah, like you said, the elephants in the room, Super Eagles of Nigeria up against Desert Foxes of Algeria, arguably the biggest clash of the quarterfinal round of the AFCON. And of course, we are all ready for the Super Eagles to go, and let's see if they can get into the semi-finals and ultimately win the trophy.
All right, of course, Algeria will be standing in their way. Kechukwu, so much to look forward to on the weekend kickoff.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, guys. It's actually beautiful to be here because, last night we actually saw, Cameroon actually left the competition. A lot of persons actually expect Cameroon to actually, make it past, the Moroccans. Maybe because of history of what happened a couple of years ago in Morocco when Cameroon actually sends the home team packing. Now, of course, Cameroon has this very huge history of actually sending host nation in Nations Cup packing. They did it in 88. They did it against the Super Eagles in 2001. They also sent Ghana packing in 2008. So a lot of persons were expecting it to actually be, business as usual. But Cameroon failed to actually live up to your expectation. Maybe that's something to do with what happened with the Fecafoot before they got to the championship. Or maybe not. Maybe the Moroccans are just too good. They're going to show just why they are being rated as, arguably the best team in Africa. I will be hoping that the Super Eagles will, find a way past the Algerians like we did in 88, because the Algerians have been a huge thorn on our flesh, when it comes to AFCON recently. So hopefully, let's get to see what will happen, later today.
All right, let's see what happens later today when the Super Eagles will be taking on the Desert Forces of Algeria out there in Marrakech. It's a very big game for both sides. We look forward to see what's going to happen. And of course, let's start off the show. Like we say, kick off the show with the news over the week where it looked like all the attention was on Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman. A lot of Nigerians would have loved to celebrate the victory against Mozambique, which ended 4-0 in favor of the Super Eagles. Quite, will I say, 100% matured performance from the Super Eagles, better than what we saw in the group stage. Though they won their 3 games, they did not concede. They molest the Mozambicans. A lot of Nigerians would have been more interested in what happened in that game. But of course, Victor Osimhen decided to take the shine of that beautiful performance and decided to be, would I say, the John Wick of the show. We all know how John Wick is, ruthless. I want to call everyone, even the Mozambicans at the point when they came in and said, "Yo, we are winning. We are winning. So why are you agitated? You have scored 2 goals. You are beating us 4-0. What else do you want to be excited about?"
Should be the ones that should be
angry.
They should be angry that they are yet to
the ones holding the Osimhen. Calm down.
It was the funny side.
But he wouldn't have it. He was busy talking about everybody leave the pitch. At a point in time, he was not interested in the corner kick that was taken. Yeah. He said, I think when Lookman took the corner, he showed no interest in making any attempt to respond to that corner. And of course, he fought with Bruno Iheanacho. I think Bruno Iheanacho left the scene. He didn't want what happened to John Wick's opponent to happen to him.
That was the original suspect.
He left the scene. He was absent from the scene because Lookman was taking everything. Of course, Lookman respected himself, you know. They are disadvantaged. He's disadvantaged in height and in size, and of course the street OT. He doesn't have it. He's an in-it boy. He was just calm all the way.
I don't want trouble.
Osimhen was ready for the kill. What happened? What happened?
For me, that was very, very sad. I mean, just like you said, 4-0. I know the newspapers, the tabloids already are agog that, hey, look at Super Eagles, now you should fear them. You know, they have the fear factor now, dispatching Mozambique, who did not even do bad at all in Group F, you know, coming up toward when a lot of people expected them to even finish bottom of the group. You understand? So now the Super Eagles, they whitewash them, you know, 4-0. We're all ready to see, you know, news and the players' performance from the boys. But then Victor Osimhen decided to, you know, kind of take the shine for himself in a more negative way, to be honest. I mean, there are lots. I know the issue is maybe long gone now, but we just have to go back and just look at what it was. Look at Victor Osimhen. You don't smack the hands of your captain. I still maintain that. You don't do that. You know, it's more like football is not just what you play on the pitch. It's not just about your talents. It's about that that psychology, you know, that mental awareness, and you don't do that. Even if something is, you know, trying to brew up and your captain is trying to settle it, you know, you don't just go on to smack his hand just because you want to pass that message. And you even now pass that message to someone that was not that was even trying to calm you down, you know, from trying to, you know, attack Bruno Iheanacho, because Lookman was, you know, trying to calm him down that, hey, maybe Bruno should have passed the ball, but he didn't. He was trying to calm him down. Then you went back to tell him it's a team game and all of that. It kind of looked like there was something you've been putting in mind and are now trying to know, you know, trying to show up. But I'll give good credit to Ademola Lookman, who came up with a post and said they are brothers, you know, and that they have to, you know, take away all this distraction because they are facing a bigger test ahead in Algeria. So for me, Victor Osimhen, yes, he's back training with the team. The way he left angrily after that game, he didn't take part in the usual prayers that they do after the game. He went to the dressing room. He left earlier than everybody. Went to the team bus, sat at the back while everybody was talking and, you know, vibing. He was just there. So for me, but I think all those ones in the past now. But I still have 1 or 2 questions. I don't know what Ikechukwu will say about that.
Yeah, what really happened? The street boy came out of Victor Osimhen. The rant we saw when he had issue with Finidi George came back again. It looks like you can take the man out of the street. You can't take the street out of the man.
Truly, you know, it didn't actually start today. It actually started when, I mean, the very first time Victor Osimhen got in the news for being a hothead. It's actually in 2022 when he had the issues right there in Napoli. You know, with his former team at the point. Alvino, one of the super agents in that particular team actually, you know, looked at him and, you know, this guy is going to be a problem. But of course, the coach at the time, you know, was able to actually manage the crisis. And one of the reasons, the major reason why that actually happened was because one of the captain was actually supposed to, one of the teammates was supposed to pass the ball to him in a very promising position, just like Bruno Imici. He got angry and he was very, very furious. And then in 2023, we saw the incident with Nidi George. He went all out, screaming and all of that. And that was why when the bad boy of Italian football in his own days, Antonio Conte, who was actually known to actually pull off his boot and hit a fan in his own playing days, fight on the pitch. When he actually got into the dugout of Napoli, first thing he said is that I don't want this guy as part of my team because he also when he was a player, he was a bad boy. So he understands that
he knows how bad boys move.
So two bad boys cannot actually be in the same space, and he had to send the teammate back, and that was the beginning of his problem. And then everyone expected him to have learned a lesson because of that, because a lot of conversation was going, agents were talking bad about him, bad review kept coming up, and a lot of clubs were actually being skeptical about taking risk on him as a player. And now he moved, finally settled in Turkey. We expect him to actually be planning to actually make a major move, a major comeback to mainstream Europe. And now he's actually in this hot water with Ademola Lookman. He might not know what this is going to do to his career, but away from all of this, whatever it's going to do to his career, the big part where I'm really worried about what happened, in that Mozambique game, it's not just about the Mozambique game, it's about the Algeria game. North Africans have these very crazy antics. They'll come at him big time. They'll try to get under his skin. They'll frustrate him. They'll make him go very furious. In fact, if he's not careful, he might be sent packing, in that game, or the coach will be forced to actually replace him.
You saw what the Tunisians did when he scored, and he now went on to. So Namis was even listening to what they were saying from the bench. So he's not even the players on the pitch now.
So you get to understand that these guys know what. So they'll find a way to actually frustrate him, get under his skin, make sure they'll use different antics, curse words, swear words, body shove, every sort of thing to actually make him get frustrated. And if they eventually get under his skin, then the coach will be forced to do something, take him out of the game, or he's going to be left to play the game whole 90 minutes. And of course, he might just leave the coach short. And that's exactly where my worry is. I don't know how he's going to manage it, but it's good at this point that the team seems to have actually come back as a unit. But another big problem is that yes, on the surface, yes, might actually be seeing a team, but off surface, the guys, what's going on in their head, what's going on in their mind, it's a big problem. Now they will be forced to actually find Osimhen on the pitch. He's going to actually kill the team's dynamic. That's exactly where the problem is.
Yes.
The beauty of the team is that the team has been playing and scoring goals with or without him, and will be progressing. Now, if they force to channel the ball to him, they close with Osimhen, we're in trouble.
All right, let's take a quick breather, and when we'll come back, we'll look at this issue properly, and of course, a look at the big one, talking about the quarterfinal game between Nigeria and Algeria, and also look at other pros and cons. And what would you have done if you were in the shoes of Eric Shaw, the NFF president, regarding the issue between Osimhen and Ademola Lookman? We'll be right back. You're still watching the Weekend Kickoff on Voice of the People Television. All right, you're welcome back. You're still on to the weekend kickoff on Voice of the People Television. And of course, they say the house is full, but it gets fuller when a giant, or they'll say in Yoruba language, a jala comes in. It makes the soup sweeter, right? That's the word. And of course, we have the big man himself, Kisike. I don't know which adjective I will use to qualify him, but it is what it is. But we just have to do it anyway. Kisike, it's great to have you join us because today is very, very special because the Super Eagles is playing the Desert Forces of Algeria. We've been in this situation before, but I think it's been a long time the Super Eagles got to the quarterfinals and crashed out.
Yeah.
I think I can't remember then, at least, no matter how bad it is, they get to the semi-final and play the bronze, the third place. So, bad news for Algeria today, but that does not mean that Algeria does not have what it takes to stop this team. They've considered just one goal in 4 games. But before we get to that, Kizzy, we're just talking about Osimhen and Lookman. Where do you stand? Was Osimhen right? Because on our show, on our sister show, both on Sport Republic and on Locker Room, a lot of the Nigerians came for people like me and all saying that why were we hammering that what Osimhen did was wrong. So people were saying leave the man. People were still fighting for him. Isn't that how bad morally we have become as far as Nigerians is concerned? If you are at the top, anything you do is okay. Where do you stand?
Okay, so thank you so much. It's nice being here on the show. This is what I rep today. Super Eagles all the way to start with, and then this logo made a logo disappoint. But yes, nice question. I wonder why this is actually a top point, because if you ask me, I'll say it again, Osimhen did not do right. You can't do that. You can't afford, if you were hungry, it wasn't a clear-cut chance that you would have said, okay, this is Osimhen scoring the goal. What he did was unacceptable, I'll say. Now, for a player of his class, and how far he's come with the national team and what we expect an Osimhen to do, you can't be flinging off your hands. The skipper came to you trying to condole whatever, then you took his hands off, no try him again, no, you kept on, no, you can't say it was that bad. So if you ask me, Victor Osimhen, I love the fact that the rift has been settled, okay, but what he did was wrong. I think he knows, but he has this pride, he will not apologize. So if you say it's, if you say he's hungry to score, that was not a chance. I think it was Bruno who started the ball, and he was just, he fight everybody. Now, how bad and how indisciplined he was, the 4th goal, he didn't celebrate with the team. The 4th goal, he didn't celebrate with the team. Then, aside the 4th goal, when the game ended, when Eric Chell was having words to the players right at the pitch, like normal players want to do, he walked down the tunnel. So come on, the world is watching you. In Morocco, you're loved. Even the first game, he wasn't so in the game, but you could see everyone chanting, Osimhen, Osimhen. So he needs to understand, he's got value. He's even one of the reasons why our value has dropped. Sorry to say this. He's got 110 million euros to his price tag, now he's 75. So since he made a move to Turkey. So if you ask me, I'll say Victor Osimhen did wrong, and does he owe people apologies? He owed the fans. That was a slap to the nations for me, Jerry. So I keep saying it. But for Lookman, we know Lookman, when they talk, Lookman doesn't talk. He was like, what have I done? What did I do? So if you ask me a million times, this is not the first time. I think this should even take back to the Finidi George talk. He said, don't talk to me. So come on, Victor Osimhen can do better for me if you ask me. Anytime.
Is Victor Osimhen bigger than the team? Because it's looking like he can do and undo and get away with it.
Yeah.
Because let's look at the Algerian situation where the Algerian player made a mockery of the fan.
Right.
Who the DR Congo fan. Yeah. And after that mockery, the DR Congo fans were not happy because his posture and his moves were to send a message on behalf of DR Congo. It was more like a political statement.
But he has apologized, Mohammed.
He has come online to apologize. But we've seen countless times that Victor Osimhen does go wrong and he never apologizes or even go online and apologize to the fans or even settle anything. He just goes on and like life goes on. Is Osimhen really bigger than the team? Because we have seen bigger players than Osimhen play for the Super Eagles. I cannot say, yes, Osimhen is big, but I cannot say he was bigger than Obafemi Martins back in the days. Or bigger than Kan Nwankwo back in the days, or JJ or Kocha. We have seen great players who played for the Super Eagles bigger than Osimhen. So what is it about Osimhen? We are not Sudan, at least. If it's Sudan now, all respect to Sudan. Sudan, I've never seen a big player before as big as Osimhen. Anyway. And he's not the only African footballer there. Had he been, he's the only African footballer in that team.
That would have been different.
Maybe we would have said, yeah, he has won the African Footballer of the Year. Ademola Lookman has won it. And I think there's a sense that there's a bit of jealousy in him with what happened in last AFCON, where he was not the main guy. So he wants to be the main guy this time around, but he's not doing it properly.
But Jerry, let's be factual. If you want to say it, I just don't know if the house will agree with me. He's actually our best player. He's our biggest player. He's our biggest asset. And
Right now,
record has proven that it's like a bitter truth. Record has proven it that we cannot do without Victor Osimhen. You can't be bigger than the club side, you can't be bigger than the national team, but he knows personally, World Cup qualifiers, more of the games where he was not part, we struggled. Right? So if you ask me, he's not bigger than the team, but personally he knows that he's, what's the word?
He's important. He's very important.
Not just more important, he's very important to the team. Without Victor Osimhen is a force, and he knows. That's why I need to understand why he does not understand that he's the big name in this team, and that the world, I like to use the world is watching. One of the big players, you can't call top, I think he's like the second valuable player in the tournament. The Bremo, you have him there, you have some of those key players in that, Pepe also, but even though
Hakimi as well.
So if you look from Nigeria perspective, he's our biggest player. And for the fact that we struggle without him, come on, you say Martins, and I'm wondering, Obafemi Martins, good player, but it's arguable that Victor Osimhen is bigger. You can't say that.
I don't think
not for legend's sake.
I don't think so.
Not for legend's sake, for achievement-wise. They are both goal scorers. Osimhen just got let's go tally now to break Rashidi Yekini. So you talk about number 9. He's going to be the greatest.
So was he bigger than Rashidi Yekini?
He will be bigger very soon.
No, he won't be bigger than that. So it depends.
If he doesn't win the AFCON, will he be bigger than Rashidi Yekini?
So being the biggest Nigerian player at the moment, I think I agree with that. But being our best player, no.
Okay.
Because I mean, Kizzy, you know, last AFCON we talked about this now. Lukman was our best player in last AFCON.
Even Ekong.
Ekon was, of course, because of the number of goals and most valuable player.
Yeah.
But in the attack, Lukman was our best.
It was Lukman. Yeah.
This tournament is won two African Man of the Match awards.
Yeah.
And with the way it's going to most likely be our best player in the attack.
Right.
Osimhen's presence cannot be argued. Yeah. This is one thing that big players bring to the tournament. They might not, like Ronaldo now, he might not be the best player in Portuguese attack. He might not score a lot of goals. Yeah. But his presence will always, be a problem. Yeah. And he will always help other team shine. We can have that conversation. Yeah. But the Victor Osimhen's issue, right? Yes, we've seen players. No one called Kanu. I mean, we've seen players who's won back-to-back African Footballer of the Year, 96, 97. Kanu. Yeah. We've seen Ekweba, Prince of Monaco. Victor Osimhen is not bigger than prime Ekweba. Yeah. The Prince of Monaco was just at that phase.
Yakuba Egini at the point in time.
But again, I'll agree. Victor Osimhen might eclipse Yekini. But the only thing that will help him eclipse Yekini is if he tone down his attitude. Players can actually be good, but if you have a problem with attitude, it's going to really tone down your quality. What I like, Eric Cantona is one of the greatest players played Premier League, but people really talk about him today because of the attitude of a player that that the controversy around his personality when he was playing. It comes like that. Osimhen will most likely break Yekini's record if he continues to play for Nigeria. That one is certain. I think about 3 goals now, right? So it's most likely going to happen. So, but if we continue like this, at some point, Osimhen is even lucky to be playing around players who I think they are.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it were back in the 94 squad,
they will cut him off.
You will have now.
Something happened to Yekini at the World Cup.
Yekini would have scored more goals for the Super Eagles.
Yes,
what they did to him, they cut him off. Stop giving him the ball.
Of course.
If the JJs of this world that knows I'm a big star, the only of this world, okay, you be number 9. No worry,
we'll do it.
Let's see how you do it.
I think you both don't understand what I'm coming from. But I'm not talking about tournament best player. I'm just talking about generally.
Yeah.
Ronaldo is the best player for Portugal.
Yeah.
Anyhow you want to say.
Anyhow you want to say.
So when you look at the Super Eagles of Nigeria, I'm not talking about tournament. We know Ekon won it, in Ivory Coast. We know all of those things. But generally, as it stands now, but I'm not arguing the part. I'm not saying he's bigger than the team. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. But my point is, he's our talisman. Mm-hmm. So now, sooner or later, he will be Nigeria's best ever goal scorer. Mm-hmm. So if you are becoming, come on.
Kizzy, I think in that place, I think it's just a testament of how low we've become as a nation,
I don't think
as a national team. Because I don't think being the top goal scorer for your country resonates to you being even the best. No. Because let's look at countries like, for example, France. Olivier Giroud is the top scorer at the moment. Nobody will come out and tell you that Olivier Giroud is bigger than Zidane or bigger than Thierry Henry. Because yes, he has won the World Cup. Even Mbappe might even eclipse that very soon.
But even going too far.
Yeah,
Prime Yekini was not even Nigeria's best player. Like, we know that JJ. Kano wasn't scoring a lot of goals.
Look at Brazil.
Even at a point in the 94 team, JJ was not the biggest player in that team.
Look at Brazil. Neymar is the top scorer, right? In Brazil's history at the moment. But no Brazilian, especially the OG Brazilians, will come out and say he's bigger than Pele.
No, Pele is fast.
He's not even bigger than
Ronaldo da Lima.
I mean,
Ronaldo has a bit of jealousy in him. Let's not take that.
Ronaldo, which from the Ronaldo?
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Right.
He has a bit of jealousy in him. He has a bit of wants things to happen around him.
Yes.
But you can never see him disrespect his
teammates.
I think Osimhen's issue is discipline.
Yes. Ronaldo is a core professional.
And if you are a big team, Kizzy, he should be dropped. Honestly,
their coaches,
when we used to have that quality, Osimhen is dropped and Nigeria loses. It's a very big top. Osimhen is dropped and Nigeria loses. It's a very big top.
That's you see that one. It's like we are trying to rope ourselves in because Nigerians. He's right. The same Nigerians will come out and say,
"This is where the board should step in." Eric Shell take a decision, whatever it is.
But they shouldn't tell you what to do.
No, the board. See, Kizzy, whether I would like it or not, these guys have. I'm talking about the board, not the player. These guys have failed to qualify for the World Cup. They need the Nations Cup trophy to compensate the Nigeria. So they want to do everything possible, even if it means to actually, take nonsense from any player to make sure that happens.
Right.
After that, after winning AFCON, they might now say, Eric Shell, players you don't need in your team, take them out.
Yeah, to even answer Jerry's question, I think naturally no player is bigger than either the national team or the club.
Some players can be bigger than some countries anyway. If you look at Ronaldo in Serbia,
I know. You understand? If he brings out his thinking attitude, they will let him know.
Absolutely.
The coach did it at World Cup 2022 when he dropped him for Goncalo Ramos and he went on to score a hat trick.
It depends.
You make your bold decision.
The coach. Yes. You see. Let's say it's the coach has a role to play.
Is it that Eric has not made a big name for himself yet?
Yes, he has
such kind of a decision.
We talked about him. Nigeria is building a CV for you. Nigeria is building Eric CV.
No, I think it's under a boss like Kizzy said. I mean, look at what has happened recently. Osimhen, we've been seeing pictures and videos of Osimhen training. Nobody has even come out in that NFF has even come out to say, okay, issue an apology to Nigeria. What he did was thinking.
No, but they didn't do it. He didn't do it with Finidi.
So
that was where he broke the ceiling. He can do it with manager. He can do it with
weakness of the NFF president.
Yes, because we are not. Because he's not that Super Eagles, but we are
putting ourselves. The son was actually pleading with Osimhen to calm down. He even had to stop him from joining the dressing room.
Yes.
So it means that what Goso had told him was to beg him instead of reprimand him for what he did wrong. If he continues encouraging that, there's also weakness on the part of the
I think on that part, the Nigerian Football Federation, first of all, you need to let the coach do what he wants to do. A coach knows what is discipline. When you want to see, a coach needs a backup from the board to take a decision. So, but if you're taking it, like what happened, Finidi is a big saga. What happened, that's the coach of the team. So, Finidi just needed the NFF to just talk. Just say something. They never said anything. So it's a very big weakness from the Nigerian Football Federation.
Yes.
See, this clearly shows that these people don't know what they're doing, sincerely.
Yeah, pretty sad. Talking about the NFF, it didn't stop from Osimhen Lookman. It looked like there's very bad news around the Eagles when they are doing well. Is it the thing about Nigeria? But I don't want to attach it because the players refused to train. And just some few hours ago, let's say yesterday, they started training and we saw Lookman and Osimhen happy again due to the fact that this bonus issue. What is it about bonuses when it comes to the Super Eagles? It happened in the World Cup qualifier playoff at the Nations Cup where the whole world is watching. The MNC said it's not like they've not paid them their allowances. It's the bonus, winning bonus. And we know how big the winning bonus are. I think at the point that was $15,000 winning bonus.
I think they are goal bonuses too.
And I think the rate at which they were winning, I think the NFF felt that they might go broke. They had to ask the government for help. Do you think that they should maybe have a winning bonus that they can pay easily? Do you think we should get to that stage?
I think, a fixed bonus, you mean?
Yeah, if there's a fixed winning bonus that's been giving them issues in paying, which is about $15,000. Do you think maybe they should go for a winning bonus next time? I think they can pay.
Will they pay even if they go for that? Is the question.
Maybe
it's not about the decision. It's the question. Will they pay? It's about them
and
paying,
the fact that
not the amount.
The finance ministry is saying that they're going to be paying this mini bonus direct to the accounts of the players. There's lack of trust.
It boils down to the same thing I keep saying. That's the slap. I recall on the 17th, I think when they returned, I wasn't the ladies or the guy, I can't recall, when someone was making a transfer directly to the account, one Mohammed, I can't recall the other name. That's how bad it is. Private accounts. It should be an NFF account. Now, for lack of transparency reasons, that's why they are now saying they should not be the one making the payment. How can the CBN be paying the player directly? That's how bad it is. They said $15,000 US. We had it was later double to 30. The player said it was not enough. They came together and said, this money is not even enough. They said, okay, 30, let's do 30. Now, for every goal they score, $5,000 US. That's what they get. I think at some point when we played, before the last game, they had 40,000. They pocket, all of the players pocketed $40,000 US. Now, if you look at this scenario, you understand that the NFF themselves, and these players know. So it's more like a ritual, something that keeps happening all of the time. We should be looking, not just talking about this case, we should be looking at how can this be resolved. It's take it back to the military regime. I keep saying it. Democracy time is not really paying. I'm sorry to say, but if it was back in the time, you know now, these guys, Abasha Tarabi, their payment goes direct. So if you keep talking about this, they should understand. See, countryside giving their players bonuses, and what their talk and do, then they do. Our own is just different. See, I know they believe it in the term. They say, say till we see it happen. Okay, look how big and how shameful it is. Did he have to come out
and say he will pay the money? So we are waiting for him.
That one.
Did he eventually pay the money or?
No, I think they resolved it. They
resolved it.
Yeah.
The resolve is different from have they received their alert?
I have another side.
I would have preferred they showed us their alert.
Well, I think from the statement of the Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Anite, who actually came up to say that the federal governments are actually disbursed. I want to also believe that the key players in the team have actually been carried along.
Right.
They must have seen.
That's how my head about it.
Yes, they must have seen a level of progress that is different from what they are used to. You recall that when they also decided not to play against DR Congo, this same move happened. The federal government stepped in. The Ekong and likes, did what they did. Even the Gabon, before the Gabon game, that they also gave them that money. These things also happened. So I want to believe something really happened, and that's why we didn't hear anything again. But like Izzy said, back in the military era, there's this smooth transition of payments that goes straight to the players.
Yes.
But these days, in political era, I mean, nobody's calling for a military regime to come back. But the truth is, we'll just gather a community of men. They'll sit together in a round table, start drinking tea.
Yes.
They'll say their committee giving opportunity
I saw what you did there.
to find a way to actually solve a problem. In the end, the money that's been given to them to pay this guy, they'll use it for the tea.
Exactly.
Use the players' money on beverage. I'm wondering what's going on. So I see.
There was a presidential task force for the World Cup.
Yeah.
17 billion.
Yes.
Ask Kizzy.
I think you guys were monitoring the year.
Yes. Kizzy, Kizzy was there the 17 November last year.
It's in the process.
and that's what they keep saying. Unfortunately, to the players.
You see, and that's why we can't even call the SEC again.
But I have.
We can't call them.
I think I have an issue with what Ndidi said when he said he will personally see to it if they don't get to. I know you are trying to be patriotic, but that's not patriotism.
So what about Mikel? In Rio de Janeiro?
No, you've seen that they've done it in the past. You shouldn't be doing that. It's like you're encouraging them not to even do their jobs.
Oh, okay, that's the point.
Because if you see that a player keeps stepping in, saying he's personally paid, do you think they will reimburse you? They won't. Have they paid Mikel? Nobody has come out to clarify that statement.
Even for the players to even not, in time past, it will be the NFF president will just come meet the players. You're angry. I know you've lost faith. Just believe in me. Your money will be paid.
As a man.
I know you guys are. So the players have lost trust in the world of the NFF and even the NSC. What does that mean? Because in future it shows that whoever is running the NFF president, as far as this dispensation is concerned, the players cannot trust their word and say yes, they are going to pay their money because Goso said so, because Seudiko said so. Let's go ahead and play. That's how bad it is.
Sometimes you want to ask if that's why they keep inviting boys that they know that they can pay for themselves so they don't do their jobs. Because if there are boys, that hungry boys from the NPFL, would they try this with them?
The hungry boys will not even say anything.
They won't even say anything.
They will not say
They
anything.
will not even try it.
The boys that went to chant, do you think they give them anything?
Do you think they be paid? The chant boys.
Our under 17 girls, many of them paid their transport to be part of the team.
100,000 naira.
It's a shame.
So did they complain? Our girls that were given $100,000.
Because these boys know that they have nothing to lose. That's why they have the police to complain.
That's why they always say it is the rich that will lead revolution in any country, in any society.
Yeah.
Because they will know that you're not fighting because you are poor.
Yes.
You're fighting because they're trying to take what's illegally yours.
This takes us back to when we had John Fashion here on the show. He said this body, I take by me in quotes, I had him, he said they should understand that this federation is owned by the people, not individual. That's one. Then Fashion John said the NFF is like a cult that cannot be broken. Now, why am I saying this? This is a trait. This is something that's been going on. So it's from Gusau now, we're leaving, someone else is taking over. Like Gusau now will come up now. Someone else that will come is not even going to be better off. So do you understand? It's more like a trait. It's just they keep passing the bat. Keep it on. Keep it going.
It's a wicked succession
So
plan.
how do we
Exactly.
How the matter says
It even went political that Onanuga had to come out to blast
By Onanuga. Exactly, I saw that.
for talking about the bonuses, because I think Peter Obi was not happy with that. This even coming out as an international embarrassment for the country, because Nigeria is supposed to be among the big teams. They shouldn't be. Imagine Algeria talking about bonuses, or let's say Morocco, the host nation. If Nigeria is hosted, we will see players might even stick quarrel.
Even Gabon were even giving incentive to beat the Super Eagles. Even Mozambique were even giving incentive. Uganda were giving incentive to beat Super Eagles.
It shows how big.
It shows how
you are watching your destiny.
The government official even coming out to blast another opponent.
Orlando guy is a
laundryman. I think for me,
he's a laundryman. He's a government laundryman. His job is to clean the government, make the government look good.
Yes,
so that's what he's doing. So he has to come out to talk, defend the government. It is normal.
Because I think
he's doing his job.
Obi said what an average Nigerian.
Exactly.
That was an average Nigerian. That's what we are saying here now.
For him, he sees Obi latching on a political capital.
That's how everybody sees
So that's exactly. So that's what a man in a political circle, especially a man who is in the corridor of power, would do. He's doing his job, clean the house, and that's what he does.
Okay, let's talk about today's game. All of this distraction is it going to affect the Eagles going against the Algerians? The Algerians are piped up, no distraction. Riyad Mahrez did not fight Bambali. Of course, the coach is fully. They are not owing them bonuses. They've been training in Marrakech. The players trained late. The distraction, the bonuses. Also, what happened to the Eagles in the playoff?
Why are you doing
and this is going to be the major talking point if this team loses this game today, 5 p.m.
And it's supposed to be a 50-50 game, because look at the teams. They've been the two teams that have been spotless, in the group stages where they got all maximum points.
Right.
Normally, without all these distractions, we are supposed to just enjoy a beautiful game. But right now, there will be many questions. Should Nigeria even lose that game? From the Osimhen one to the NFF one, we are going to come back to all these topics, and this is not what we need at this point. But it looks like the ghost of the past is still haunting the present, and for me, I just want to enjoy a beautiful game. That game for me is a 50-50 for me. It's hard to call because the Algerians have good players that can out the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and they also have, in fact, arguably they have the best defense. In the tournament, they've only conceded one goal, and that was even in the third game of their group stage. So for me, I think it's going to be a matter of the best attack against the best defense, and the best attack have shown that they can even concede goals. They conceded 4 while scoring 12. But look at the Algerians; they have star players that can out the Super Eagles. Away from all these distractions, let's just enjoy a beautiful game in the evening.
Right. So 4 games, 12 goals is massive. We are a team people should be watching out for Nigeria. So I had to come with this jersey because I know today we'll get it right. But people begin to say the tournament, the trophy goes to the North Africans. I used to think Morocco were favorites. Brahim Diaz is amazing. 5 goals. He's just 1 goal shy to break a record from the Moroccan international, the man. But I'm looking at the team that everybody should be wary about. We look to be favorite now. The Foxes are scared. I must tell you, the Foxes. Now they should be scared. You know why? This is like a revenge time. We've got everything to lose. There's no World Cup for Nigeria. Massive country that love football. We want to be at the World Cup. This is the only way they can pay the fans. Millions of Nigerians will be seeing that game today. Now, Zidane, the goalkeeper, exceptional. My best goalkeeper so far. But I look at the national team of the Nigerian side as a team that can be able to break. The throw up front is amazing. Akko is just the man. that we should be watching out for. The forces are good. North Africans always do what they have the flair. They possess game like the Tunisians say, but the players say they go collect like their brothers collect. My mind is telling me. See, because see, Mahrez, you see that way, you do that free kick scores. See, I'm not forgiving, but today. Okay, you could talk your own.
I hope it's not going to be a case of deja vu.
No, it won't be for me.
But basically, right, the game today, there are a lot of good positives for the Super Eagles and also positive for the Algerians. Now, if you look at a game like you said, a game of attack versus defense, the Super Eagles have shown that we are not really a good side when it comes to playing against a side that like to sit and hit on the transition. We don't know how to really break, because the only way we really know how to express ourselves is to actually play with our flanks, very active. If I recall that thing when they take, we say go make and go change formation. If he affects him today, decide to play, it will be deep. We've lost the game.
He has to come out to express himself.
So Benassa is actually the Algerians are actually sweating to actually ensure that he's part of the game, because he's struggling to actually be part of it. But one big thing about this particular game today that we really need to look at is Victor Osimhen. North Africans are very tactical in anything they do. If they see that he is a player that they can really irritate easily and get into his head, it's going to be a problem for us. If they hit him and get under his skin,
instigate you.
He's going to get booked.
Keep doing it.
And if he gets booked, because now, see, something happened in our last game. The Super Eagles will be focused on giving him the ball. It's going to make our options very, very thin. Now, if they give him the ball and these guys get under his skin, it's going to be a problem for us. This is why I'm saying, this game is going to be a game won off the pitch. It's going to be a game of, huge mentality. Again, we also ensure that 30 meters from goal, we should ensure to get the ball off the Algerians, because they can shoot from
anywhere.
That's what they do.
Testament to that goal they scored against Congo.
They've been scoring those kind of goals.
And we've not had anyone test us.
And we don't. So, and they have also a good goalkeeper. Again, now we should also make sure that we take our chances. But on the balance of play, I know the Super Eagles will dominate. But it's going to be a game of mental alertness, and we should ensure that we keep ourselves. See, I don't want the players to focus on Osimhen. Less players will be playing. Let him complain again. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
But if we focus on him, we're going to run into the problem.
Yeah, it's left for the coach to make that decision and make sure the players get the message before that game, because it's going to be very crucial. But I must say that the Algerians have not played any attack as good as the Super Eagles. That would be their undoing if they feel that they will approach the game the same way they've been approaching their previous games. We already have some comments on our YouTube platform. This one's from Afric Insight 3. It says Nigerian keeps accepting this kind of rubbish from players. This act would haunt them later if it's not handled. Osimhen is not bigger than Nigeria. He went on to say NFF is synonymous to owing. We hope the boys will do the needful, because the end justifies the means. And of course, it's Jerry and Kizzy. How about onto the payment level? Interesting. Nigerian government has not prosecuted anyone with those crimes. Leave me out of it. It's between Ikechukwu and Kizzy. They know about the money. They are following the trail. They will give you the updates on Sport Republic when maybe on Monday you'll do some more.
Hopefully Monday, right?
I'll find out on Sport
I'll
Republic.
find out.
Okay. You know what is happening. You call
Don't get me there.
You call the
I don't know about NFF.
To ask you what's happening with that money. But of course, we want to wrap it up with match week 21 games. Of course, Man City drew their game in the Prem, and we're expecting that Liverpool, Arsenal was going to defeat Liverpool, but it didn't just happen.
You were expecting?
How do you expect Arsenal to defeat?
Come on.
No. On the back of the form of Liverpool.
Bookmakers
on the form of Liverpool.
On paper.
Yes.
On paper.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the form currently.
I know.
And the fact that Arsenal needs that result more.
Yes.
And the fact that they lost the first game.
Arsenal is at home.
And now Arsenal's at home. Everything was on the table to make sure that Arsenal
I think if we had gone back to some records, we would have known it would be tough for Arsenal.
Yeah.
Everything feels to be working good for Arsenal. That's what I'm saying. But I'm looking at that. See, there's nothing wrong in getting a draw in that game. They would have been 8 points clear. But a draw is that's it. Manager's style of play, not every Chelsea, without disrespect. And Schlotz saw the first half. It was more with Arsenal dominating. What he needed to do was restrict the team. Second half, they came in. Arsenal struggled to play. Arsenal, the fans were even pleading for at least let's get that draw. So if you look at Premier League now, let's be factual. Everyone is saying Arsenal will come down. Arsenal will come down. This for me looks like the time Arsenal will have to own up. This for me looks like a time that Arsenal will not have to sleep. Because with what we're saying, everything, see, even when they're not playing, they're having good days. So if you ask me, I don't think I should say, but let me say, this is Arsenal's victory.
Well, I'm just looking at the table, right? And I look at Arsenal and 21 game played already. It's still very much Arsenal's season to lose. Arsenal needs to actually put the same character they did in the first round of the game. I mean, we were in the second rounds now. And 6 points is, if you know Man City, 6 points is nothing. And Arsenal needs to just keep winning, find a way to
City just brought this to Semenyo. It's not going to be a game changer.
Oh, see, let's say it. If you can get the table again, it works. See, the points is looking short.
Close.
Man City has lost Josco Vadio,
Ruben
Diaz,
John Stones.
John Stones. They have the Basican man, Kosanov trying to good player. Savinho. But look at what they're trying to do. They're trying to bring Magay. Injury has hit Arsenal. I don't think there's going to be more injury that they've seen, but the depth is massive.
Exactly.
You understand? Now, Man City drew against Brighton. It was a game the City we know would have sealed that game.
Absolutely.
Do you understand? So they are the team. Aston Villa for me is no fear. Man City pursue you with the fear. But with what we are seeing now, with this last season, come on, Arsenal just need to. Every position is filled. Every position.
Arsenal's got huge.
Come on.
I mean, in Europe now, you argue that Arsenal's got arguably the best squad when it comes to depth, and that's exactly why even we talked about Arsenal really having lots of problems around November and February. In November, they managed to actually patch things up. Yes, not like usual November for them. It's not. It was evident that November also was a struggle. Now we're looking at what's going to happen to them in February. If they can actually surmount February, trust me, still leading, I think they'll move.
I think if there's anything that this season has actually taught us, that anybody can drop points. Even the Man City that is chasing Arsenal will still drop points.
Man City, that's why I think Arsenal will win the league, because Man City is still rebuilding their team.
Africa
in the season.
Yes.
The African side 3 doesn't agree with you. It says Arsenal Maka is about to start a game.
Arsenal Maka.
Yeah. They can't win a Liverpool without a striker. Liverpool play without a non-striker.
But Liverpool did not have a shot on target in that game. You know how many games now.
So we don't give a record to that. That's a fact.
Arsenal's got the best defender.
You have the striker.
Arsenal got the best defense in Europe.
Liverpool not to get the
target won the league without the striker.
No, Arsenal's. Was there a main striker for Arsenal?
It mustn't be striker. What did you do? Like?
Normally,
we know them.
These guys are not strikers.
No.
Inside the box, there's no inside the box.
But wait, even let's agree that they don't have a striker in that game.
Yes.
If Liverpool played against a team that's not Arsenal, they would have.
Why are you making this a point?
They will.
Okay, let's see.
I think Arsenal's defense should be given credit.
Arsenal has the chance to take a free kick.
Yes, Arsenal
take a free kick and take it wide.
Arsenal's defense should be given
Arsenal has the best defense
in Europe.
In Europe,
yes,
that's the best in the world football today. Now let's say it.
I even saw a video that Arsenal is overrated this season.
No, wait. I'm not an Arsenal fan.
People talk.
But Jerry, I'm not an Arsenal fan.
But how come you can't win a team that?
No, wait. No, Jerry, that's not a fact for me. That's not a fact. See, I'm not an Arsenal fan, but when we see it, let's say it. Arsenal play with Kai Havertz. They've always become second. No Gyökeres, right? No one was talking about it. With the Gapo, first 9, we've seen Kevin De Bruyne in City play first 9 and still won the league. So it's not even about. Let's look at Liverpool stats. Is it Hugo? How many of Liverpool players get on target? Is it the strikers or the midfielders? It's the midfielders. When they're on that game, waiting do them.
They're in that game.
Come on, give the credit.
Not getting a shot on target is not an excuse.
Very fast, we just have to go.
Exactly.
It is what it is. Thank you guys for being awesome on the weekend kickoff. It's awesome. I would have loved to do 3 hours with you guys, but definitely the show has to stop so that we'll give time for others to come in.
Right.
Big thanks Kechku, big thanks Kizzy.
Thank you so much.
Your jersey. I hope you'll be wearing that jersey on Monday. If eventually the Eagles win,
I hope it's not the green one of the Nigerians who win.
If they don't win, how would you feel?
This will go in. I don't think about it.
You don't have that thought.
I'll sit on the fence. I'll just sit on the fence.
All right. We'll have to go big thanks to Hafiz, Ikechukwu, and of course the big man Kizike. All right. Big thanks to all those who watched it, joined us, and of course all the comments. We appreciate them. And from me, Jerry Apello, is saying, have a great weekend.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more.
Good afternoon and welcome to Reporters File on Voice of the People Television. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. We bring you major stories from across the country through the eyes of our correspondents on the field. We begin with New Year reports. As Nigerians step into 2026, citizens are expressing renewed hopes, even as concerns linger over the implementation of the new tax laws set to take effect this year. VOP TV's Matthew Gunswada spoke with residents about the expectations and aspirations for the new year and files this report.
In many parts of the world. In Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in his New Year address wished Nigerians a happy and prosperous New Year, while assuring citizens that the year ahead will usher in brighter days for the nation. However, one major concern for many Nigerians in 2026 is the implementation of the new tax laws, which are scheduled to take effect in the new year.
The new government policy will definitely come into place. So this tax that the government is about to tax everybody, we should expect that it's not going to change, and everybody should just try and adjust with the new policy. That's all I would say. And I just believe that people should work more, do more, because it's a year of putting more effort in all you do, because the government is telling you government bringing in taxing policies is telling you that you should work more, do more, put more effort on everything you're doing. And I just wish that the government will pay interest into the work policies of various organizations, so that they can be able to pay up this tax with ease, not somebody using all his salary.
Amid these concerns, Nigerians are also expressing hope and renewed aspirations for the year ahead, highlighting goals they believe will improve their lives and strengthen the country. Matthew Uguswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
As the new year begins, one question in the mind of Nigerians is the new tax law, as public debate continues to trail the new provisions. In this report, VOP TV's Onyidamola Olukuton gauged public opinion and provides further details into the significant development.
Narrated heated debate across the country, with allegations of alteration in tax regulation, raising questions on whether the law should be suspended or enforced. To get the views of Nigerians, Voice of the People TV took to the streets of Lagos to get people's reaction.
Let it commence first. So from there, we know what the government have in plan for us. I'm not paying tax in this Nigeria. The money where they thief for this country to another foreign country that they discover for America, why they not return and come to Nigeria?
It's a good idea. But the problem there is, if only our government can be accountable for every tax that we pay, because already we previously used to pay tax, but they are not giving us account of how they spend the money.
I don't think, because I don't see the benefits. There are a lot of problems in Nigeria. Why are they facing on this? There are a lot of things. There's the bandits, there's corruption, there are a lot of things. Them putting tax, we are not benefiting anything from. I don't even know what is the use of the tax they are removing from our bank.
Now we want to start paying tax. Yeah. So basic amenities should be provided for us. any day, anytime. Like as you can see, no lights, no water, no good hospital facilities to take care of people, you know. So if we start paying tax, they should assure us that okay, paying the tax, all these things will start getting it. What you do by then is that we can then come out and protest against it in a peaceful way, not in and that will cause any form of violence.
The increments in goods and everything. Now they want to remove money from our bank accounts. That's really bad. You're not paying tax.
The divergent opinions on the street show that Nigerians are divided on a tax issue, reflecting the broader concern over governance, fairness, and accountability.
Lindamola Olokutan reporting for Voice of the People TV.
We now move on to Edo State, where residents of Benin City have reacted with mixed feelings to the controversy surrounding the recently enacted tax laws, following claims that the versions released to the public differ from those approved by the National Assembly. Many are calling on the government to investigate the matter urgently and provide clarity to maintain public trust and confidence in the tax system. Correspondent Rhoda Journey tells us more.
This city have shared varied opinions following allegations that newly enacted tax laws were altered after being approved by the National Assembly. Some people expressed concern over the discrepancies between the versions passed by lawmakers and the copies officially published. They say the laws should be suspended pending a thorough investigation to ensure transparency and maintain public trust.
As a Nigerian, I condemn both of their suggestions. And whatever the presidency is looking at from different angles, why the House of Assembly is looking at, but we don't have an integrated National Assembly. What I mean is that they are not unified. Because if we are to be a place where we have a cohesive National Assembly, we won't be having all these type of things that we're having. Because this is democracy. We need what will benefit both the rich and the poor. I will advise both parties to go back to the drawing board and look for a law that will be suitable to the people. That's my advice to them.
Others, however, believe that halting the implementation could disrupt government revenue and that the matter should be resolved without delay.
It's my opinion that the implementation of this act should be delayed while the public is still interrogating the act and based on the concerns expressed in public. And by citizens, it's an obligation on every citizen to pay tax and in an ideal society where things work. But of course, we know that in our state, that's in our country, there's always a problem of trust. And our economy in the last year has been very, very unpredictable. And I don't think this is the best time for the government to come up with tax reforms. It's not a good time at all.
Many residents are now urging the government to properly investigate the allegations and provide clarity, saying swift action is necessary to restore confidence in the tax system. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories to stay with us.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching Reporters File on Voice of the People Television. Former U.S. President Donald Trump's announcement of airstrikes against suspected terrorist groups in Nigeria's northwest has sparked widespread reactions across the country. While the Nigerian government described the operation as a joint effort to curb insecurity, citizens are voicing mixed opinions on the development. VOP TV's Matthew Gunswada reports.
Escalation of U.S. military involvement in Africa. U.S. President Donald Trump announced targeted airstrikes against Islamic State-linked groups operating in Nigeria's northwest, particularly in Sokoto State. The announcement was made on Christmas evening via social media, although details of the damage remain unclear. U.S. defense officials confirmed the strikes were carried out in coordination with the Nigerian government. In response, Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs says the operation involved intelligence sharing and strategic planning with full respect for Nigeria's sovereignty and international law. Foreign Affairs Minister Yusuf Tugar confirmed that President Bola Tinubu approved the joint operation, stressing that strikes are not targeted at any religion, emphasizing Nigeria's commitment as a multi-religious nation working with international partners to combat terrorism and protect lives and property. As Voice of the People TV, we spoke with Nigerians to get their views on this latest development and the growing international role in Nigeria's fight against terrorism.
Christmas gift that Trump gave us should continue. We want more strikes on these terrorists, because when we are able to decimate these terrorists and Nigeria is secure, then everybody can go about their normal lawful work, and then the country can grow. Because it's when you work that you pay tax and then the country grows.
Nigeria should be able to defend herself and protect her people, and I believe she is, right? But we're not seeing that happen, and people are dying, and something needs to be done. So if we have someone from the external, a foreign country, coming to help us to tackle that problem, I think it's good. So you might argue and say this, but the truth is, at the end of the day, people are dying and people need to be saved. And if somebody's going to help us do what we can do for ourselves, then let's have it.
If you are talking of not years back, that is like you are talking of paradise years back. But now, it's so scary. So scary. You cannot go to North now. Many people want to go and invest in the North. They could not because of insecurity. Yes. So we urge our leaders to put more effort to bring the peace and to stop the terrorists attacking people that are going for businesses in the North.
As Nigeria continues its fight against terrorism, many citizens say lasting peace will depend not only on foreign support, but on effective governance, security reforms, and the protection of all communities. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
The Nigeria Electricity Consumers Advocacy Network, NECAN, has criticized the federal government's service-based electricity tariff policy, saying it has failed to reduce subsidies and has worsened inefficiencies in the power sector. NECAN Secretary Uket Obonga accused distribution companies of collecting tariffs despite inconsistent power supply, calling for urgent reforms. Meanwhile, citizens are speaking out on the electricity challenges, urging the government to provide a stable and reliable power supply. VOP TV's Matthew Gunswada has more in this report.
The Nigeria Electricity Consumers Advocacy Network, NECAN, has criticized the federal government's service-based electricity tariff policy, saying the changes have failed to reduce subsidy payments and have instead worsened inefficiencies in the power sector. Speaking on the policy, NECAN National Secretary Uket Obonga said the introduction of the Band A tariff regime, which the government had described as a way to reduce subsidies, has had the opposite effect. He accused the distribution companies or DISCOs of continuing to collect tariffs despite inconsistent power supply, and noted that the original purpose of the service-based tariff system has collapsed, pointing to fundamental flaws in Nigeria's electricity demand structure. Meanwhile, Voice of the People TV spoke to citizens who shared their thoughts on the ongoing electricity crisis and the challenges they face with power supply.
There is nowhere in the world that government don't subsidize energy. It's only here that we are hearing that we have to now begin to look at faces. You being Band A, you being B, and you being C. Even at the end of the day, Nigerians cannot still get the electricity to use. And you know what that means. So I am not seeing any change. The way NEPA was unbundled, we were like, oh, we're going to see difference. We saw Genco, we saw Disco, we saw Transmission Company of Nigeria and all others. Unfortunately, the Genco are doing well. They are generating. But when they transmit to national grid, the system cannot carry it. Then we'll now begin to see failure in transformer and even the wires. And at the end of the day, you will not get light. In that same country where it is not, the electricity is not available, somebody is saying is categorizing the band. It's making some people to be in A, to pay higher, some people to be in B and all that. What was the criteria that was used in this band, distribution of this band? Have you asked? Were you asked which of them you want to belong to so that I will give you 24-hour electricity? Would you like to be in Band A? Do you know how many people are living in some area where they have Band A that they cannot pay? These are people who are struggling to even meet their daily on daily basis. Then you are not telling them being in Band A when they cannot pay. The federal government need to look into what we are talking about. We need to look into how were these things done. These are the things I was expecting the National Assembly to do. So since it's not working, let's look for a way to see how to get the laws that actually brought us to this level and see how we can amend it and make it functional.
If you have electricity 24/7, I think to do a lot of good for the country too. Because people will like to come in and do their business. Companies will do well. I think it also reduce the rates whereby what is it called? Inflation will also come down because we have to sell things at a higher cost due to fuel scarcity and the rest. So there are a lot of benefits that comes with having 24/7 electricity in the country.
As citizens continue to speak out, they are urging the government to take decisive action to resolve the electricity crisis and ensure a reliable power supply for all Nigerians. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
As 2026 begins, residents of Benin City are placing renewed emphasis on managing their finances wisely, determined to recover from the heavy spending of the festive season. Along Ring Road, city dwellers shared practical strategies for saving money, from keeping personal budgets and tracking daily expenses to avoiding impulse purchases and prioritizing essential needs. For many, saving is not just about setting money aside. It is a way of preparing for unexpected challenges and ensuring financial security in the months ahead. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny tells us more.
As starting 2026 with a renewed focus on saving money after heavy spending during the festive season, many are determined to regain control of their finances and plan for the year ahead. Along Ring Road, those interviewed shared different ways they are managing their money, including keeping personal budgets, monitoring daily expenses, avoiding impulse purchases, and focusing on essential needs.
So for me now is looking for the money first. Then I will now think about how I would save it. But again, definitely we must have some savings. However, one of the hardest things that has to do with saving is you are saving for a rainy day. My question is, when is this rainy day? So one of the hardest things is balancing between saving and also meeting your needs.
Good to save for rainy day, but the moment you save that money for rainy day, now that time rain go take start to dey fall. It's not easy. God, like before, hey, if you save money, you go say you use that to do something. But now, the moment you save the money, say this money for December, January, you don't chop am.
To plan for future yourself, like as you start for January, you can join the susu, you can join other meeting. Like for example, there are some things they do in the bank. Maybe you keep 10,000 in a month. At the end of the year, something come out of it. So, and if you want to pay your children's school fees, like for example, like me now, I join Osusu. So when I want to pay December or January, for example, I book that month. This is the month I will carry my Osusu so that I can able to pay my son or my daughter's school fees.
Even to even get 1,000 naira for that saving aspect, many people don't really spend a lot by buying clothes, food stuff, different kind of, even to go even chop, some friends, they go club, party, different things where they take spend money, but some they save maybe like 1,000 daily. That 1,000 now times 365 days. The person go get, he go know what he see. Why some people save not even get 1,000 naira to save. Even to even use that 1,000 naira, it's a big problem for them. But inside there, so who they work supposed to save?
If you don't get money this year, like many millions, you invest in gold. You get why? You just try to keep your investment far away from you.
Despite these challenges, many emphasize that saving is crucial for financial security and peace of mind. By setting aside small amounts regularly and exercising discipline in spending, they believe they can achieve greater stability and be better prepared for the year ahead. Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
You're still watching Reporters File on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a break and we'll return with more stories. Just stay with us. Glad to have you back. As Nigeria continues to strengthen its aviation and tourism workforce, over 650 graduates have been charged to uphold safety professionalism and integrity in the industry. This formed part of the 14th convocation ceremony of the Universal School of Aviation, where students trained in various aviation and tourism-related disciplines were formally inducted to the profession. VOP TV's Matthew Ogunsuada reports.
The 14th convocation ceremony of the Universal School of Aviation brought together over 650 graduates trained across aviation and tourism-related disciplines, including cabin crew operations, flight dispatch, airline ticketing and reservations, among other aviation courses. Speaking at the ceremony, the Director of Studies, Idris Onifade, disclosed that regulatory approval has been secured in Sierra Leone and the Republic of Chad, while charging the graduates to uphold safety, professionalism, and integrity in the aviation profession.
The aviation industry is a unique one. It's not only about the knowledge, there is need for consistency, there is need for dedication. When you get into the industry, you don't go with only the intention of go there, make money. This is a sensitive industry that requires a high level of safety, high level of security, and of course integrity. Because, we deal with money. Those that work in travel and tourism, they do a lot of, you have to have build a lot of trust in terms of customer trusting your services. Then those that work directly with the airline, like the operation officer, flight dispatchers, cabin crew, these are safety related jobs. So the industry expects people that will uphold these, values, safety first before any other thing. You understand? So we want the students to go out there and uphold some of these qualities.
For those of them who have recently graduated, I would advise them to be focused, to be disciplined. Yes, very, very disciplined. Those qualities are very important. They need it to, excel in whatever field that they are, and they should be determined to.
Other speakers at the event also urged the graduates to embrace resilience, discipline, and continuous learning in the aviation industry.
If you are talking about tourism, it comprises of hospitality, aviations, and travel industry. And now that the youths are now catching up, that the youths have realized that aviation is one of the industry that is actually going to rule the world, I believe they are going to be a positive factor.
Many youth of today, they lack personal interaction, how to network with other people. Maybe it's as a result of social media or information technology. But the youth of today, what Universal School of Aviation is doing is more appropriate in the sense that you look at them as the leaders of the industry tomorrow.
Discipline is very, very key if you want to be able to succeed in the aviation industry. Then too, you need to be resilient. So, Chima, you must have that attitude of not giving up attitude. Like I keep telling them, if you believe you can or you believe you cannot, you are both right. So it depends on your attitude. So it starts with you having a positive attitude.
Most of the youths here, they don't have a job. So we're looking at providing them with a professional skill that will get them ready for whatever opportunity that is present in any sector, not just in aviation. We also have other youths engaged in other skill acquisition in various skill areas.
Graduates also shared their experiences, affirming that the institution did not just train them, but empower them to be better leaders.
ATR is a very, very good course. I would say it has a lot of advantages in the legal market. You get to know more about flights, you get to know more about ticketing, you get to know more about reservation, you get to know more about the IATA global indicators and all that has to do with airline geography.
The future is actually bright because the aviation industry it has so many grounds that are yet to be unveiled. So I'm happy that I'm part of this movement.
And Ngozi Rosemary emerged as the overall best graduating student. As the ceremony featured the presentation of awards, the induction of the director as a fellow, 5 staff members as full members, and over 110 students as student members of the Institute for Tourism Professionals of Nigeria. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Till decades after her transition, Pastor Bimbo Dukoya's legacy returned to national conversation, this time with renewed calls for accountable leadership and moral clarity in Nigeria. At a tribute event held in her honor, speakers linked her principles to the values the nation urgently needs today. VOP TV's Praise Peters brings us the highlights.
Speakers, family, and leaders framed her life as a blueprint for national renewal. The documentary Who Was Pastor Bimbo presented her as bold, principled, and transparently accountable, qualities many say Nigeria sorely lacks in public office. Panelists such as Ibukun Awosika, business magnate and former chairperson of First Bank of Nigeria, along with Lara Kayode, founder of the law firm O. Kayode & Co., and intellectual property lawyer, praised her discipline, stewardship, and public-mindedness, traits they urged political leaders to emulate. Her son, Jimmy Udukoya, senior pastor of Fountain of Life Church, stressed that national change begins with individuals, prayerful citizens, accountable leaders, and moral example bearers.
Be the change you want to see. It's easy to talk about change, but are you willing to do the work to bring change about? If we say we want a better country, you as a citizen, are you a better citizen? Are you contributing to the lack of governance? Are you contributing to the chaos? Do you obey the laws? Are you the one littering? You say Nigeria is a dirty place. Do you throw stuff on the road? Do you pay your taxes? Do you do what you're supposed to do on time? Because it's easy to point fingers at the system, but we make up the system. It's interesting how Nigerians go to a different country and somehow they know how to obey the laws.
Her children and mentees recalled a woman who modeled responsibility at home and in ministry.
She always talked about the Holy Spirit. Like Auntie Lara said, from a young age, she would tell me to be your best friend. Maybe that's why I don't have plenty of friends today. I'm quite single now, because she told me, your best friend is the Holy Spirit. And she drummed that into my mind.
As everyone has said, despite how busy her life was, the things that were important to me as a child, she made sure she was there. Even though now as an adult, it was so little, like a Christmas concert or a Mother's Day.
A reminder, voices said that leadership rooted in integrity could reshape the nation. 20 years may have passed, but her voice still speaks. Her teachings still shapes lives, and her legacy continues to shine. Today, we are honoring Pastor Bimbo Odukoya, a life lived with purpose, passion, and impact. From Voice of the People TV, I'm Praise Peters.
And that wraps up this edition of Reporters File on Voice of the People Television. Stay connected with us by subscribing to our YouTube channel and following us across our social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening around you, we'd like to hear from you. Kindly send videos or photos to our newsroom via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Thank you for watching and join us again next time for another edition of Reporters File.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Mary Ezekiel. I'm the firstborn of my family, the only girl in the family of just two twins, so a girl and a boy. I'm the only girl. Okay, so I'm making a souvenir bag, and my whole measurement is 25 by 11, which is length is 25, and then the breadth is 11. At first, I've already sewn my cloth zip together on both sides, at both mouths. Then the next thing I'm going to do now is to apply my belts. And I look at it, I cut these two. Now, this belt is length 3 to measure where to place my handle. Stitch it. When I get here, I'll pause. Then continue sewing. What I'm trying to do is now, I'm trying to sew the two parts of the bag as placement of the hand. Now I'm running to close the belts. Now I'll stitch. I've done closing the first handle of bag. Now I do the same thing I do here is the same thing I'm going to do in the other part. I have to cut it, then start the same thing too, also in this place. I'll use my belt to measure 2 to make sure it's 2. So if it's not 2, it's going to be one side will be longer than one and the other. Stitch it. Like I said earlier, make sure you don't run the machine too fast so you know where to place the hand of the bag. This is 3 already. So this is the other hand of bag. Then I put it, close it. What I do is I run it, stitch it. Stitching it enables it to be very strong. If not, there are people that if you just buy a new fancy bag, by the time they put their load inside, before you know it, the hand will just start cutting. So me stitching it is making it not cut on time. So I'm trying to get the other parts, which is 3. I said from here to here is 3. Then from here to here is 2. Stitch it. I'm closing it now. Stitch. Now I'm done with the placement of the bag, of the hand. So I am going to cut it right now. Now this is how it is. I'm done with the handle. The next step now is to put the sides. And I'll be done with my souvenir bag. Now, to put the side, what do? I join the two moths together. There's something we call nudging in bag. Nudging means to get the middle of the bag. Instead of you using tape to measure, you nudge it. Nudging, you get the middle to get the center of the bag. And I'm nudging the both sides. So now this is the side. Let me measure it. 9.5 by 4. So the length is 9.5 and the breadth is 4. Now what do? I close my side to make it monitor. This is it. I'm going to close my side. If I don't close the side, these parts will be coming out, to be losing. All these hairs will be showing. So to avoid the hairs from showing and to make it look more neater, like a foreign bag, I close it and I'm stitching it. Stitching means to tie the mouth from losing and from the ropes coming out. I've sewed the first one and let me do the second one. I'm done sewing the side. Now the next step for me to do now is for me to nudge it. Like I said earlier, nudging means to get the middle part of the bag. I'm going to nudge it. Use my scissors to get the middle. Now after doing it, I'll place the origin nudge parts on top of the other main leather. Then I move it back so I can now close it. After closing, I now place it on the machine. And I'll run it down. Now I've gotten to the end. I'll turn it. Continue sewing till I finish the mouth of it. This is the mouth, and I'm going to stitch it to avoid it losing. Like I said earlier, you stitch materials to avoid it lose and get rough on time. People will buy bag and in less than 2 months, the bag will start losing. That's because they didn't stitch it. They didn't stitch the beginning and then the end. I'll turn it again. Look at it, I've turned the other side. Now I'm done with the first side. You can look at it. I'm done with the first side. What I'm going to do now is to put the second side, and my souvenir will be ready. My souvenir will be ready. Now this is it. I stop at and make sure you don't run very fast. You concentrate on what you are doing, so you won't end up running the machine after sewing it, you start losing it again. Now this is it. This is the cloth zip here. They call it zip cloth. So I'm supposed to sew it like this, but if I sew it like this, the teeth of the cloth, the zip will be showing. So what do? I put the zip inside the material, then I close it to make my work more neater. I stitch it. Why am I using scissors to cut all the threads? To make my work very neat. Make sure as you're sewing, if there's any thread, you cut it off to make it very, very neat. I've seen other people's work that whereby after sewing, you look at it that the thread there is making the work very rough, and to make it look like they've sewn the bag for years. But when you start counting and calculating, you notice that they've already sewed the bag. They just finished sewing the bag. Now I've closed the other one to sew it. Stitch it. Now my souvenir is about to be ready. It's about to be ready. I have to trim this mouth of the belt. Trim it so the belt will start losing out. Trim the mouth of the belt. Now you can see how neat my work is, very neat. Now what's the last thing now to do? The last thing now for me to do is to put my head zip. After passing the head zip, I close the mouth. But first, I want to make sure the cloth zip are equal. So what do? I follow this cloth zip, then I trim it off. Now this is my zip. This is my zip. Now I'm going to pass the zip inside the zip cloth. Now I've passed the zip inside the zip cloth. Now I'm almost done with the bag. The next thing for me to do now is to close the mouth of the zip cloth. I'm going to close the both sides. This is how I pass my thread inside the needle. What I'm going to do is I'll bend this mouth, then I can now pass the zip cloth inside. I'm done passing it, so I'm going to stitch it now. So guys, as you can see, my already made souvenir is ready. Look, see how beautiful and neat the work is. No thread on it, very neat. The handle, from the closing of the bag, the beginning and everything makes it look neater. Thank you.
Behind every broken desk,
lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every week.
I think that life will go in a certain way, but there are some things you have to take in, like sibling rivalry. Some siblings never get to settle eventually. So looking at the film, I just realized that these guys are actually correct. And sometimes it doesn't even end well. Evil technically seems to win, but ultimately good wins anyway.
So with the genre of this movie, how do you see the movies in the future?
Say that again.
With the way this movie actually went, the way the shooting, the scenes, how do you see the movies in the future?
You mean African movies, Nigeria?
Well,
African movies. Yeah, this is a glimmer of hope for us. Like I've always said, Nemsia Studios, Joshua Inakahire, the Covered Company Studios, these guys are people that believe not just in quality, not just in quantity, but in quality. And so this gives us the signal towards the future that we should expect more quality productions like this and authentic stories like this one. So it's a very good sign for us, yeah.
So were there any challenging scene that you actually saw?
Challenging. I wouldn't say there was any challenging scene. I would say, of course, in everything we do in life, there's always this room for improvement. And like we say, we keep on getting better. Even in Hollywood, I watched some Hollywood film. I'm like, maybe this would have gone this way. But that doesn't still take away the fact that it was a fantastic story that was told properly. And so there's still room for improvement. So the next one we're going to do, we're definitely going to do it much better than the last one. Like we say in the industry, we say you're always as good as your last project. Yeah.
So a lot of people have actually not watched this movie. So what would you say to them?
To those that have not seen this film, I will say to you, what are you waiting for? Like what are you waiting for? Go and see the film. And when you see the film, come online like we do, and let's share, let's have conversations around it and what you enjoyed about it. Yeah.
First, I love the name because there's been like this conversations recently, like on social media around like how, you have that whole like half saying about blood is thicker than water, but like you don't understand like the full saying. So just even coming and seeing a movie with that title where it's like you can actually build something with someone other than family, because like you forget the second part of that saying, which I don't remember word for word, but like that brought to mind for me is the bond that they had to the point where they went and basically ruined other people's lives because like they had formed a bond. And they wanted to carry that on. So I thought that was like an interesting concept for the movie.
What particular scene would you say that was very interesting for you?
I don't have one scene that was like interesting because they were all like interesting scenes. But if there was one that like maybe had me go, I wasn't expecting that. Okay. I guess would be the fact that she didn't quite see through the guy, to be honest, because like yes, he was like there with her and everything, but at the end of the day he was kind of sus and he was a stranger to her. But I guess that's coming from someone like me who maybe I watch movies a lot and it's like I can see through this person and that person, and like at very least I would suspect you. So it was the one thing I was like maybe girl, you should have probably like paid a bit more attention to this guy. But yeah, everything else was interesting.
So, as an actor in the movie Thicker Than Water, what would you say?
It's thicker than water.
Please tell us. Tell us what is thicker than water.
Blood is thicker than water. Well, I mean, the movie is really good, to be honest. From the script, when you read the script, you will never get to read it. But
it's a lot.
I mean, it's a lot. But I remember getting it.
Yeah.
I got the script and I read through it, and they're like, read it and get back to us if it's something you want to do. So I was like, oh, okay. And I read it, I was like, tiny. Oh, tiny. And I was reading, Then there's something you always do. You always want to see your character. But I was like, I was moving with this story and I forgot I had a character. And I was like, shit, because Tiny was supposed to be somewhere. Oh, yeah, it was in that scene. Yeah, move on.
Well, how was it like acting that particular scene? That particular. Jesus.
Which one?
You know, like the man. I don't want to call the name.
Madman.
Yes.
You watch Mad? Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't worry. My mother had me tested, so I'm not mad.
No.
Yeah.
Actually, he's actually fit.
But anyways, it was will I say explorative? It was a good moment to also delve into that kind of character, because you see people around you all the time who are most times quiet. They just walk around the streets and like you ignore them. You tend to ignore them or you avoid them if they're coming too close. But trying to be into that space and trying to figure out, okay, what's going through this guy's mind. Yeah, he wants to say a lot, but because of the spoilers, can't watch it.
Oh my God.
It was quite it was an experience doing that. I remember talking with the director. He was very open, because I was like, oh, I'm doing this one. I was like, chill, relax, chop rice. This is what the script says. If you want to do it this way, you can check this. Look at this nuance of this character from this movie. And he sent me like a list of movies I had to go and watch. And I watched them and I was like, so I built my character based on this, and added my own thing to it. And we had Tiny. Tiny was born.
So were there any fun moments?
Fun moment. What's a fun moment, I see? What a fun moment. Yes. When they're putting makeup on me, I think it was annoying. You know, but I was running myself. I'm like, what's I'm putting makeup. I'm a guy. I was saying, like, oh, Tiny, bring your tea. Then they're not putting there. You people are probing, at least buy me lunch first. You have to buy a guy dinner before you take the guy. But I mean, it was all good. But those were like fun moments. And like, there was so many. And because I was kind of always away. It was a personal thing from all the other characters. Not like I was trying to be this thing shy. I was shy.
Yes.
I was super shy. Yeah.
All right.
But I just had to, because Tiny is someone that is a socially awkward character.
Yeah.
So I had to be away from them. Personally, I just went away from each of these characters, and that's one thing I did to try and get the best of this character.
What would you say about Thicker Than Water?
Thicker Than Water was is a really great film. I really enjoyed editing it. I was the editor for this film.
Yeah.
And through the process, first of all, I read the script and I loved the story. When the producer told me about the film, sent me the script, I loved it. I also loved the fact that the film ended the way it ended. Yeah, it was really exciting. Interesting fact is I didn't really get the ending until I was editing. So I was just watching my cut and I was like, oh wow, it's the sister that's in this body. And I was like, I blew my mind because I didn't get it, all along. So and then I loved working with all the guys in the post-production team, the sound designer, the colorists, the VFX guys, and it was amazing. And I loved the thoroughness from the director, and he's very intentional about everything he wanted, and I just have to do everything I can to achieve everything, which was really good. And then I loved the cinematography. It was really amazing. I had a lot of materials to work with. That's the job of any editor.
So during the process of your editing, were there any scene that was challenging for you, that you felt that was challenging?
The ritual scene.
Oh my God.
This is what happened. I edited every scene and I left that one. And that scene, I think they shot it in 2 days or so, 2 nights or so. So it was a lot of materials, And what I did was I just finished editing every other thing, and then I took some days off to calm my head, and then I went back to that scene. And it took me, I can't remember how long, but it took me a while to cut that scene. And then after that, I sat with the director, and then we now fine-tuned everything.
Nice. So people that have actually not watched this movie, what will you say to them?
You need to watch it. You need to watch this film. Go to Amazon Prime now and watch this film. This is I would say it's the best horror film from Nollywood.
And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the movie premiere, Thicker Than Water. Trust me, it was a beautiful evening, and it was a beautiful movie. Trust me, this movie didn't just talk about the sacrifice. It talked about the love. It talked about the bond. It talked about the sacrifice that family, the ties that family shares together. And trust me, it was a beautiful movie. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. You have to watch this. And yes, this is VOP TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle and subscribe to our channel for more inspiring updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzangakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups, quartered at separate crowds, and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiments. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the crowds it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Health Check. Well, here we discuss key issues that affect our health and overall well-being right here on Voice of the People television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to be here with fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health issues in ways that are real, relevant, and of course, empowering. Before we begin, remember that you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. But today, we're focusing on a very, very crucial conversation. We're talking about stroke. Yes, and stroke is actually a medical emergency that occurs when the blood supply to a part of the brain is interrupted. And stroke is one of the very leading causes of disability and death worldwide. Yet, many people still do not recognize the early warning signs and delays in getting help that can make the condition far worse. But there is good news actually, and it is that stroke is preventable, totally treatable and manageable when detected early. And that's one of the things that we emphasize on the show most of the time. Early detection saves life. And to help us understand this topic better, we're joined by Dr. Bolarinwa Isaac Akinola, a neurophysiotherapist, founder and clinical director of Newton Physiotherapy Consults Limited and lecturer at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. And I'm also going to be joined by Dr. Charles Adeogun, a public health advocate and a wellness physician, of course. Well, these doctors will be shining light to this particular topic of conversation today. So you're welcome, Doctor. Welcome, Dr. Isaac. I can call you that, right?
Isaac.
All right, welcome. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you.
It's so good to have you.
Yeah, same here.
All right. So, Doctor, how's the week been for you? How's the profession been? I know that you're a doctor, and it's definitely going to be a busy schedule, right? Please tell me about it.
Yes, it's been quite a busy week, and it's no different from every other week. But the good thing about it is that we are excited. We are able to help people to get back on their feet. So it's been quite interesting.
So the satisfaction comes from having to help people and seeing that they get well.
That's
right.
So that's correct.
Wow, that's amazing. But I think I must confess that this is the first time I'm coming in contact with a neurophysiotherapist. Right, I've met a physiotherapist, I've met other doctors, but I have to admit that this is the first time I'm meeting a neurophysiotherapist, right? Really interesting. So please, can you tell me one thing that is really interesting about your profession, something that stands out for you?
Okay, so physiotherapy, like most people know, is they deal with bones and all of that, but things have actually changed over the years, and probably that's why you are just meeting a neurophysiotherapist for the first time. There are different specialties in physiotherapy, and neuro is one of them. We have the orthopedics and sports. We have cardiopulmonary. We have a lot of other specialties in physiotherapy. So for neuro, as the name actually implies, it has to do with the brain, spinal cord, everything that has to do with the nervous system of the body. So in this area, we actually, neurophysiotherapists rehabilitate anything that has to do with the nervous system of the body. And that's what makes it stand out from every other areas in physiotherapy practice.
Yeah. That's totally amazing. I could go on and on, really, because I'm very much interested. But let's go straight to the topic of discussion today. So we're talking about stroke, right? So can you just break stroke down in the simplest form? What actually is stroke, and what is it about the brain, that causes this particular thing?
Okay, thank you very much. In a very simple term, stroke occurs actually when, generally, the brain actually gets blood supply, just like every other part of the body. So when the blood is not getting, enough blood is actually not getting to the brain as a result of maybe blockage, or something is wrong with the blood vessels carrying the blood to the brain, then the brain actually gets affected either by cell death, because the blood itself does not just contain just the fluid we see. It contains glucose, it contains nutrients, it actually contains oxygen that actually makes the brain cells to function. So when these nutrients are not getting to the brain cells as a result of lack of blood supply, then the brain cells begin to die, even as early within seconds. And then when the brain cells begin to die, then they cannot carry out their basic function of getting to supply every other part of the body, and this can lead to lack of movement, weakness of the muscles, and every other thing that part of the brain is meant to do. So basically, in a layman language, when enough blood is not reaching a part of the brain, it can actually lead to deficit, which can actually affect every other part of the body. Simply, that's what stroke is.
All right. So in simpler terms, it is, when the blood is not being flown right to the brain appropriately.
Yes.
All right. So I want to assume, or I want to believe that stroke is not a one-way thing. I want to believe that there are different types of strokes and how they differ in how they affect the brain. So can you please help us talk about the types of strokes?
Okay, for the purpose of this conversation, I think I'm going to talk about four types of stroke. The most common one, which accounts for more than 80% of stroke, is the ischemic stroke, which is actually from the definition we gave earlier, the blockage. This is actually always caused by the blockage of the blood vessel that supplies the brain with blood. So this can be as a result of blood clots inside this blood vessel, and that's why it's called ischemic. And then the blood is not getting the right nourishment. Another type, which is also common but less common than ischemic, is the hemorrhagic stroke, and then from the word hemorrhage, which is caused as a result of bleeding into the brain cell. And then this can actually result in dysfunction of the brain cell. It can also cause increased in intracranial pressure of the brain when the blood is accumulated in the brain. That's the hemorrhagic. It's less common, but it's also there. And then we have the TIA, which some people call the partial stroke. That's the transient ischemic attack. Within 24 hours, you see some people recover quickly. And then they say, oh, they have a partial stroke. That is the TIA. Usually it lasts within 24 hours. That's a partial blockage, or there's a sudden short episode of blockage to the brain, and they recover quickly. And the last one is almost like the TIA, which is the RIND, R-I-N-D. That's the reversible ischemic neurologic deficit. This one can take up to like 2 or 3 weeks before they get to recover. It's also a blockage in the blood vessel that supplies blood to the brain. But within 2 to 3 weeks, they tend to recover. That's why it's reversible. So all these are different types of stroke, and then their recovery depends on which one is actually, that occurs during the process.
Right. Yeah. Over time, I've gotten to realize that people describe stroke as a medical emergency where time really counts. I mean, every minute counts. Right. Can you explain why that is?
Yes, it's an emergency and time counts. Because like I said earlier, when blood refuses to get to a part of the brain, the cells begin to die. And even studies have shown that within 60 seconds, more than 1 million, even about 1.9 million neurons die within just a minute. So you can imagine multiply that within a minute.
Seconds.
Within 60 seconds.
Oh, that's really
so
critical.
You can imagine multiply that by 60 minutes, that's an hour.
Oh my God.
Or 2 hours, 3 hours, and days. So that tells you how, how much of an emergency stroke is. So every minute counts. So the brain cells continue to die when nothing is done within a few minutes. So that's why it's an emergency. It has to be attended to as quickly as possible, because every second counts when it comes to stroke, and the brain dies quickly.
But I think so. Stroke doesn't just happen, right?
That's correct.
Some symptoms must have caused it. But then in some cases, it's just like it happens without warning. So I want to really understand, how is it that stroke sometimes happens without warning? Because we could just say, but this person was fine a minute ago, this person was fine just a few seconds ago, and then now something is happening. Why is there so much, I don't know the word to use, so many deliberations to if something is supposed to happen now or not when it comes to that particular crisis? Yeah,
it's actually called a silent killer for a reason. It's interestingly, it's not that it doesn't have symptoms, just that most of the symptoms are very easy to ignore. For example, in the clinical setting, when people come and then we take their history, some of them, we ask them questions, what have you felt before, and say, usually they feel headache, persistent headache, every day, and then they feel like the headache was going to go on its own and all of that. So these
it has been long coming.
It has been long coming. They just ignore them. Exactly.
Oh, wow.
So they are there. Though few people actually reported that they never felt anything, which is actually why it's important to take healthcare very seriously. One of the most common risk factors is even high blood pressure. A lot of people have been living with high blood pressure for a very long time, and they did not even know about it, because high blood pressure, for example, may not even show you any sign at all. And they feel they are fine until they just fall down one day. And that's why from the definition I said, sudden loss of blood supply. So it can be sudden to the level that people will feel like, oh, maybe it's witchcraft or something. So it can actually happen like that. So it can be very sudden.
Actually. Yeah, it's actually interesting how people just, misinterpret everything to be witchcraft.
Yeah, well, this is Africa. So
this is Africa, Nigeria. All right, so I want to actually understand if there are subtle signs that we should look out for when it comes to an impending stroke happening to avoid, critical emergency and all of that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, there are, and I think I highlighted one earlier. So from clinical review over the years, we've realized that there are some that most people actually ignore, especially when it's not very serious. And in this part of the world, we don't get to visit the hospital until something big happens. So like the headache I mentioned earlier is actually one of the subtle signs. persistent headache that you cannot even explain, then you have to know that, okay, something is wrong. I have to check myself. Some people just get confused. You know, they try to look for something where they put it, they can't, and then it becomes a recurrent kind of issue.
All right, so confusion.
Yeah, confusion.
Constant or consistent
Yes, confusion, yeah. So some of them, you know, they can actually experience dizziness. Immediately they get up, they feel dizzy, and then they go back to sit down and everything goes fine. And then it keeps coming like that, and they just feel like, you know, something is wrong, but they just don't pay attention to it. They can be very minimal like that. But these are signs to tell you that something is actually wrong somewhere, and then you need to take a check. But yeah.
All right, but are there specific earliest common signs that people should look out for concerning this?
Yes.
I mean, the very earliest.
Okay, at the very earliest,
Yes.
when the stroke, you mean the stroke itself?
Impending
Okay, an
stroke.
impending stroke. Yes. Okay, the most common one is the persistent headache we're talking about. You know, the headache just keeps coming and keep
And
coming.
you know, it could actually be misinterpreted to be stress.
Actually, yes, yes, and even that's why stress is one of the risk factors of stroke itself, which has to be well managed. All right. So, and then you look at sudden slurring of speech. Some people, you just get confused and you want to utter a word, and then you are looking for the right word to say. We've actually, you know, assessed people, and they say they just were looking for the right words. They could not put their words together. These are subtle signs that telling you that something is actually going on in the brain. Yeah, that's actually one of them too. Yeah.
All right. So I think there is this term. While I was reading up on this particular conversation, there is this particular term that I came in contact with. Fast. I think face, arms, speech, and
the time. Yeah.
Right. So okay, can you explain the FAST method for recognizing strokes?
Yes, FAST is an acronym that is actually used in very synonymous to stroke, but in the recent studies, we've actually moved it to be fast, not just fast, be fast.
Okay.
And then the B stands for balance. You know, when you get up and then you try to take one step and then you are losing your balance, you can actually put your balance together. That is actually one of the common signs. Then the highs, the he is actually highs, where the vision becomes blurry. Yes, that is actually one of the cardinal signs. And then we go to the beginning of the fast that you said earlier, which is the face. The drooping of the face on one side, which is actually a classical sign that you see in stroke patients. That's the asymmetrical sign. One side is actually, you know, drooping compared to the other. And then that's a sign. And then the arm, that's the A, F-A-C now. The arm can actually become weak. Probably some of them have reported that they were just trying to pick something up, and then it drops. And that's how their own started. So sudden weakness of the arm can be a very serious a sign. And then you talk about the speech. That's the T, the S there talks about speech, where the speech becomes suddenly slurry. You know, they're trying to put words together, but they are not able to actually pronounce the right words. So speech is actually one of them. And the last one is the T, which is time bound. And then you said earlier the importance of actually, you know, doing things immediately. Immediately we see the first sign. That's the B, F-A-S now. Then the time actually has to kick in. Within few seconds, they start noticing all these things. You have to call, you know, the emergency line, or you find a way to get yourself to the hospital. And that is how the Be Fast actually came into being.
All right, so I really want to understand the speech aspect. Is it that they start stuttering, stammering, or they just don't know what they want to say next?
Yeah, so it depends on the severity. It can be a combination of all of that, and it can be, you know, any of that. Yes, it differs, and then it depends on the part of the brain that is affected. So yes, it depends on the part of the brain. Like the left side of the brain actually controls the speech. That's where we have the speech area. So for those people that have affectation on that side, definitely we have problem with even some of them cannot even say a word at all. It can be that bad.
Wow.
Why some of them can pronounce words, but you cannot understand what they are saying. So it actually varies, yeah.
All right, talking about this particular still speech thing, I want to believe that it must have taken some level of negligence for it to get to the height. I mean, the parts where they can't even say anything at all. So I want to, you know, confirm my guesses, right? Is it that they tend to neglect the earliest signs before it gets to that point, or it is normal for it to just skyrocket to the very maximum level?
Yeah, it really skyrockets, but it
By
happens.
itself.
Yes, it happens, but very, very few cases like that. But usually, people just ignore these signs. You know, as a result of a lot of factors, probably some people just don't want to get to the hospital. They feel like, what I don't know does not kill me.
Right.
You know, that kind of thing. They just feel
And
like...
ignorance is not an excuse.
Actually, so the signs are always there. And unfortunately, like I said earlier, we in this part of the world, we don't do a lot of medical checks. We just feel as long as we are fine, as long as we can move around doing our daily activities, we are good. So the signs are always there. So it really skyrockets, but we ignore a lot of signs.
Funny how when the signs are even there, we tend to self-diagnose.
Unfortunately. And even people go to the pharmacy to pick up something.
Like
the headache
yeah.
I mentioned earlier, when they keep getting persistent headache like that, you see people moving to go and get aspirin, paracetamol, and then the headache goes immediately and then comes back again. It keeps telling you that you need to do something about it.
Yeah.
But they keep taking these medications and probably feel like it's going to go on its own. So they're always there.
I think the highlights of this conversation is that everyone should really pay close attention to their health and not just take everything for granted, really. But when you were talking about the signs, like the really earliest signs, you talked about, you know, constant headaches, confusion, speech, you know, and all of that. So I want to ask if there are other silent symptoms that people tend to ignore that are parts of their daily lives, really, because this is Nigeria. Some people tend to, you know, go through stress that they don't plan to go through and all of that. So are there silent or other silent signs of this particular thing that could, you know, be pointing towards the direction of stroke?
Okay, so the blood pressure is actually, yes, the blood pressure, which can be the most silent because you don't know your blood pressure until you check it. Actually, there's no way you can just look at somebody and you say this person has high blood pressure. And it has been shown to be the leading risk factor.
And most of the time, these people look fine.
Actually. So it's actually one of the most ignored, you know, and it has actually been accounted for the largest cause or the risk factor of stroke. So it's very silent. That's why I keep using it as actually. And there are other conditions that some people don't know they have, like diabetes, which have actually, which has actually been linked, which has been linked to this, because with diabetic it can actually lead to the destruction of the blood vessels, which can, you know, cause like shortage of blood supply to the brain. So that's why they go hand in hand. Most of the time, people that have diabetic, you see that they have high blood pressure too. They are like twins most of the times. And these are signs, And then if you don't check your blood sugar, if you don't check your blood pressure, there's no way you know that you have all these things. And this is why it's very important for those things to be checked.
And yes, that's why we actually really emphasize that we should get this machine that you have, just this portable one that you can always carry around.
Yes,
so always check your blood pressure, especially when you're already aging, right?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
All right, so you talked about, you know, some stroke being a silent killer.
Yes.
Right, so that's actually very scary.
Yeah.
You know, but I've seen some situations, you know, from online and all that, where stroke comes and go within minutes.
Yes.
So what would you say about that?
Okay, I think the third type I mentioned earlier is the TIA, which is transient ischemic attack, which can get resolved within 24 hours. But that is a sign that for something worse to come. You know, when it comes, some people will just say, I just felt weak on my hand, or they stand up and then they are able to move around again within 24 hours, they are fine. That is to tell you that you have to take it very seriously, because when next it happens, it's not going to get resolved in 24 hours. That is a classical sign, and that's why it's important to take it seriously. So it can happen. It can be a temporary blockage of blood supply to the brain, which gets resolved within few hours. So those are lucky ones. But the luck is that it's telling you that a bigger problem is coming. It's giving you a sign that a bigger problem is coming. So don't just say, I'm fine now, then I go back to sleep and keep doing what I used to do. Just check yourself into a hospital and get properly, you know, checked to be sure that, okay, there's, you know, you are actually fine, or something is not wrong with probably the brain or any part of the blood vessels that supply the blood to the brain. Yes.
All right. So why is it that I think the stroke affects the left side of the body, right, more than the right? Is that true?
Okay, yeah. So based on studies, yeah, one is actually more common than others. But,
so why is that?
But what I have seen in my clinical practice is that it's not even like that anymore. It can happen to any part of the brain now. It can, actually. So they say because the left side of the brain controls the right side of the body. So if it affects the left side of the brain, then the affectation is on the right side of the body and vice versa. So basically, but based on studies, they said it's more on the left. That's why it affects speech and all of that. But now, in the clinical setting, now we see both. People present with left weakness. People present with the right weakness. So a lot of things are changing, but it's based on actually previous studies that said that one is actually more common than others. But now you see it in both ways.
All right. Yeah. So is it that the affected parts determine the type of disability, or it determines the time factor of that particular disability, like if it's going to be easily resolved or well managed or not?
Well, it does. The severity actually depends on the part of the brain that is affected. Quite all right, because every part of the brain, has its own function. So what you see in the presentation of a person with stroke depends on that part of the brain that has been affected. Like I said earlier, for people that have the affectation of the right side of the brain, most of the times you see them speaking very well. There's no affectation of speech at all, just weakness of the other side of the body. And then the severity or recovery also depends on how severe, the blockage is on the part of the brain. So these are factors that contribute to how fast somebody comes out of it. Yes, the part of the brain actually determines them.
All right. Yeah. Talking about factors, let's go now to the risk factors really, really well. So you talked about diabetes, blood pressure and all of that. Yeah. Are there other risk factors like smoking and all of that? I want you to touch all of the aspects so that the public can be really aware of this particular process.
Yes. Most of apart from the high blood pressure and diabetes, most of the other risk factors are things that we can modify in our daily activities. Stress is a big predisposing factor. And when we talk stress, especially in Lagos, Nigeria, we are all familiar with stress.
Can really be avoided?
Can it
really be avoided?
Well, it cannot be avoided, but it can be managed. We can manage stress properly. Because when I give talks to some places and I tell them you are supposed to sleep for up to like 7 to 9 hours of sleep every day, and then people look at you like in Lagos, when you're just getting into your room by 1 a.m. and you have to get out of the house again by 5 a.m. So it's difficult. Also, it depends on the management. How you manage the stress.
And some people will even tell you that they are nocturnal.
Actually, yes.
They function better at night. And night sleep is actually very important. So how do we handle this? These are the issues.
Yes, actually, these are key issues anyway. But if it's well managed, you just know you listen to your body. That's what I tell people. You listen to your body. When your body is stressed, it gives you signs. Like if I didn't have a good sleep now, or because I've been busy in the clinic even prior to coming here, probably I will be dozing right now on the screen. So, but if you listen to your body and you feel tired inside of you, it's telling you that you have to get some rest. And then you just listen and you get some rest. It might be 1 hour or 2 hours, and then you feel better. So basically, that's management of stress. And you mentioned smoking. Yeah, smoking, taking of alcohol, they have actually been linked to stroke. There are risk factors of stroke. And of course, yes, alcohol, yes, have actually been linked to stroke. They can actually cause destruction of the lining of the blood vessels, which can actually make it rupture to cause the hemorrhagic. It can also lead to actually accumulation of fat that can actually lead to blockage.
I think people do not know this thing.
Yes, but it's there. And it has been a cause. A big, very, very big cause, actually. And of course, sedentary lifestyle, lack of exercises, is actually accumulation of fat, and fat can actually form all this blockage. We call it arteriosclerosis, that can block the blood vessels and prevent blood from getting to the brain. So these are basic things that we see every day that we ignore. In these days of technology now, everybody wants to just chill and relax. or Netflix and chill, like
To
people
relax
say.
and be taken care
Exactly.
of.
People just don't. We hardly walk anymore. You know, short distances. We want to probably take a ride there. So these are lifestyles that have actually shaped our ways of life over the years, and these are contributing factors to stroke. So these are everyday things that we see. So
I think there is
major key
something I
factors.
have noticed with the sedentary lifestyle. Muscle pull.
Yeah.
Yeah, this muscle pull, how dangerous is it?
Okay, well, even though it's not directly linked to stroke,
Yes.
but yes, it does. Because you are not even meant to sit on the same spot for a prolonged period of time. You know, that's what we advocate in physiotherapy as much as possible, especially for desk workers. Because it's very common now. If you're a desk worker, you sit on your laptop from morning till night, the 9 to 5, and then you don't even get up to stretch your body. There's every possibility that you are going to put a lot of problem on your back, your spine, your muscles, because they are not warmed up. They are not stretching. So these are the issues. And it's very serious, because if you keep doing that every day for several years, it's a lot of problem in the future. Even though it's not, the blood vessel that can actually lead to shortage of blood supply to the brain. So it is high cholesterol in the body. It is very, very risky, and it can actually lead to stroke. It's a yes. How dangerous, you ask? Very dangerous. if I may use that.
Okay, that emphasis was needed.
Yeah.
All right, so this particular one, this question, I want to say I'm very interested in this question.
Okay.
So I learned that people with sickle cell are more prone to stroke, at a younger age and all of that. Why is that?
Okay, so the sickle cell itself is because of the sickle-shaped, red blood cells. And like we said earlier, for the blood to flow normally to the brain, they have to be of the normal shape. So the moment they have abnormal shape, definitely the flow will be distorted. And when the flow is distorted, then the brain will not be receiving enough blood the way they should be. So it's as simple as that. And that is why they are the most prone to stroke in the young.
Okay, in the young.
In the young people.
So at what age do they tend to, pass this, this limitation?
Okay, so we not say a definite age. Because before they say they don't last up to 18 years, then they tend to die and everything. But with advancement in technology, in medicine now, they are actually living to the fullest.
Oh, definitely.
They are living to the fullest, actually. So, but the risks are there. And, the risk of stroke is there. And then the risk of the crisis, other issues are there for sickle cell individuals. But with, better management, definitely they tend to live for as long as they want. But they are actually one of the major risk factors for stroke.
All right, so are old people, elderly people, more prone to stroke as well? Or it can affect younger people, aside sickle cell individuals, of course?
Okay, I would say no, they are not more prone, especially now. Traditionally, stroke used to be an issue with older people. Because ordinarily, as you grow older, the blood vessels get weaker, and then it can actually lead to, the issue I said about blood supply and all of that. But it's not like that anymore. Even the youngest of person can have stroke. I've managed stroke patients 19, 20, 21, and they're not even sickle cell. Yeah. Because of the risk factors that I mentioned earlier. Some of them smoke, some of them take a lot of alcohol, some of them even are obese. As early as 19, 20, you see them as obese. So these are risk factors. So it's not only limited to the elderly. Even young people can have stroke, and that is why the information is for everyone now these days. Unlike before, when you used to say, when they mention stroke, the young people will say, it doesn't concern me because that's for old people. When I get to that age, then I can take care of it. But the truth is, whatever you do at the young age is even what leads you to the older generation. So as much as possible, stroke can happen in any age. It can happen at any age.
All right. Yeah. So because this particular medium is for, providing the right kind of information and helping the masses, of course, to have the right kind of information to work with. Yeah. We'd love to go to the emergency responses now. Yeah. So if someone suddenly has this particular crisis, this particular stroke condition, what do you advise people around them to do immediately? Because most of the time we tend to see these things, but we just take our phones and our cameras to picture the content,
social media,
and that's not what we are meant to do. But most of the people, they actually do not know how to handle this situation.
Yeah.
So anything can happen at any time. We don't even know the conditions of people living around us or people working with us, really. So how can the people around stroke patients help them when they start to have a crisis?
So immediately it happens and you suspect a stroke, the first thing you should do is to call an emergency.
Right.
Yes, you call immediately. So, and just avoid probably try to feed them with anything. Just go straight to calling an emergency for them to be, transported to the hospital as soon as possible. Because we've had situations whereby they would just say they were trying to move and then they fell. They're trying to open their cars and then they fall down and then that's it for them. So at that stage, they need to be taken to the hospital. They need an expert to actually assess them and start management immediately. That's not time for trying to do a guesswork or trying to form like you can start doing something before. Immediately you can get them to the hospital. A loss of consciousness, if it is just loss of consciousness, they are still breathing, then you don't need to start performing any magic or something because this is stroke. Immediately you suspect it's stroke, like you said. It's an emergency case. So call an emergency line and get them to the hospital.
So there is no first aid, no anything, just an emergency.
Yes,
line.
It's an emergency straight because except maybe immediately they fell, then probably they hit their head on something. You want to stop the bleeding. Yes, we've had cases like that. And then you want to stop the bleeding. You want to prevent them being crowded.
Okay.
Because a lot of people will start gathering and suffocating them. Exactly, and they suffocate them. So as much as possible, give them space. While the call is ongoing, give them as much space as possible. Place them in a good and comfortable position where they can get fresh air before the experts actually arrive. That's the key. So don't try to do anything or try to probably carry them in an awkward manner that can actually cause more damage and all of that. So just place them in a comfortable position and then you call an emergency.
All right, so I've seen or I've heard of situations where people have this particular crisis and they are being taken to the pharmacy, to massage them, to help them sleep and wake up.
Yeah.
Can we please talk about the dangers of this? Because if we don't know what we are doing, if we don't know that this particular thing is dangerous, we'll keep doing them, or we might not even see the need to take the right steps. So can we talk about the dangers?
Yes, it's interesting that you've heard of these things. We have seen these things.
Oh, wow.
We see them a lot of times before they are even brought to the clinic at all.
Massage those joints.
Yes, they would have done a lot of things. A lot of things, even about concussion and all of that. They can actually have to pack a lot of things and give it to them. But I have to say this, that it is very dangerous to self-medicate because you don't even know the type of stroke they have. You don't know the severity yet because immediately they get to the hospital, they have to do the brain scan to even know. They don't even start managing them without knowing the cause or how severe it is or which part of the brain is affected. So these are things that follow processes and not just by packing things for them. It's very dangerous because you can actually move the condition from mild to severe.
Worse. Oh, God.
Yes. Something that probably they could have recovered within few days or weeks, you can make them be in it for several years because of that singular act of giving them a wrong medication or doing some massage that can even dislodge more clots. Yes, because you don't know what caused it in the first place. So trying to massage them probably is accumulation of fats. So trying to massage them might even dislodge more clots that can even block their lungs and make them die right there immediately before they even get to the hospital. So these are very dangerous acts. So try as much as possible to get them to the hospital and let the experts handle the situation.
Let the experts handle the situation. Well, it has been a very interesting conversation, but right about now, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about treatments and lifestyle habits that can reduce stroke risk. Please stay tuned. Welcome back to Health Check. We're still on the program on Voice of the People Television, and we have been discussing stroke, the symptoms, the risks, the emergency responses, and right about now we'll be moving into prevention, treatments, and lifestyle modifications, of course. So we've been with Dr. Isaac, and he has been talking a lot, saying a whole lot about, making sure that you pay good attention to your body, pay attention to the very slightest symptom and all of that. So right now we're talking about, the lifestyle habits and all of that. So Dr. Isaac, what everyday habits can drastically reduce a person's risk of developing a stroke?
Okay. If you know the risk factors, then you know what not to do. That's how I always start this. And then we listed them earlier. The first thing is manage your stress very well. That is, I started with the stress because this is Lagos, and then we have to emphasize on stress management a lot. So as much as possible, listen to your body, manage your stress properly. Don't overwork yourself to the level that you turn it into a case of emergency. And of course, avoid some bad habits, or bad lifestyle, like drinking, alcohol, smoking. The tobacco smoking has actually been linked to, increased in risk of stroke. And of course, regular health check. I said earlier, these are everyday things. You said earlier, before, while we were growing up, before you can check your blood pressure, you have to get to the health center. But these days, you can check your blood pressure right in the corner. I can decide to check my blood pressure right now. Yeah. In fact, some people even have wristwatches that can check their blood pressure.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that.
Yes.
So knowing your blood pressure is the first, stage to actually preventing high blood pressure that can lead to stroke. And then, of course, exercise. Daily exercise is very important.
About the sedentary lifestyle.
Sedentary lifestyle. So take a lot of walk. Move around as much as possible. Avoid sitting down for a prolonged period of time that can lead to accumulation of fats and all of that. Eat right. Eat right is also very important. Right. Okay. Yes, eat right as much as possible because fingers are not equal. When you say in those days you say eat balanced diet, but what is balance? What is diet? But when you eat right, then definitely you are able to prevent a lot of fat deposit on your body. You're able to prevent the risk of having the condition I mentioned earlier that can actually diabetes, because it's food or diet that can actually lead to diabetes also. So if you eat right, then you can actually avoid, causing that. And, just drink a lot of water instead of alcohol. I try to encourage people, hydrate, get yourself hydrated. Yes, replace alcohol with water. Take a lot of water. You are going to be helping a lot of system. You are going to also help the blood flow in your body by drinking a lot of water. So these are daily activities that can actually help to prevent stroke.
All right. I'm really, really interested in this one. What does recovery look like, with people that has gone through stroke? Is it possible for full recovery to take place, or it's very, very gradual? And is it, compulsory that this particular condition takes a whole lot of time before it gets to normalcy? Or is it even possible that it ever gets to normalcy?
Yes, it is possible, though it's a very long, lonely road. Like I always tell patients, it's very long and it's very lonely, because, it's very difficult for you to start realizing or appreciate the fact that you have to move from functionally independent to suddenly becoming dependent on people. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. And then because of that, it can even lead to a lot of issues like psychological issues. Some of them keep thinking of how did I get here and all of that. Yeah. So there is a long road to recovery. But yes, recovery is very possible. But we try to say prevention is better than cure, because the recovery is not as simple as it looks. Yes. We have had people that recovered fully. Some may get up to like 90%, there will still be something, but at least they are able to do things on their own. Yeah. Why some people never recover? Unfortunately, some people never recover. Some people never become, independent ever again. They have to probably be confined to wheelchair, or probably have to use one walking aid or the other, or have to get a caregiver that has to be with them. But few people, or some people, still get to become independent. But it depends on a lot of factors, including the management. You know, and one of the key management is the physical therapy. You know, physiotherapy actually helps you along the line to gain your function back, you know, which is very important. And then the quality of the physical therapy also matters. You know, it's not just about, you know, stand up, do this, do that. There has to be some specific group of muscles that have to be strengthened. These are experts that understand what has been affected and how you can move from point A to point B in the recovery. So yes, people can recover.
All right, so instead of going through the recovery stage, let us just take proper precautionary measures.
Yes.
All right, so I'm actually very, very concerned for people that are already, you know, stroke patients. So emotionally, it can be very devastating. So what would you advise these survivors or intending survivors to, you know, cope with the shock, the frustration, the lifestyle changes, having to, you know, rely on someone and all of that, just in 30 seconds?
Yes, people around them have to do a lot of job to help them. Like I said, it's a very lonely road, and then psychologically they are down because they are trying to say that me that I used to move around, now I have to wait for somebody to come and help me before I get to the restroom.
Exactly.
So it's very difficult. So people around them have a lot of work to do in terms of, you know, helping them to cope with the situation, because when they continue to see these people that are supportive, then they think less of the situation. And then even the healthcare profession, as part of what we do, is psychological support. We have to keep encouraging them that it's not the end of life. You can still get your function back, but you have to be determined, and then you have to do a lot to also help yourself to get there. So yes, it's an emotional situation, but with people around them, with a lot of support, they can always get there.
All right, so because you are a professional in this field, I'm sure you might have seen a whole lot of cases in this. So what advice would you give to families, you know, supporting these people? You know, if one person is sick, everybody,
yeah.
Everybody's actually going through
That is
the
true.
same thing. It's just that the person going through the actual pain is
More,
different.
yeah.
You know, so what's your advice to families? You know, because it can be very, very draining.
Yeah.
So what's your advice to these families and friends or loved ones that are around these, you know, stroke patients? What would you tell them? How would you encourage them, of course?
Yeah. So to the families, I always tell them that this is the best time, or this is the time they need you the most. You cannot leave them now that, you know, they need you to actually help them out of it. And if they are going to recover, because we've seen from clinical practice and even studies have shown that people that have support recover faster than people that don't have support. So now you know that they depend on you to even recover. Now that's when you know that you have to give them all the support that they need as much as possible to get to where they need to go. So psychologically, you have to be there for them. Physically, in terms of getting them from point A to point B, when they are still dependent, you have to be there for them. So with all the support, they are on the verge of actually getting to recover faster than those people that don't get support. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Isaac. This was really, really, really enlightening. Thank you so much for pouring into this.
Thank you very much.
So a very big thank you to Dr. Bolarinwa Isaac Akinola, who is a neurophysiotherapist, a founder and clinical director of Newton Therapy Consults Limited, and lecturer at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. You know, stroke is a really serious condition, but it is not the end of the road. With proper awareness, quick action, and healthy lifestyle choices, many strokes can be prevented and lives can be saved. If you or someone you know is struggling, please reach out to a friend, reach out to a counselor or a healthcare professional, please. And that's it on this week's edition of Health Check. Remember, recognizing the symptoms early and seeking immediate help, medical help for that matter, can make all of the difference. Don't be afraid to speak up, seek help, prioritize your health and total well-being. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next time, do stay safe, stay informed, stay healthy, and stay alive. And join us again next week for another important conversation on your well-being. Bye.
for the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day, from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back dates when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really? I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be. even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. Their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out, they sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of LASODA that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Education is the surest path to economic growth and social stability. This powerful statement by Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization, underscores the critical role of education in shaping individuals, communities, and the nation. Good afternoon and welcome to another beautiful edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we explore ideas, policies, and initiatives that drive learning and development. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today on Edu Dialogue, we focus on self-improvement and financial planning for the new year. Also on the program, we turn to the federal government's new measures to curb examination malpractice in the West African Examination Council, WAEC, and the National Examination Council, NECO. But first, let's begin with our conversation on self-improvement and financial planning for the year ahead. As we step into a new year filled with expectations and renewed hope, conversations around self-improvement and financial planning have taken center stage. Self-improvement remains the foundation for progress. Developing new skills, improving existing capacities, and embracing lifelong learning are essential in adapting to today's fast-changing world. When individuals invest in themselves, they become better positioned to seize opportunities and remain relevant. Financial planning, on the other hand, helps individuals move from uncertainty to stability. In an economy challenged by inflation and rising living costs, setting realistic financial goals, budgeting wisely, saving consistently, and exploring legitimate income opportunities have become more important than ever. However, Experts argue that combining personal development with sound financial planning allows individuals to live purposefully, avoid unnecessary debt, and build a more secure future. Now, joining me to discuss the practical steps individuals can take to improve themselves, plan their finances effectively, and position for a productive and financially stable year is Dr. Joshua Oyeniyi, the Principal Consultant and the Chief Executive Officer, Arborian Consulting Limited. He's also a business consultant and also a life coach. And virtually, I have Olushola Edema, who is a chartered banker and certified cryptocurrency compliance specialist. Let me begin with you, Dr. Joshua. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming to Edge Dialogue.
Thank you, Matthew, for having me.
We are very glad to have you join us on the program. Thank you so much. And it's not too late to say Happy New Year.
Oh, no, it's never. Happy New Year to you too.
Happy New Year, sir.
Merry New Year.
Thank you, sir. So we are looking at personal development, especially as the new year begins. So why do you think self-improvement is important? Why is self-improvement an important foundation for success, especially at the beginning of a new year?
So it's a new year, and you know the usual atmosphere is people wanting to draft new plans, resolutions. They want to do new things.
Yeah.
But particularly, the approach should be not doing new things, but doing the same thing in newer ways, right? For example, somebody has been maybe trying to run a business.
Yeah.
And then, there is a way to run a business. If you've been running a business mixed up with your personal life without having distinct, a separation of those entities, you will be obtaining the wrong results. So maybe it's doing a similar thing in a different way. And that's where self-improvement comes in. You want to be better, you want to be different, you want to have growth, whether your finances or your business or your personal life. There is always that gap that must be filled. And one of those ways to do so is for you to plunge yourself into knowledge, plunge yourself into learning, which is, encapsulated in self-improvement and self-development.
So how do we plunge ourselves into learning?
So basically, you can start with taking courses, right? For those of us, I listened to somebody say in 2025, he spent $120,000 US dollars on self-improvement. Taking courses from Harvard, to Watson School of Business and all the other places, right? Somebody else came and said, I didn't spend so much, but I spent 30,000. Now, why are they spending this much? It's because they're basically trying to learn, from the best in the field. So you might want to go to, take courses. If you don't have this much money, you can go to YouTube. You can go to Coursera. You can go to, to edX. You can take some of these courses for free. Whilst if you have the money, go to school, maybe grab an MBA or grab a master's in something and make yourself better and expert.
I want to be a doctor like you.
You want to.
You want to be a doctor. Okay, yes. I think that's a challenge for me. You are challenging me right now.
Yes, you should. Yes, you should get it.
Okay.
It's an amazing leap, for personal development as well.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Okay, so still talking about personal development, a lot of people set goals and resolutions that do not last. So what practical step can individuals begin to invest in that can turn to daily habits? And apart from that, how can young people and working professionals realistically assess themselves and identify areas they need to improve on in 2026?
Okay, so say for example, as a career person, you're working in an office, and then at the end of maybe a 3-month period or a 6-month period, there's an appraisal done. And the appraisal shows that, number one, you were not very punctual in the last 6 months. Or number two, it showed that you were not delivering your work on time. Or it showed that, you were coming into the office very tired, right? Those are areas you may want to look into and say, okay, how can I make myself better for this new phase of appraisal?
Yeah.
So one of the things you want to do is you want to imbibe the culture of discipline. Right? What is discipline? It means, say, for example, you're back from work, rather than go all the way and start surfing the internet till 10, 11 p.m., why not hit the bed at 9 p.m., right? So you're up at 5 a.m., and then you go to the office at 7 a.m. That way, you are able to start a routine of punctuality to the office. And for many of us in this side of the world, we do not appreciate time enough, and that's something we must change. I remember an incident. I had my first opportunity to travel to the US. I had my mentor coming over to the house. It was an American, broadcaster and author coming by the house. And then my colleagues who were Nigerians, in Washington said, Joshua, you must be ready before the man comes around. I said, why are you so insistent on the time? They said, because these people, they take time very importantly, right? And we are Nigerians. We have this African timeism, of a thing. So, but you must be ready. You must make sure You must make sure he sees you ready by the time he arrives. And true to it, I think that meeting was for 7 a.m. By 7 o'clock, that man was at the door. You know, so it sent the message that we must make sure certain bad characters and habits are broken. Number two is that, say, for example, you are not really reading in the previous year, right? And you want to grow, and you don't have the time to maybe take a course at maybe any formal institution or privately. Why not take a book and, say, for example, change your approach? Have it in audio format. If you're driving to work or you're itching a ride to work, listen to it and begin to grow your mind with the knowledge that you're learning while you're going. So those are approaches that you can actually put in place to make sure that you're a better person. Maybe, for example, again, maybe I'll say somebody is having, several issues with colleagues and bosses at work. They say you don't have, your attitude is not very good. You're not very, cheerful. You're not very up and going and all that. You may want to tell yourself, okay, what are the reasons why I'm acting this way? Is it because I'm usually very tired the night before?
Yeah.
Or is it because, I'm having some personal issues? You deal with those at the fundamentals, and then you come back to, to become a better person.
How do we actually deal with fundamental issues?
So fundamental issues, number one, if it is financial, because some of these issues are connected, they're interconnected.
That's true. And it weighs people
yes,
down.
it can weigh you down. So you can tell yourself, okay, I see that I get weighed down by my financials by the 20th of the month, by 15th of the month. So how can I avoid that? Number one, I have to cut down on unnecessary spending, right? Maybe I hit the movies every weekend, hey, and I spend 10K per ticket. No, I say no for now. Or maybe, I do some charity. I mean, for that Christmas, I give this one, give that one, and then by 10th of the month, your salary is gone. No, I have to reduce on that so that you have financial buffer that can carry you through, and then you're not worked up, you're not stressed. Because when you're stressed, you give up the wrong vibes, to people around you without even knowing. So you cut on that. Sometimes when a man has money in his pocket, right? When he has money in the bank, there's a way he reacts differently to things. He's not worked up unnecessarily.
Yeah.
So those sort of things can help you, right? So if you are able to manage your finances, you're able to manage, maybe you're a married person, you're able to manage your marriage. You don't get yourself thrown in argument all the time. Hey, your spouse says, you offended me, I'm sorry, can I be better? Better approaches can help you have, a brighter life on the outside, So all of those things are issues that you must resolve, at the basis, at the foundation, so that your life on the outside is better, is seamless, is easy.
Better approaches can help you have a better life on the outside.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. And talking about financial independence, let me get to Olushola. Olushola, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining me on Edge Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. You can please unmute your device. All right, I am really struggling to hear Olushola. I don't know if you can hear me. You can please unmute your device. Thank you so much for joining me on Edu Dialogue. I can't really hear you, but I'll come back to you in just a jiffy. So, Dr. Joshua, you talked about emotional intelligence right now, which, of course, do not even intertwine with the topic. But, a lot of people struggle with one thing or the other, especially when they are going through one thing or the other, which financial challenges is also involved. Apart from finances, what other things can weigh individuals down, and how should they overcome those barriers in 2026 and beyond?
Yes. So for some, it's a sense of dissatisfaction. Some people they don't feel a sense of fulfillment in their calling, in their craft. And so because of that, their minds are wired differently. And, so all of these things can affect you. For some other persons, it's maybe unattained goals. For some other persons, it could be, family issues. It could be health challenges, right?
Yeah.
Some are dealing with health challenges, and these challenges have a way of affecting your moods, your hormones, and all the rest. So you might want to take yourself, for a proper medical check. You say, for example, you say, hey, my company offers me HMO. Can I hit the hospital and get a comprehensive check so that I'm able to know what's going on in my body, and I'm able to address those issues so that I can live a better life, I can live a quality life. So all of those things are very critical. They help you to be able to give your best, and the world around you can feel that you're really a part of the system and you're giving quality work. So they're very key, they're important. And I'll say, very importantly as well, for the new year, for example, you're having a new beginning, you're having a new start. A lot of things are going to be happening newly. You want to tell yourself, what are my goals for the year? What are my aspirations for the year? You pen them down. It's important to write some things down, write them down. I want to be able to do this. I want to take this certification in March. I want to be able to attend this number of conferences by April. I want to be able to visit this country and get this exposure, you know, to this way of life by July and all that. You put all of those things down and you begin to work with them. Say, for example, I want to be able to save 20% every month of my salary. That way I'm able to have, you know, better financial, prospects for any project I want to do and all that. So you begin to do all of those things at the beginning of the year. And what happens is that the more you attain certain milestones, the better you become, the better you feel, the better you're able to approach other challenges and projects in your life, and you're able to ace them and get a huge success.
The more you have better certification, the more you are able to attain better heights. Beautiful contribution. So I want you to touch on skill acquisition. How important is skill acquisition and multiple streams of income in achieving financial stability?
Cannot be overestimated, cannot be overemphasized. You cannot. It's all, you know, all over the time we've had people say that you need to have this number of streams of income, you need to have this, you need to have this skill. Let me tell you, I read mathematics at the university, right? But before I went to the university, I started learning the skill of writing, the skill of public speaking. I used to be very reserved and reticent, right? But I started learning the public speaking, writing. And then by the time I was in my year 1, year 2 at the university, I was already becoming a freelance contributor for about 8 Nigerian newspapers, including the big names, right? And all of those things ultimately, culminated in charting a new course of financial stream for me in a couple of years, even while I was still at the university. With that skill, with my skill of writing, with my skill of public speaking, I was able to start a business in the university, that got my first trip to the United States, and got me my first grant from Tony Elumelu Foundation, got me several other awards and opportunities. So, those skills cannot be overemphasized. You need money to live life, whether you are married or not. You need money to run things. You want to travel, you want to see the world. Like you mentioned, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala said, education, is the pathway. It's one of the best things you can do for yourself. And sometimes education does not mean go to school. It can be get a new skill. It can be learn a vocation, right? It could be, attend a course on the side and grab something. Maybe digital marketing, for example. Maybe learn how, like my brother, the cryptocurrency specialist, maybe know how you trade, those elements. Some other things are skills that you can grab on the way. You have them and you can make money from them, build up your finances and be able to do bigger projects that you'll be very happy, with yourself for.
Build up your finances and be able to build up bigger projects that you'll be able to be happy for yourself for. Well, I'm still coming to Dr. Joshua in a bit. Good afternoon, Olushola. Thank you so much for joining me on the program again. You can please unmute your device. I am really struggling to hear Olushola. Can you hear me, Olushola?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if you can hear me.
I can actually. Hey, good afternoon. It was actually a technical issue, and that cannot be overstated, actually. Thank you so much for joining me on the program once again. Actually, the physical guest here has praised you, saying you're a cryptocurrency specialist, but let me just not digress. I think after the conversation, it will be a great time for you and Dr. Joshua to actually meet. But let me ask you, in today's economic climate, why is financial planning no longer optional, but it is necessary? And then what are the basic financial planning steps that everyone should take at the start of the year, regardless of income level?
Oh, great. So when we talk about financial planning, think about it as a survival skill. Just think of any other survival skill that that is even one of the top up the shelf survival skills that any individual human being, as far as you are existing, need. And it has always been paramount. Maybe what has been missing is the discipline to carry through with it. You can't be earning certain amount of money, no matter how little, and you just squander it away. Then what that means is that it shows a man who has not that has not set clear objective, a man that does not have a set goal. And so, even when you have real things to achieve, without financial planning, you are unable to achieve it. And then for me, basically, I bucket the approaches to financial planning into two things. It's first about setting goals. You can't plan when you don't even have something you are aiming to achieve. So you are first looking at these XYZ are the things I want to achieve. So every year or at the beginning of the period, even companies do it. So we can apply it to our individual selves where you are looking at your new year and they are saying this year, these are the things I want to do. You list them out, your objective, why you want to do them, why it is important that you achieve them, and timelines, and probably hold yourself accountable to those timelines. Now, what that helps you do is then the next one, which is budgeting. It helps you budget based on your projected finance inflow and outflows. And you are then looking at, okay, by so and so time, I should be able to do this because I will be able to. Now, so there are two things for me: setting the objectives, setting your goals, and secondly is a clear budget. You must plan your resources. You must plan the utilization of your funds. You must plan the utilization of any money that comes to you. Thank you.
All right. Talking about planning and, of course, effective budgeting, how can individuals effectively budget and save, especially when income is limited and expenses keep rising?
So, budgeting is not a respecter of income levels. I don't think it has anything to do with your income levels. It is something that you should do no matter whether you are a low income earner or a high income earner. It should be part of the system that guides you as a person. So, for me, I do not think that you need to limit your budgeting or make it a case of it has to be something that you do based on your income levels or what you earn, but it is actually what you must do as far as you earn. So whether you're a low income earner, you budget based on the resources that you have or the anticipated inflows of income.
All right. So what are the common financial mistakes that people make at the beginning of the year? Not only at the beginning of the year, but generally, and how can people avoid them?
Okay, so one of the few or the critical ones for me is that people plan, right? You actually see a lot of people plan, but they set unrealistic targets. And yes, it's good to be ambitious. It's good to be you're thinking, oh, I want to achieve X, Y, Z, I want to do this. But then like I said, and I mentioned something around timeline. If your timeline is for achieving a particular set goal is not feasible. So there are so many elements that go into that plan. You must then begin to say, what do I need to do now to get to achieve this goal? Is it achievable within this foreseeable time? So for financial planning, the most common mistake and error, and that's why people get frustrated along the line, is that we are unrealistic with our plans. They are too ambitious. Why is it good to be ambitious? You have to also be able to recognize the effort and time resources that you need to achieve certain financial goals or set goals generally, and then break them into maybe short milestones that you can appraise yourself and know whether you are on track or not, so you don't get frustrated about it.
Thank you so much, Olushola, for that wonderful thought there. I'll come back to you in a moment. Doctor, even as we wrap up this conversation on personal development for the new year and, of course, saving, financial literacy, what key mindset should individuals adopt this year to achieve both personal growth and financial stability?
So, I have this event, this conference I'm speaking at on Saturday, and the theme is anything is possible, right? And I'll say that that's the key term for those who want to have a mindset change. You believe within yourself that anything is possible. It doesn't matter the number of times I failed. It doesn't matter how many times I tried to save 1 million naira in 2025 and I could not achieve it despite making, a significant amount of money every month. It doesn't matter how my business did not do well. I believe anything is possible. And you look at that term from the positive angle, which means I can build a solid structure for my business. I can save 1 million naira, in the first 6 months. I can get a new degree. I can get a master's in 2026. I can travel to a country of choice in 2026. I can have a stable marriage in 2026. I can learn 10, 5, 7, 3, personal development courses online in 2026. So all of these things are possible, and it's a mindset. Once your mindset is aligned right, you'll find yourself, gravitating towards, attaining your set goals. Like Olushola put it, you are able to, and you break it down. It's not, I'm saying anything is possible means I can become a billionaire, in January, right? So it has to be like they call it the smart, metric. It has to be specific,
measurable,
it has to be achievable. So all of those things are key while you are, working towards the anything is possible mindset shift.
All of these things are key, especially setting smart goals, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound goals. Well, you're still watching Edgy Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll turn our attention to the federal government's new measures to eliminate examination malpractice in the West African Examination Council, WAEC, and the National Examination Council, NECO exams, starting 2026. We will discuss the implications, challenges, and what it means for students and the education system. Please stay with us.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of rice and beauty. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abiojola, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Akpala. Keep watching VOP TV. Baba ti sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀. Ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀. Momore. Thank you, Daddy. Mio. Hello, guys. My name is Tosibi. Keep watching for TV. VOP TV. God bless you.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o, mo gbé ọ̀gá o.
Olódodo lọ́nà gbogbo.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o. Hello, people of God. This is your favorite girl, Mosu Exalta. Keep watching VOP TV, and you will be blessed. Love you.
Etobi gan, Etobi Olua. Hello everyone, my name is C Praise and I'm here telling you, keep watching VOP TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory.
How glory. Iru you see Yakaways. Sure, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. Girl, view. Okay, oh la la. Okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder.
Please keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that out.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
We are very glad to have you join us on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. In case you are just joining us, this is Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we explore education, personal growth, and ideas shaping Nigeria's education sector and beyond. The federal government has announced new measures to eliminate examination malpractice in WAEC and NECO examination from 2026 and beyond. The Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, alongside the Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Saeed Ahmad, said the reforms are aimed at strengthening credibility, transparency, and public confidence in Nigeria's education and examination system. Key among the measures is enhanced question randomization and serialization. Although candidates will answer the same questions, the arrangement will differ for each student, reducing chances of cheating and collusion. The ministry also restated its ban on the transfer of students at the senior secondary school 3 level to curb examination malpractice. In addition, new national guidelines for continuous assessment have been introduced and will take immediate effect. All examination bodies, including WAEC and NECO, are required to comply with standardized assessment and submission timelines. The federal government says the measures are part of sustained efforts to protect the integrity of national examinations. And still with me to unpack this discussion is Dr. Joshua Oyeni, the principal consultant and the chief executive officer, Amborian Consulting Limited. He's also a business consultant, author and life coach. And virtually I have Olushola Edema, who is a chartered banker and certified cryptocurrency compliance specialist. Let me begin with you, Olushola. How do you see the federal government's new measures to curb examination malpractice in WAEC and NECO? And do you think this is coming at the right time?
I think it's a good one. Even though I personally don't think it's new, so to speak, because and I know Doctor right there will probably understand what I'm saying around some of the things that have actually been in place. It's maybe not publicly documented or dead as they are trying to do now. But then, if now is the time to drag it and reinforce it, so be it. I think it's laudable because you would educate the academic levels over the years. We have seen it go up, go down, and at some time it's just at the level where you don't know whether it is up there or down there, and most times it's attributable to of teaching, and secondly, the seriousness of the students as reflected. These ideas are very good, and randomization, all of these things, they are all basically tools you use in curbing or
examination malpractice.
Student examination bias from practicing any such thing. So
all right,
I think they are legal, in my opinion.
All right, Olushola, as a follow-up to that, the government also bans a straight student transfer. What kind of loopholes do you think this policy aims to close? And do you think these reforms will change students' attitude towards learning, reading and preparation? Or will it also take more than policy changes to achieve this?
Okay, yeah, so you see that particular one. But I have had some experiences, especially first as a teacher. that was I did some teaching, of course, doing the NYSC mandatory assignments. So what I've observed over time is that while some schools are very serious about upholding educational standard and academic standard and encouraging students to be serious, some others are a bit lax. So what then you see when these external examinations are approaching is that you see an influx of students into those schools that are less serious about upholding those standards, that can tolerate any form of behavior and including examination malpractices. So I think that move is a very good one, especially for the students at that level, the final year students in the secondary schools, when they're taking a mandatory or statutory exam, external examination. However, is that the only thing that can improve
examination
the situation in terms of reduction of examination malpractice and encouraging students to learn? That probably is not the only thing. There has to be of the spectrum from teaching up to content examination.
All right, thank you so much, Olushola Edema. Let me come to the studio. Doctor, with this new rule in place, what practical steps should parents take to support their children and discourage examination malpractice? And tell us a general assessment of this new move of question randomization and serialization.
So thank you, Matthew. And then thank you, Olushola, as well, for those insights. Examination malpractice is a cancer. It is a cancer. It's an abnormality, because the word is examination. If we are examining something, but that thing is already propped up, it's already prepared for, it means we are not able to get a true picture of what things are. I've been in the system, as a student who has witnessed very gross levels of malpractice. In fact, I will have it on record that I sat with the deputy registrar for WAEC in 2006 or 2007 it was, to escalate to her that I was experiencing threats, at the time, because I told, my school management that I didn't want to be a part of examination malpractice, and the levels of persecution that I faced just better left to imagination. People were telling me, allow us to do our things. Parents are saying that our children came to this school to pass their exam. And like you mentioned, in the SS3 transfer, sometimes those are the algorithms that those parents are trying to play so that they are able to push those students to certain schools where they can prop them to pass exams without actually putting in the work. So I've seen this happen. I've been in examination halls where teachers came in and were calling answers, and what I do is I drop my pen and I begin to look at them until they are done. And then when they are done, I continue writing, because I don't even want to, act as if I'm copying whatever it is they're doing. So it's a lot, And some of the students that I engaged at the time, many years down the line, came back to tell me, you were right. We're not supposed to be cheating. We're supposed to depend on whatever it is that we've learned. So what are the things that, so it's a huge move, but I think that move is trying to cut a tree at the top rather than trying to remove the roots, right? The root of examination malpractice is the student's feeling of inadequacy, or the school's management feeling of inadequacy for the students. And where does that come from? Substandard levels of teaching and learning, right? That comes from also the lack of preparation on the part of students. You are not reading for exams. When I was preparing for my WAEC, I did go through all the past questions from 1988 to the year I wrote my my SSC. I remember when I got a B2 in mathematics in SSC, I said, nah, I got to go back. I must hit an A in this. I wrote GCE that same year. And, I have it with the very fullest confidence that I did not cheat in exams. My exams, I would tell myself, if I will get a D, let me get a D and beat my chest, I got a D. Then have you help me, and then I get an A. So academic integrity and honesty should become what we noise on the loudspeakers everywhere, and it should start from leadership as well. We should show that honesty pays. So students and parents basically need to understand that you are preparing yourself for a future that you want to be proud of. If you are not prepared, the future will test that lack of preparation, and then the embarrassment you will face might be. That's why we have, quacks, we have, doctors, we have lawyers, we have all who are trying to cut corners because they didn't go to the rudiments and the solid foundation of the discipline. So all of those things are critical. You want to build a future that can stand the test of time. It's not by cutting corners or by engaging in sharp practices that you will get there. Read your book. Sit down with your book. Do your review. I have an exam coming up in 2 weeks, for example. I'm going through past questions. I'm using AI to draw up random questions on that same course, on courses. Preparing myself, spending 1-2 hours going through. All of those things are the price you have to pay. Nothing good comes easy. You don't want to get it, via a sharp corner. It's not going to last, So those are the things students should do. I remember back in days when I was, in secondary school, for example, as well. I used to, when I come back from school, I would go have a little bit of rest, and then from 10 p.m. I would start reading my book, maybe till like 12, 1, and then I go to sleep, right? So those are approaches that students can use. Read those books. Now we have artificial intelligence. Use them to your advantage, right? Go online, grab questions in that course, in that material, revise them, get comfortable with how those questions, are learned. For example, my wife is preparing for international certification exam, and one of the approaches she learned was to subscribe to a particular app that has been able to gather a huge mass of questions for that international exam over many years, and you pay for it. And then when you pay for it, they give you those questions for maybe a month or 3 and all that. You are able to revise. You see how those questions, which are mainly case scenarios, how they are crafted, and you are able to build your mind, because for some exams you write, there are no A, B, or C. There are no, they are indirect approaches. So you need to understand how the answers are arrived at. So those are the things that come with study, with discipline, with giving yourself to the work, applying yourself to the work, and that happens when you understand that I don't want to cheat. I don't want to cut corners. I don't want to be involved in malpractice. It's called a malpractice because it's abnormal. It's not. It should not be. It will not help your future. So for students and whether undergraduate at any level, and like this goes even beyond. Like I said, it's a major societal issue. Cutting corners and corruption. That's where it starts from. The exam malpractice. So if we're able to address that from the roots, we'll see a lot of change, and changes down in the entire system.
If we're able to address that from the roots, then we'll be able to see some changes, a lot of changes in our examination system. I wanted to ask for the role of government bodies and organizations to work effectively in this regard. I think we should give it to the organizations already. They're doing quite a lot of work. There's a lot of critical mass movements in that region. They're trying to make sure that, like you said, randomization, right, and civilization. There's this exam that I write occasionally. You won't get the same number of exams with the same person sitting by you. You're writing the same number of questions. You are answering the same questions, but your question 1 is my question 15, right? So there is no way, you'll be able to really harmonize, getting them to cheat. They're making it difficult. We're not saying these approaches will stop malpractice altogether, but we're saying it will reduce them significantly. It will avoid even the authorities or those that are supposed to be the managers of those systems compromising the system themselves. So randomizing the question is, and I love the approach of computer-based tests as well. It enables you to be able to use technology to manage those things, and then when you are in front of the system, you're being monitored. You could be monitored via CBT, via the camera, and then everything that you're doing can be. I wrote some exams, 1 or 2 exams in the US, and I could tell you, they will ensure that you're not able to cheat. They will ensure technology is in place. Everything you search, and they put all the paraphernalia in place to ensure they get you to give exactly what you have on the inside of you and not what you have brought on the external. So all of those things are what technology can do, and I see them already implementing them, which is I must say to their credit. Quite commendable. Thank you so much, Olushola Edema, chartered banker, certified cryptocurrency compliance specialist. Thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to having you some other time.
No problem. Absolutely.
Thank you. Dr. Joshua Oyemi is the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer, and the Principal Consultant at Amborion Consulting. He's a business consultant. He's an author. He's a life coach. Thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Matthew, thank you so much for having me.
We look forward to having this conversation with you some other time.
Thank you. I will look forward to it as well.
Thank you so much. All right, you're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning Dynamite. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mohammed, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial, and thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so?
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, alright, so everybody that's shaking the man fine back with the Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello beautiful people, this is Wale Ojo and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy, Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching GOTV. VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Jide Awobano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Glad to have you join us on the program. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of Dr. Olugbemisola Titilayo Odushote as the new Director General of the Nigerian Law School. According to a statement from the presidency, the appointment takes effect from January 10, 2026 for a 4-year term. Dr. Odushote, who is currently the Deputy Director General and the head of the Lagos campus, will make history as the first woman to lead the institution since it was established in 1962. In her new role, she will oversee the academic and administrative affairs of the law school, providing strategic leadership across all campuses. She will also serve as the key link between the school, the Council of Legal Education, the Body of Benchers, and the Nigerian Bar Association. The Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism has honored Professor Emeritus Biodun Jeifo, the former ASU president, on his 80th birthday. Speaking at a symposium themed Pedagogy, Curriculum and Decolonization, Then and Now, the executive director for the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism, Mutunrayo Alaka, praised Jeifo's global impact on African literature and scholarship, highlighting his enduring work on Professor Wole Soyinka and his insistence that knowledge must always be questioned. Professor Jeifo, in his address, reflected on Nigeria's stagnant life expectancy and rising multidimensional poverty among the youth, since 1975, noting that the challenges that remain despite its generation's academic contribution. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana lauded J4's leadership of ASU, describing it as a transformative period in Nigeria's educational history. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that an Ikeja Special Offences Court has sentenced a former director in the Lagos State Ministry of Education, Olawale Faleti, to prison for stealing 48.9 million naira from Access Bank. Justice Ramanu should have found the 64-year-old guilty on 5 counts of theft following his prosecution by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The court ruled that the crime was deliberate and carried out over a period of time, noting that Faleti carefully planned the withdrawals and showed no genuine remorse. Faleti was sentenced to 2 years and 5 months imprisonment on each count to run concurrently. The court also ordered him to refund the outstanding 45.9 million naira to Access Bank. And that's a wrap for Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've discussed self-improvement and financial planning for the new year and the federal government's measures to curb examination malpractice in WAEC and NECO. From personal growth to national education reforms, it's clear that conversations like this are essential in shaping informed and empowered individuals and a stronger education system. For more insights and engaging discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. You can also follow us on all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events happening around you, we would love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunsoada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight ideas, innovations, and conversations shaping Nigeria's education and civic landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education is the surest path to economic growth and social stability. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mohammed, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man, fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the Obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006, and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat Okonjo-Iweala as being a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to another exciting episode of Market Today. My name is Obala Mesoma and I'm here at the Lagos largest thrift market. We are here to know about how traders are actually faring and how we can actually know the challenges that traders are facing in the thrift market business. We're also here to know how you can start up a thrift market business on your own. In case you don't know the market I'm talking about, it's Super Abulegba Katangwa market. Can you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling Okrika. I open all sorts of bales. Okay. But now, Tinubu, you don't scatter everything. Before, we dey change server. 600 before, 650, 700, 800, we dey manage them like that. We dey use and buy market. But now, 2,740 to collect 1,000 Nigeria money. Maybe you still say you don't kill us. Server you don't go up past dollar. So now the thing where we see, we just dey push am. As you see me, I just make up, I no get money. Because I don't want to look like my problem. That is why I just dey do. I dey laugh, I dey do everything. Tinubu don scatter everything. Now we no see person come buy market because the market too cost. The thing where we dey sell 200 before, now 1,000, 1,500. So now food money, then they fine. na to buy food stuff, buy orishirishi for house wey children go eat. Now even their children waka naked, e no concern them. Make dem just dey okay, make dem eat better food. Na im dey their body.
Can you tell us, if somebody wants to start a tree business, how would the person go about it?
Before is good though, it's very nice. But now, if you no get money for 3 bay, no start am.
So how much is a bale now?
A bale, some bale 350, 400, 500. Like missy now, you go see am 600. 600 fine market. So if you want buy fine market,
from 600
from fine bale. But if you want buy raggy, where you go open the bale, you see all those people where they go cry, say, hey, I open bale, na lie you. Na money where they take go buy am o. No be say the bale na raggy, but some they go see better bale, they no go buy am. Then go they find lesser price. So as you see Okrika business, as you owe money, now so you go take buy fine markets. No be say then they tie were inside you, but now your money go give you were, go give you better one. So now it be the thing. The business they okay, very okay. Yes.
Good morning, ma.
Morning, sis.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine, ma.
How are you? How is your business?
We thank God.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Winifred Oluwatobiloba.
And today we are on a particular project called Market Today.
Okay,
please,
ma'am.
Can you tell us how your business has been compared to other weeks?
We thank God, but these days there is no much sales. Even things are getting expensive than that of before, and people still believe that they need to buy it the ways they bought it before, which does not supposed to be so. But as the thing has been expensive, there is no much profit on it. Even the sales we make before, during these days, there's no much sales.
Okay. So you are trying to say that there's no more sales right now?
There's no sales. Things are too much expensive. Even the price we bought it, we are buying it before. As of these days, there's no much profit on it again.
So are you trying to tell us that dollar rate is affecting you guys?
Yes.
Very well.
Yes.
Okay. How do you feel like doing this business? Like, do it give you more joy? Like thrift business, do it give you more joy on it?
It gave me a lot of joy because as of now, even though you rent a shop for to make the sales, it doesn't move in the shop. It doesn't move. But people believe that instead of them getting it around the street, they need to come to the market to purchase their goods. Even though they buy it the same rate at home, they prefer it better.
Okay. So how have you, like, if someone wants to start a business, a thrift business, what can you advise the person to do? What do you advise the person to do?
I would just advise the person that maybe if you have your money, you base on calculation, you know how much you gain as in your capital during a month or years after that, you know what you've done and your savings. So you don't believe that when you start a business and the business doesn't grow, so you have to know how it grows. You know your profits. Not when some people start a business, so if they have a reduction of their cash or reduction of the money that so they can just end it up like that. But you try to check your investments daily, check your investments all the time. So that's what I have to say.
So we are meant to have patience in thrift business.
Yes, not every time the sales goes well, but with due to the time it goes. So you have to endure.
What season of the year do you think that thrift business goes well?
During season, Christmas season, resumption of schools. Okay. So people change their children's ways. Resumption of schools. Yes. Festival. Yes. Even this. So much of festival. Most specialists is moved during Christmas time, new season.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Kingsley Fine.
Can you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling jingan.
Okay, you do on thrift jingan.
Yes, ma'am.
So how much is this thrift jingans now?
4,000.
4,000.
Yes, ma'am.
So how has business been for you since?
It's been good.
So you're booming?
Yes. But I'm also helping my mom to sell as well.
Okay, you're helping your mom to sell?
Yes, I'm helping my mom to sell.
And your mom's business is actually booming?
Yes, I'm doing okay.
So since your mom started this business, since you say it's not your own,
yes.
So mom started this business, can you tell us any challenge that your mom has faced on this business?
Either you gain or you lose in market. This business, either you gain or you lose. She can buy bread now and the market is not fine. Okay. She will sell it like that and she will have lose like that and the market is not fine.
Okay, so she can order a bill, and when she opens it, it's not looking like what she ordered.
Yeah. And
so it's one of the challenges.
Yeah, that one of the challenges. One of the challenges.
So someone that wants to start a thrift business, what advice can you give that person?
just stay focused and keep striving, keep hustling. You reach there.
So the person should have patience.
Yes, patience.
Striving.
Yes.
The person gets to the
You have faith in God that yes, I will make it.
So affected you guys' street business?
Yes.
In what way?
Like want to go and buy
Yes.
like all those kind of things.
Yes.
That's the only understand I can understand from there.
Okay. So that's one of the challenges that you guys have.
Yes.
So you're trying to tell us that anyone that wants to start a street business is a good business to start.
Yes.
They are going to make
more gain.
Once you have
patience, yes.
Okay.
And have faith in God.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Please, may we know your name?
I'm Okiki Esther.
So, Koki Esther. Please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I sell ladies top.
Ladies top. So,
Okrika, thrifts.
Thrifts. You do thrifts. Please, can you tell us how your business has been going?
Anyways, we thank God, but due to the economy of Nigeria, it's now on the high side. Before, it was not as expensive as this. Based on the exchange rates, not only dollar, but this Cotonou exchange rates now. Before, Nigerian money has value more than Cotonou money, but now our money is valueless. So Cotonou money has taken over our home money when it comes to exchange rate.
How has dollar rate affected you guys?
Ever since increase, our dollar rate has affected everything. Aside from dollar rate, even this Cotonou money, which is safer, it has affected our business because we do shipping things from there. So their money has more value than Nigerian money now. So it has affected every business, especially this Okrika business, food stuff and other things.
So if someone wants to order a bill now, how much it is?
It varies. We don't have a fixed price. Each bill have their own prices. Do you understand? Yes. So we have bills for different ways. For top, we have London bill, we have the China bill. So it varies. It doesn't have a fixed price.
Okay.
But everything have been increased actually.
Okay. So if someone wants to start a street business, what advice can you give the person?
I will advise the person to have the knowledge. Just don't say, okay, so person is selling on Instagram, I want to start. Have the knowledge. Maybe you can pay to a vendor to train you, so you know how to pick. Then if you have to carry bill, maybe you have your money, you have enough money, capital to start. Just go through it. Let somebody impart that knowledge into you. You should know the in and out of everything so that you will not waste your money, because it's a very technical business. It's not what you can just jump into. At times you might open the bill, it will be very okay, and at times it will be off. It might not be fine because you are not seeing what is inside the market you are buying. You understand? Inside the bill itself. It's just try your luck. You understand what I'm saying?
So street business is like try your luck business.
Yes, it's try your luck. But if you already have the knowledge, you will know the firm that are very good at. There is no how you make your profits. So we have the boutique standard bill, and then we have the normal bill that you can just open for general. That is not that expensive. So you understand. But if you have the knowledge, if you have somebody that puts you through, that you understand the business, so it won't be difficult.
So what do you advise the government to do for you guys doing trade business?
For the whole Nigerians, not for trade business alone. The economy. If the economy is okay, if our money is okay, like it has value, the way it used to be before, I think everything will be fine.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Fikayo.
Fikayo?
Yes.
So please, ma, can you tell us what you're selling?
What I'm selling.
You deal on thrifts.
Yeah.
So can you actually tell us how much you sell a thrift wear? Any of the thrift wear, whether it's a top, a skirt, a trouser?
Tops. I said it was 500 before, but now it's 2.5.
So that word you used before and now, it means that dollar rate has affected you guys. So how well has dollar rate affected you guys?
Very well. Because before now, that was saying it's 500. That time we even see more gain, but now 2.5. It's just 500 was still not. Sometimes some people say 2,000. They'll be like, okay, how many do you want to take? They'll be like, okay, they want to pack plenty, they want to resell. So they'll be like, okay, I can still give you 2.4. So we have to just reduce the price like that.
So dollar rate has affected you guys. So what can you tell me if someone wants to start a street business, like you, Diane, and I came to you and I said I want to start a street business? How can I go about it? Like I have no idea about it. How can I go about it?
First of all, the trip business is not even for the week. Let's just start from that one. It's not for the week.
It's not for the week.
It's not for the week at all. It's not, because there's different type of treats like this now. You can actually pay money down for a trip for jeans now. They can give you skirts. You can see different type of market inside trips. Sometimes I'm selling pin down and I'm selling cotton as well. I can just see gown. That's why you see gown. I can see other things inside the bill. So it depends, Sha.
So it's actually not for the week. That's the thing you're telling me.
You have to be strong, because if you open it, you'll be like, this is not what I bought, this is not what I ordered. There's another thing that giving me entirely. So
can you actually, like, if you want to buy a bill, how much do you think this, like, you can actually start with? You need to get a bill first.
Smallest bill. Smallest. Actually, they have to have like 150 to 200.
150 to 200 to the smallest bill.
Yes.
That's pricey. That's much.
It's very
really much. So that means if you want to go for a bigger one, that's like you have to get up to 300 to 400,
350,
or even 350. That's big. So what do you advise the government to help you guys out trip? What do you advise the government to do?
The dollar rate should just come down first. Then we cannot know what else we want to continue with. But the dollar price is high, so high, very, very high.
So it's really affecting you guys.
Really, really affecting us.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm cool. Are you?
How are you doing today?
Blessed God, I'm fine.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Mr. Favor No. I'm from Edo State.
Okay, that's very good. Please, can you tell us what you sell?
I sell boyfriend jean, bun shorts, a 3/4 jean, which is a boyfriend short,
Yes.
and a normal baggy jean as usual.
So how has business been for you lately?
Lately, it's not really good because the price of market now is far different from what we buy like last year to 2 years. You understand? Like the baggy jean of last year, we bought it 350,400, but out of this now we're talking about 700,000, 300,000 increase much. So it's not really be easy. And when customers are coming, so they are still using the old price. We're talking about the new present price now. So that is normally the challenges we are facing.
So,
and it just take courage and grace for you to convince them.
Okay, so dollar rate is affecting you guys.
More than, so this is more than affect. If there's another need to call affect, then we have to add it more than affect.
Okay. If you want to start a trip business, what are you supposed to know?
Okay, if you want to start a business, one thing you need to know there, you have to go for the cost of the price first. Okay. Then look for a site you can sell your market. Yeah. At the same time, you need to groom your customers. Okay. Because nowadays, even the customer they are buying from us, we appreciate them. Yeah. Because it's not easy. Yeah. Nowadays, people prefer food more than wearing clothes. So
you have to eat first now.
You have to eat first. That is it. So we always appreciate and respect our customers because it's not easy to convince them. You understand me? So if you want to start a trip like this, then you need to go and ask for the cost of the price, the market first. Then try to groom your own customers and look for the space that is site. You can do your business. But at the same time, even though you are in the site, we always take the grace of God.
So if you want to buy a bill, how much do you think it is?
Then if you want to buy a bill now, like this boyfriend jean now, you should be talking about around 700,000.
700,000?
Yeah.
That's much.
That is much because although it's not to that price before, but even from where you buy it for them to carry to this place,
that's transportation.
That transportation that is safer. Yeah. So when you now convert safer to naira, you find out that the money then is a little bit big. Yeah. You understand? Like 1,000 safer now. It's like a 6 something or 5 something compared to Nigeria currency, so which is very, very disastrous.
So what do you advise the government to do?
Well, we are advising the government, not just advise, we are begging them.
Yeah, you are begging them.
We are begging them for them to bring the dollar rate down. That is the most important thing that is affecting the business because now when we travel to Cotonou or Togo to go and buy market, they are not collecting our naira. Yeah. They have been taking their dollar, that they are safer, all those to buy market. So when you now convert naira to safer, if you go with 700,000 in safer, we're talking about around 400,000 naira. So you are going to add extra money to go and buy. So we are begging the government of this country to bring down the price of dollar rates. It's really alarming. Let them help us and bring it down, then we'll be very happy.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, my sister.
May we know your name?
My name is Mrs. Faith Abiodun Ayoko.
Please, may you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling household items, as in household clothing items like bed sheets, curtain, tablecloth, kitchen napkin, apron, foot mats, net curtain, all sort of anything kitchen and anything household clothing.
Okay, so you deal on thrift household clothing.
Yes.
So can you tell us how much is any of the thrift household clothing?
Yes, like now the bed sheets, the bill of bed sheets now is varied. We have different types of bills for it. It starts from 100,000 per bill.
Whoa.
Yes. Then to 180,000
Per bill.
per bill.
So can you tell us that thrift business is a good business?
It's a good business, but what affects this business these days is the dollar, the rising of dollars. You know, when dollar is rise, definitely the cost of the market will go up. The reason is that, you know, we exchange naira to dollar, then dollar to sefa. Sure, you understand? We do buy from Cotonou. That's the Republic of Benin.
Okay. So has transportation been a problem?
Yes, transportation from that place is a problem. Then again, cost of transport, clearing to this place is another problem. So then exchange rates is the greatest problem.
Okay, exchange rate is
yes, dollar rates, yes.
So if somebody wants to start a trip business, what advice do you think you can give that person?
I would advise the person to come in because I'm not a stingy person. I want people to eat as I'm eating. It's a very good business. It's just nowadays that the dollar affects the business. Then again, there's no business that does not have risk. Yeah. At times we open another bill, you see rag there. So once there is rag, you know there's nothing you can do. Yeah. But we still have hope that when we open another one, we find another one that is better. Then we use it to complement each other. So whenever you open a bill, you see good thing. Yeah. Then don't be too happy and don't understand. Yeah. Then when you open the bad one, then you can complement the two together.
So you're meant to have patience in street business.
Yes.
So what do you advise the government to do for you guys?
Yes, the government should please and do whatever they can do to bring down the exchange rates. In fact, that's the problem we have in this country. Yeah. And the petrol price. Yeah. Because, you know, petrol price affects transportation. Yes. That's just the major problem we are facing in this problem now.
Tell us what you are selling.
I'm selling fairly used, which is the thrift wears.
Selling fairly used?
Yes,
thrift wears.
yes.
So you deal on thrift wears?
Yes, please.
Okay, can you tell us how your business has been going?
For now, the business is managing for now, but we thank God for everything. It's not unlike before. Now the business is so slow. Things are not moving like it was before, and business now is so expensive. The more it is expensive, people cannot afford. So it's been a bit problem for we Nigerians, especially we the sellers, because this streetwear is we buy not even knowing what is inside. So when we bust it, whatever we see, we have to sell. So
it's try and lock.
It's just try and lock.
Okay.
It's just selling by grace.
Okay, what kind of streetwear are you selling?
I'm selling the woody type.
Okay.
These are the types that I sell.
Okay.
Both children and adults. These are the woody types. Something like this. I also deal with babies.
Babies wear?
Yes, the newborn babies.
Okay.
Do I show you the babies?
Yeah, you can show.
Okay, sorry. Then I deal with something like this. I'm sorry. Babies like this.
Okay, they're very nice. They're very pretty.
Something like this, baby jumpsuit for newborn.
Yeah.
So those are the ways that I sell for now.
So what's the transportation cost for you guys?
The transportation is so exorbitant that only the transport alone weighs down the business.
Whoa.
Because the more you go and come every day,
yeah,
to meet up is a big problem. And since there is no business, it affects the business. Because most of the sales you made, which is the capital you make, is for transport. So that is why we are facing a bit problem in the business.
So if someone wants to start a thrift business, like this is your baby clothes business and hoodies, like what do you advise the person to do?
For now, I will not even advise anybody to enter into it because Africa now does not even pay, except the person is on online business.
Serious?
I'm telling you, for now, business is too expensive to the cost of what people are buying because there is no money. Everybody wants intake, which is food business for now. So, but we are just managing because we know that mercy is speaking for us.
Yeah.
So we just have to put on one or two efforts to make life goes on.
Good afternoon, my sister.
Please, may I know your name?
My name is Mrs. Gloria Ediare Tokbe.
Please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling children clothes.
Like what type?
I'm selling like before. We used to see pregnant women. If I open this market,
you see pregnant women.
They will come. They will patronize this our market. They will buy plenty quantity. Yeah, but these days, yes, they don't mind. If they even born, they can even use native Ankara clothes to wear on their baby because there's no money. Because everything is too cost these days. Before, if you open this market, even our mothers then, they have used this business of this okrika to achieve a lot of things, to send their children to abroad, to send their children to school, you understand, to even use it to assist their husband, to even use it to build a house. But these days, we are working, we look like those that they don't work. We are working and we're struggling like lion, and we are eating like ants, which is not supposed to be so. Ever since when we have this our new president, this is not be easy for us in this country anymore. That is the reason why we see a lot of parents, they send their children to school, they don't have a good job. If you don't have connection, you don't have work. Your children don't have work. That is the reason why if you even have a little money, most of our children, they don't want to stay in this country anymore. Because they are just, our leaders, they are just doing us like a slave. That is why we are seeing a lot of people traveling out. Then they are saying we should not travel out. Their children, their family, they are also traveling. And they will tell us you should remain in Nigeria. They want to kill us. Even of recent, we even hear that Israelites, they are fighting. They have an issue. What concerns our president? You have not repaired your own house. You are putting matter in another country. The matter that is not concerned you, you are putting your matter there. What concerns you? Because you know, because you have already know. You are of age now. They should not kill our Nigeria for us. They should not kill our unborn children. They should not kill the children that have not yet to born. The problem that they are giving us in this country is much more than our age. That is the reason why we are seeing our children that went to school, they are doing prostitute. Because there's no work. Finish school. Your parents will spend money to send you to school. You will not have a job. Even though they want to give you a work, those that have the company, they will be telling our girls they want to sleep with them before they will be able to give them job. Because they know if you don't agree, there's no any work in the other place that you can see. And all those kind of things, they are oppressing us. Then they also travel. They see the way their president in abroad, they always take care of their indigents. They don't help us in this country. They don't assist us. Even children unborn. They also share in this suffering that they put us in Nigeria, which is which is unfair. Please, what I really needed that they should help us. They should help us to do it. Then fuel will be easy for us to buy. Fuel money should come down. Money that we are using to buy this market, it should come down. Before, the money that we are using to carry 3 bay, we will use it to carry 1 bay. You understand?
So how much is 1 bay now?
1 bay, at least if you want to carry a better market, you will see it up for like 600, 500. But those that they don't have that money income, they'll go and be carrying cheaper to go market, which the market will now turn to gbese in their neck because they will not see people to buy it. Look at today. Today is Monday. Before, in this market, we will be pushing each other. There's nothing like that again. We that we are selling market, we more than those that they are coming to buy these days, which is not supposed to be so. If you are sleeping at home, share money will come and meet us at home. If you are sleeping at home, we will not be able to pay our children's school fees. If you are sleeping at home, we will not be able to take care of our children. If you are sleeping at home, we cannot be able to assist our husband, which is not supposed to be so. Please, the what we needed in this country, they should help us. They should help the masses. Food should come down. Fuel should come down. Our markets, it should come down. Are they not ashamed? Ghana here, and including the Cotonou, their money is bigger than our Nigerian money, currency, which is not supposed to be so. In those days when I was small, they are telling Nigeria people, Ghana must go, Ghana must go. Now they should go to Ghana, they should go and see Ghana people that they chase away in Nigerian country now. They are doing better. Are we not ashamed? Are we not ashamed? They should go and learn. Our leaders should go. They should go to abroad. They should go and learn. They should go and learn for other leaders in outside world. They should go and learn. And they are taking good and the way they are doing their country, that made their country to be better. They should go and learn from them. Our leadership, they should go to abroad. They should go and learn. My sister, they should go and learn. If they learn, they will come back and come and know how to control us in this country.
Good morning, ma.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Victor.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, I'm good.
Please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I sell tops. I sell anything tops. Just ask me sweatshirt, polo, t-shirts, crop top, baggy shirt, anything tops.
So,
pin down,
how much
anything.
is your tops?
My tops range 2,000. I have the ones of 2,500. I have the ones that are thrift. I don't sell any thrift. Yeah.
So what's the highest price?
My list price is 3,000 naira.
3,000.
Yeah.
So has customers been coming and buying?
Sure, by God's grace.
Wow.
Very, as in much customers. If I didn't even come in the morning, this place is filled up. They've scattered the bill, pick what they want, first grade, second graders, third graders. These are the remaining ones left.
So you're actually enjoying this business?
Sure, by God's grace. We are big boys. Don't look at us. Don't undergrade us. You are just looking.
Sir,
we are just trying to, you understand? We are just trying to look like there's nothing going on, but we're big boys. Yeah. We are feeding fine. We are paying bills. We live in a big flat where we pay $500,000 doing business day and night.
How much is one bill?
One bill. We buy our bill. It depends on what you buy now.
Okay.
Like the crop tops and the swim. Let's say crop top, ladies top. We buy them. We have the one of 150. We have the one of 350. So it depends. It depends on what is inside the bill. We have London bills. We have UK. We have Canadian. Okay. So it depends on the bill, and everything are different in their own aspect of grade. Okay. Yeah, the grade of UK, Canada bill is different from London. So there are different types and different prices.
Yeah. So if anyone that wants to go into trip business now, this is the range of prices.
Yeah. But you know, it's not stabilized.
Not stable.
It's not stable. You can go today, they'll tell you it's 350. You can go tomorrow, they'll tell you it's 250. You can go next tomorrow, they'll tell you it's 500. So it's not in a stable amount. So, but you just have to at least have your cash with you. Yeah. If you have your cash, if the person selling the bill should see that you are serious about the business, he or she can sell it out for you.
Okay, that is a wrap for market today. And here we talked about different challenges that customers and traders are actually facing. One is the cost of goods, cost of transportation, and the high rate of dollars, even safer. They're actually complaining on how government can actually help them to reduce the cost of fuel, the cost of food. Most people are actually interested in how to get food, how to eat first before they can even think of what to wear. So it's also making people that want to invest on trip business, making it difficult for them to even think of it or even doing the business. I am Mohammed.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In Nigeria, weddings are more than ceremonies. They are deeply rooted cultural performances, traditions where love is measured, respect is demonstrated, and the couple's readiness is publicly declared. Today, we explore 4 remarkable marriage customs that continue to define and distinguish Nigerian culture. The Urhobo Groom's Acceptance Dance in Delta State. Among the Urhobo people, marriage proposals are not complete without a compelling performance. The groom must present himself to the bride's family through dance. This ritual is more than a formality, it is a declaration, a deeply symbolic gesture that speaks to his humility, strength, and readiness to resume the weight of marital responsibility. Under the watchful eyes of elders and kin, the groom steps into a sacred space. Each movement is measured. Each step is intentional. His dance becomes a silent language expressing respect for the family, reverence for tradition, and unwavering commitment to the woman he hopes to call his wife. But the true climax of the ritual comes not with applause, but with a response. If the bride rises and joins him moving in rhythm by his side, it is a powerful signal of acceptance, a public acknowledgement that she too is ready, that she sees in him a partner, a protector, and a future. Together, their dance becomes a union of purpose. For the Urhobo, this ritual is not just a tradition, it is a rite of passage, a cultural affirmation that love must be earned and marriage must be honored. In the Niger Delta, among the Ijaw, the bride does not smile on her wedding day, not until the symbolic gesture of value is complete. Among the Ijaw people, weddings are not merely ceremonies, they are cultural declarations of respect, value, and tradition. At the heart of this ritual stands the bride, composed, dignified, and silent. She does not smile. Her expression, calm and unreadable, is a quiet assertion of agency. It is tradition that before joy can unfold, a symbolic gesture must take place. Cash offerings are made to her not as a prize, but as a token of appreciation. a respectful acknowledgement of her worth, her strength, and a role in the union to come. Each offering is placed before her with care. The moment is deliberate. The bride weighs not just the amount, but the spirit in which it is given. And only when she is satisfied and when the gesture feels worthy, she smiles. That single smile marks the turning point, a quiet signal that respect has been shown and the union is worthy of celebration. Then the celebration began. For the Ijaw, this moment is sacred. It is not about wealth, but about recognition, about beginning a marriage with honor and the full consent of a woman who knows her value. For the Fulani of northern Nigeria, a man's strength and endurance are essential proofs of love. The Sharo festival, a centuries-old tradition known as the test of love. Here, in the presence of elders, family, and an entire community, a groom steps forward not with gifts, but with his back bared, ready to be flogged, not out of cruelty, but out of culture. Each lash he receives is a test of endurance, bravery, and emotional control. He must stand tall without flinching, without crying or retreating. His silence is everything. It is his declaration that he is strong enough to protect, patient enough to endure, and emotionally ready for the journey of marriage. But the challenge does not end there. Sometimes another man steps forward, a rival for the same bride, and in that arena, love becomes a contest. The one who withstands the pain with the most dignity, the one who shows the greatest strength, earns the right to her hand. This is not mere spectacle, it is ritual, a cultural practice where courage is measured and marital readiness is revealed through sacrifice. For the Fulani, marriage is not simply accepted, it is earned. For the Sharo tribe, true love proves itself. The Efik fattening room wedding preparation. In Cross River State, the Efik people prepare brides with grace and wisdom. It is a sacred institution known as the fattening room, which prepares a bride not just for a wedding, but for womanhood itself. Here, young women are secluded for weeks, sometimes months, in a sacred... and private space. And this time, honor tradition, the bride-to-be is not isolated, but nurtured, fed a rich, balanced diet to promote fullness and beauty, a symbol of prosperity and care. But the transformation is not just physical. Elders and matrons pass down vital knowledge, the art of respect, power of patience, the strength of dignity. She is taught how to manage a home, uphold cultural values, and honor her future role as a wife and mother. It is a school of femininity, of discipline, and of pride. And when she emerges, she is met not with mere ceremony, but with celebration, glowing in confidence, poised in wisdom, and ready to step into her union with grace and honor. Across Nigeria, wedding traditions are not mere customs. They are rich cultural expressions that text character, a framework, and prepare couples for life ahead. They challenge, they honor, and empower. In these traditions, love is not spoken but proven. Some test strength, others demand patience, but all are rooted in respect, in community, and in legacy.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from river banks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future or planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effects. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the EcoCity Vision, Okoyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where EcoCity Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community, where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to like level out your plastics and not to affect human rights. I feel like when you are taking out your, okay, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to like reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or more 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us, this is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Earth is wealth.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of Black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you. My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? It's my brother Shaggy, the man fine back with the Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Oshodi is a vibrant, bustling district in Lagos, Nigeria, known for its energetic mix of commerce, culture, and resilience. It is a place where opportunity and chaos thrive together, reflecting the city's dynamic spirit. Before Oshodi became a symbol of Lagos hustle, it was a quiet settlement occupied by the Awori people, one of the earliest Yoruba subgroups in the region. The name Oshodi is believed to have been derived from Balogun Oshodi Tapa, a war captain under the famous Yoruba warrior Oba Kosoko. With Lagos' rapid development, Oshodi became a key transportation hub connecting different parts of the city. By 1970 and 1980s, it had become a bustling marketplace and a major stop for people traveling through Lagos. Today, Oshodi is a lively and busy place full of people, market stalls, and activities from morning to night. It is known for being the energetic heart of Lagos and a challenging area due to the crowd and traffic. Despite the chaos, Oshodi shows the strength and determination of the people who live and work there. In recent years, Oshodi underwent one of the most ambitious urban transformations in Lagos history, the birth of Oshodi Transport Interchange. This multi-terminal megastructure was designed to tame the chaos, bringing the modern transport system to one of Africa's busiest cities. Beneath the modern facade, the original Oshodi also lives on. Traders still line the side streets, food vendors still serve steaming plates of jollof rice, and thousands still rely on this place as the start or end of their daily journey. To the outsider, Oshodi might look like the unfiltered chaos, but to those who know its streets, it is an ecosystem, a place where the rule of survival, negotiation, and community are learned on the go. From sunrise to moonlight, Oshodi is a reminder of Lagos' unyielding energy, a place where the city's past, present, and future collide all in 1 square mile of unstoppable motion. Oshodi isn't just a place on the map, it is a testament to the Nigerian will to thrive no matter the odds. Welcome to Oshodi, the hustle capital of Lagos.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on VOP TV, where the story shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. We're talking about Atiku's stand as regards to the ADC presidential tickets. And of course, we'll be dabbling around a wicked situation with the APC. Of course, the APC government have actually given President Bola Ahmed Tinubu an ultimatum. They said either Wike or us. APC gives Tinubu the deadline to make the decision as regards to River State struggle. And so many people actually talked about this ADC situation and saying that Obi joining the APC, the ADC, I beg your pardon, would actually make the coalition group a very successful one. But the situation now is saying otherwise, because everyone is saying that I can never and I don't want to be vice president. And of course, Atiku Abubakar said he's not backing down. So join the conversation with experts inside the citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Sari Dokumbo pledges support for Tinubu's re-election. The prominent Niger Delta activist and traditional ruler has declared his unwavering commitment to the success of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Dokubo made this pledge during a visit by Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, to his place in the Gama River State. Okay, so I think for now, the FCT Minister and the former governor of River State has been going here and there. I don't know if he's contesting, because there's only someone that wants to contest in an election that goes for consultation like this, but he has not even resumed office. Maybe today, I don't know if he's, but as at the time, I was arranging this report. Wike is still, playing around, in River State. His successor has really given him a very tough time by defecting. So we'll be looking into that situation as well. But away from that particular one, PDP remains strong and resilient, says former President Jonathan. Of course, Jonathan has actually reaffirmed that the People's Democratic Party is alive, strong, and resilient despite internal division within the party. Speaking at the meeting with the PDP National Working Committee in Abuja, Jonathan described the party as a fundamental pillar of Nigeria's democracy and a national institution. Okay, I wouldn't want to say otherwise. Since Jonathan is actually saying this, let's see what will happen in the coming days. But we got some predictions that some heavyweights from the PDP, including Sheyi Makinde, might be defecting as well to the ADC, but I don't know if that particular one would actually happen. But this is political a year, okay, where they get to do their permutation, do their realignment before they move into 2027. So anything is possible, right? Peter Obi won't get ADC tickets, says presidential aide Daniel Bwala, the special advisor to the president on policy communication, has stated that Peter Obi will not secure the presidential or vice presidential ticket of the African Democratic Congress. Bwala claimed that Obi lacks the capacity to lead or coordinate any coalition movement and will eventually contest the next general election on a different platform. This is quite serious. Are you saying that Obi would still leave the same ADC later to move to another place? Okay, we never can tell. Let's just hope that this particular prediction is not true, because I sincerely do not like when politicians defect or moving from here to there as if they don't have a base, And let's come here to what the former lawmaker representing Abia Central Senatorial District said. Nigeria will improve if Tinubu continues for another 4 years. Senator Chris Adigije has expressed optimism that Nigeria's fortune will change for the better if President Bola Ahmed Tinubu completes his second term in office. He actually made this assertion at a stakeholder meeting of All Progressive Congress in Abia State. It stated that Tinubu's policy are yielding positive results, citing the downward trend in food and fuel prices. This particular one is quite dicey, because the same reforms that we're talking about today, the same policies we're talking about today is actually, happening to Nigerians on the opposite end. That's why we're actually complaining that what's happening with these policies. And whenever they give us the indices, their facts and figures, it doesn't tally with what reality is saying. But of course, we had one of Labour Party's chieftain also joined the program yesterday, and he also, agreed that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on some policies that he actually did well, or is even performing well. So, and I asked him, I said, is he politically driven as regards to that statement, or is just saying it based on, factual facts? But that was what he actually, mentioned. So let's just believe that this is what it is. But of course, Nigerians also have what the situation is. Nigeria's democracy under threat, Article 1, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has sounded the alarm, warning that Nigeria's democracy is facing an existential threat due to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration allegedly weakening opposition party and shrinking democratic space. These trends, article notes, could lead to a de facto one-party state. And of course, I know that we've been talking about that particular one for a while now as being against one-party state, but why are the coalition group not also strong enough, or other opposition party? I am still of the opinion that Atiku was still meant to remain in the PDP and build that particular party instead of everybody. So the new trend now is when once a party looks like it's not strong anymore, we move and either join coalition or we go to the winning side. What happens to you rebuilding? Everybody shedding their swords and trying to see how to build a formidable, opposition party instead of moving from here to there. So that means that in the coming years, if the ADC is not so doing fine and the APC now looks like the messiah again all of a sudden, then some people would actually still move there. So for me, it's about your integrity. It doesn't speak well. That's all I would say as regards to that particular. So instead for you to always point fingers at the ruling party, you should also fix your party. If your party is okay, if your party looks good, I don't think anybody would also want to leave your party to another state, to another party. Someone once mentioned a particular statement. He said, if you have TV at home, you don't think that your child would go to the neighbor's place to, peep from the window to watch TV on the other side. So, but that's all we're saying here. Let's move away from that particular and talk about the man of the moment who actually, was granted bail. Court granted Abubakar Malami 500 million bail money laundering case. The Federal High Court in Abuja has granted the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, his wife, and of course his son, in the sum of 500 million each, with 2 sureties. The sureties must have landed property in Asokoro, Maitama, of course, Agwarimpa, and submit their traveling documents to the court. Malami and his sureties were also ordered to deposit their 2 recent passport photographs with the court, and the court ruled that Malami must not travel outside the country without the court's permission. And it will remain, of course, in Kuje prison pending the perfection of his bail conditions. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission had filed a 16-count charge alleged money laundering case against Malami, his son, and of course his wife. So I actually saw a particular debate, online today as regards to how much was stolen and how much is the bail. And we know one thing about this country: when once someone is granted bail, it's very hard before you put them, behind bars again, except on rare cases. But let's see what will happen. So in total, Malami and his family actually paid a whopping sum of 1.5 billion naira. And I must also ask, all of this money that court gets to take as regards to bail fees and all of that, where did this money go to? Is it the same federal government? I will need clarity. We just want accountability as regards to how funds have been spent, because this money in the long run is also our money. These were part of our budget loot that I was talked about. So much is really going on in the country, in a situation whereby some would steal billions or trillions of naira, and they would actually give them a fine of 30, 50 million naira for them to go back to their home. So Nigeria is just a country that we just have to be patient enough to hope that someday it will be better. So join the conversation. Kindly call the number 09044700605. Follow us on social media at VOTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOTV, and of course on YouTube, the Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It's time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting first, conversation here. Article stand. I won't step down for anyone. Don't go nowhere. Stay safe, please. Have a break. Welcome back to the program with the People's Voice on VOP TV. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has dismissed calls for him to step down in favor of Peter Obi in the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The presidential ticket, of course, is not clear for now, but is insisting that no aspirant will withdraw for another in the coalition. Atiku emphasized the party's commitment to an open, transparent, and competitive process for selecting its flag bearer. Atiku stated emphatically, no one is stepping down in the ADC presidential race. He accused the ruling All Progressive Congress of attempting to destabilize the ADC by interfering in its internal affairs. Atiku also criticized President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, describing it as a national liability and suggesting that Tinubu should be the one to step aside. The ADC is currently focused on building its grassroots structures nationwide. We're now being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimiele, a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. You're welcome on board, sir.
Good afternoon, Xavier.
Officially, this is our...
Yeah, this is our first show.
Happy New Year, sir. We only spoke on the phone, you know.
Yes.
You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you.
So, you heard all of the news stories, and of course, talking about Atiku Abubakar's, assertion as regards to no one is going to step down for anybody in this particular race. What implication might Atiku's refusal to step down have on the ADC's chance in the 2027 presidential election?
Well, he has said it, that it's going to be an open contestation, that all the aspirants are going to contest, and the one that he favors most will be the one that will clinch the ticket. I've always said it, Xavier, that Atiku Abubakar will not organize a political party and give the ticket to another person to fly the flag of that.
Especially when he even donated his office.
I mean, I said last week Wednesday, I had this discussion in our sister station.
Yeah.
And almost everybody that called in started branding me names and calling me that, saying that I have APC ticket and all that. It was last week Wednesday that will be actually the count
on the 31st. Yes.
So it was our major discussion in our sister station last week Wednesday. And I told our listener in that show then that if Atiku Abubakar is contesting the presidential ticket under ADC, it will be difficult for Obi to have that ticket. It was good to beat the count, but I don't know the agreement or arrangement that they have before Obi actually decant. And many of them were like, Obi is not a baby, he would have gotten the assurance that he was going to be given the ticket before he decant. Good and well, if there is any arrangement of that nature. But if there is no arrangement of that nature, like what we are hearing now, Atiku Abubakar's aide has repeated this, I said this thing before, that Atiku Abubakar was going to contest. Then we also heard from Dele Momodu, a very close ally of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, that he was going to contest. And now the aide has repeated it again. And now we are getting, we are in the new year, the political atmosphere is getting tensed, gradually. By June, July, we'll start seeing primaries coming up. Campaign will officially kick off on the 18th of November this year for the general election. So everything about the election is just for some time, just some months from now. So this is the best time that we'll have to weigh our pros and cons and actually know where this coalition is going to lead Nigeria to. Because if, like I said, if Atiku is contesting, financial muscle to get the ticket, Obi does not have it.
He doesn't have it, or he doesn't want to spend it. Which of them?
No. You see the ones, 2019, Atiku Abubakar got a PDP ticket.
Yeah.
2023, he got it. You understand? And go and look at what happened. So yesterday that they said dollars were being used to buy delegates. Delegates started switching allegiance. Apart from Tamboa stepping down from him at the last minute in Port Harcourt during the PDP's primary.
Yeah.
We saw that much money exchange hands. So most of the delegates that are actually coming for primaries are coming to line up their pocket because there is so much. All the aspirants are actually coming with money. In Nigeria, there has to be the highest bidder. This is not who is coming to actually become a messiah for Nigerians. And it is when you get the presidential ticket first from a political party, before every other supporter that say, we want this person to be our president, we have the opportunity. If the wrong person gets it, Some other persons might withdraw. So this is not our candidate. You understand? That was what happened in PDP in 2023 general election. You know, it was even what caused the trouble between Wike and Atiku Abubakar that led to where PDP is today. Before the G5 now came up and all that. So I am foreseeing a very dark and cloudy political atmosphere for ADC at this moment. It's not this one former vice president is talking about that APC is accusing President Tinubu. This is not really about President Tinubu's matter. If they actually want to have a credible opposition as ADC, somebody like himself should have played the role of another statesman for this 2027 general election and say, come, this as it is, there is an arrangement, north and south. Now, their brother in the north has had 8 years. Then we have the present president now from the south. You know, ideally, the certain people will want the present president to have 8 years. But if there must be a change coming in, it must also be that the person that will succeed him, if really, I mean, the APC will definitely feature him. Then if let ADC also think of, okay, we want somebody that will challenge the sitting president. Let's give a ticket to anybody from the south that we believe will be able to challenge him. I don't want to start, mentioning names now. It could be anybody from the south. Let us, every one of us from the north, rally around him and campaign for him in the north, knowing fully whether he's only coming to do 4 years. It will not come back to us in the north. Okay. Then those of them who are actually aspiring to become president from the north, as soon as the south ends their 8 years by 2031, they cannot come in. So if we are now using this greed and it must be me, selfishness, and say, no, I have to go because I have the big fat pocket and because I am popular. You may be popular, within the party now. But this analogy I'm just telling you as savior might also lead to some kind of sympathy votes. People say, no, it is not the turn of the north yet. Even if they like and say, no, we must complete our 8 years. Your brother have just completed their 8 years. Put all this one into parameter and let's drop this selfishness and it must be me. I must grab it by all means. Let's drop it. If you actually think of want to save Nigeria, that you are actually saying that this present APC is not doing well and that we need to change the leadership of Nigeria, put all these ones into consideration and drop yourself out of it. And let's see how it goes. If you give the ticket to somebody else that is, and rally around him, even your humongous fat pocket, use it to support this person. But what we are talking about, my people say, it doesn't matter how you kill your enemy, provided he dies. Okay, rally around with him and say, we want to change this APC government by all means. Let me drop this toga. Let me drop this my selfish attitude towards I must be president. For these 4 years, let somebody from the south actually contest. Then they can get a VP from the north. Then let's join hands and campaign with this person. It will go well. But this one now that we are not hearing, it's going to be an open contestation. All the aspirants are coming to contest, and the one that gets it is a political statement, my brother.
Okay.
And it will not lead us anywhere.
Okay, Mr. Elvis, I love the fact that you took your time to touch every necessary, areas of this conversation. But let me pick it up from the middle. And of course, I'll go back to the beginning where you picked it up from. You said that what you would have advised is for the ADC to all come together, rally around a certain person.
Yes.
To go and it would just do it the remaining 4 years. Do you think there is anybody in that particular coalition that just wants to do 4 years? Don't forget that the politicians we're looking at today, they're all greedy. And I said it with all sense of responsibility. If they are not, the same Atiku Abubakar has said that if he doesn't win a particular election, he's not coming back to contest again. He said it before, he lost, he came back again. Now, he mentioned the same statement in 2023, if you remember. He said that would be the last election he would be contesting. And what happened? After he lost, today, the same Atiku Abubakar has said he also wants to be in the race. So which southern person would actually want to leave, that particular seat of power, being addressed as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces for 4 years? That's the first question I need to ask you. But let me move up to that of the coalition situation. If you recall, when some people were actually making speculations, and of course, Obi was saying that he was waiting for the ADC to talk about zoning. And Abdullahi, the spokesperson for the ADC, he said that they are not there yet. But of course, they don't even have issues with as regards to, zoning, but they are not there yet. We don't know what Obi discussed with them. But the same way you talked about popularity from the beginning of your conversation as regards to Atiku being popular, But when we talk about the obedience movement, there is a reaction coming from them. And there would be a reaction coming from them. The same reaction came from some loyalists to Wike at the primaries. That particular day I was in Abuja when that particular power play happened. So we saw so much that happened. In short, Wike branded different luxurious buses, coastal buses, thinking he already won that primaries. Until what happened.
Tambuwa stepped down. For his brother.
Where they will tell you Arewa is Arewa.
Yeah.
Now, the same situation now. The ADC are not planning to zone, their presidential tickets to the south. They want to make it open. And you know what it means for you to keep something open? Obi does not have a chance where Atiku is. Let's call it spade a spade. I'm just giving a prediction. But if Obi loses in the primaries, do you think ADC will still become, or they will still be that particular strong, a coalition group?
That's the big question now, Savior. If Obi loses the primary.
And I also want to talk about the southern person that you are thinking that would just want to do
No, I'm getting there. Yeah. If Obi loses the primary, the obedience that are saying wherever Obi goes, they will go with him.
They came out last week and they talked about that Obi must not become a vice to anybody.
Yes, will they still remain in ADC and say, okay, since Obi lost the primary, whatever that emerged as the presidential candidate for ADC, they will go with that person? Would they still remain?
They wouldn't.
That's the big issue, because obedient is not talking about political party. Obedient is saying they are talking about Obi
that's
as a person.
And they are not even taking any chance of vice presidency.
They are even saying that Obi must not be talking about vice presidential candidate for any political party. Obi himself have also said that he has visited so many presidents in the world leaders, and that he has been sitting and meeting with world leaders. Why will he be talking about becoming a vice president when he has been meeting with world leaders? He gave a categorical example on how he went to locate the president of Indonesia in his village and asking some certain question. How he met Paul Kagame and others of Rwanda. So he has been meeting he has been meeting presidents, sitting presidents. And because of that, Obi said he is not even going to get settled for a vice presidential candidate. So now, with this kind of arrangement, I still watched Bolaji Abdullahi yesterday in one of the channels, still talking about they are not there yet. Why are they saying they are not there yet? When some of their leaders are already making statements. Atiku Abubakar is making statement that everybody is going to open race to contest for the ticket of ADC. Knowing fully well that if they go for that open race, people like Obi can win that thing. Amechi can win it.
Amechi even agreed that he can be a minister.
You understand? I'm talking of those certain leaders, big wigs that are in that ADC. So, in particular, Obi has said it, that 4 years is enough for him to position Nigeria. That he is ready to do 4 years. He has said it. That he's ready to do 4 years and you hand over. He would have put he would have put all the channels, all the platforms in place, that whoever is taking over from him, we have where to build on.
Mr. Elvis, I would like us to actually look at facts and figures.
No, it's not about facts and figures. If you look at that, he has said it. We will remind him.
Now, that's the thing. When you use the word "we'll remind him," have you forgotten how many things we've reminded different presidents?
No, we have not.
We've reminded governors.
We have not tried it in some persons.
No, you don't understand. When they come out, they read their manifesto, they come to campaign. We get to remind them. The same way you and I reminded the president as regards to him saying ASU strike will become a thing of the past. When we did a retrospect of last year, did we not see ASU surface? Did we not see resident doctors strike surface? So the situation of us always saying that we remind, don't forget that the same Obi, when he was a governor, it was once impeached, right?
Yeah.
But he came back. And just like the situation of Fubara, who once mentioned that my mind is off from that seat. I don't even want to go back. Ever since I left that particular seat, after he was suspended, have been fine. But that's the same Fubara that is fighting for that seat today. So I just feel it is quite rare and difficult to find any politician in Nigeria that will tell you he wants to do that 4 years and step away when they were not removed forcefully.
Yeah, but that's true. They are greedy. But remember, by 2031, if Obi gets it in 2027 to 2031, it will not be favoring the South any longer. Because this arrangement that we have, even though it's not constitutional, that we go to the North, we definitely leave in. Everybody will now be looking at it that, okay, we supported you to get in there, even though you are from the South in second to do your 4 years. The Northerners, you cannot even get to the presidency of Nigeria with only certain votes. So if he gets in there, which means you have gotten so much popular vote from the North as well. So if you look at that parameter around him, even if he's wanting to renege on his promise, he might not favor him. And again, remember, there's still going to be primaries before you get the ticket in 2031. If his body language is changing and he's not ready to leave office, he might even lose the primaries from the beginning. It's possible. So let us even just leave what do you call it now? Leave doubt, benefit of doubt, and see whether if he's giving the ticket to fly the ADC ticket in 2027 and by 2021, whether he will be living there. And in Nigeria, he said within 4 years, we're able to reform Nigeria, whether he will be able to reform Nigeria. We just want to start from somewhere. We have had this kind of, APC 10 years now, 10 years and 6 months now, they've been in this nation now, ruling this nation. What is different from PDP 16 years? It's even worse with APC 10 years now. I was reading a report before I came into the studio that about 141 million Nigerians by 2026, in December 2026, this year we go into poverty. Yeah. PwC just released that. So is that why I'm moving Nigeria forward now? I'm moving Nigeria backward. So if you look, remember 2018, 2019, Nigeria became the poverty capital of the world under APC.
But I want to ask you a question. Since you're actually making it look like it's a party thing, I would like to throw the question to you. Of course, I did to Mr. Delefanimo yesterday on the show. Do you think that the PDP's administration is better than APC's administration?
101%.
But please don't also forget, I would allow you, give me your reasons, of course, but don't forget that in the PDP administration, we also had 1,001 people who were also corrupt, and they also stole funds.
No. Yes, good. Let's start from there.
All right.
Even we had 1,001 corrupt persons then. We now have 1,000.
And some of them are the same people that people are calling Messiah today.
Yeah, I'm coming there. We all now have 1,002 in APC. The same PDP that said, okay, we are talking about 1,001 corrupt persons. They actually set up EFCC that we are still using today.
Yeah.
They set up ICPC that we are still using today. We saw that the first chairman of EFCC then, the present National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, how he was able to investigate his boss, late Balogun, IG Balogun, and brought Balogun to the situation that left to his abrupt retirement and left the police force. That was his boss. We also saw there was a time that this pardon that has become so glaring now in APC. We have just heard the budget now, 58 point something. We don't know how much is padded in it, but we'll hear later, very soon, when they start breaking it down. There was pardon that when Adolphus Wabara was the Senate president, former minister for housing, environment and housing, something like that, Mama Mobolaji, that woman from Ondo State, her budget was padded. Then there was this also Fabian Osuji, education minister, was also fingered in padded budget. Obasanjo was outside the country when this matter got to the house and the matter became an issue. When he came in, Obasanjo first of all sacked these ministers. He sacked them because of budget padding. We have never had it again now since in Nigeria. Then I told the National Assembly that I don't have confidence in your leader any longer. I don't have any confidence in your leader again. That was what led to the impeachment of Adolphus Wabara as Senate president. We have had that. In terms of fighting corruption, we have had that, at least under President Olusegun Obasanjo. Yes, it may not be saint, may not be that perfect, but at least we can mention some of these ones. How many have you heard in APC government? The so-called Messiah who told Nigeria was going to fight corruption, the late President Muhammad Buhari. Look at all these ministers now, how many of them that are there now with EFCC. We went further. Today,
we also have PDP's ministers who also, went in. Don't forget.
Yes, I know. Okay. I'm telling you some of those ones that at least we can mention in PDP that PDP did, even though they were in power, at least did, for their own members. Mm-hmm. Then we also have today that even this debt now that Nigeria we don't even know how much we are owing now. PDP paid it all and gave Nigeria a clean slate. Within these few years of APC now, Nigeria is now wallowing in debt.
A serious one.
Serious one for that matter.
Yeah.
Then we also saw that at least infrastructure, if not for any other thing, I could sit down in my house now and also be talking to you in the studio and be doing this show. We have had this technology in the world ever since, but we never had it in Nigeria. It was PDP's era that we have a GSM.
You're only talking you're talking about the person of former President Olusegun Obasanjo.
Yeah, if you mention PDP, you mention Olusegun Obasanjo. Right. You also, I'm coming. You also saw that at least gave us this technology that at least, even if we want to talk to somebody now, we can have a guest now from Port Harcourt, from any part of the world, who will be in this studio with us. We saw technological change. We also saw one bold thing he did that Nigerians cannot really remember him for. When he got into power, President Olusegun Obasanjo, he said no. Every military officer that have tasted political power must go.
Yeah.
Because he cannot curtail these people in the barrack, and he will remain in Aso Rock. He retired all of them. Even those of them who were having that ambition that, let them come in. Maybe in the next 3 years, we can now begin to talk of coup and not have to flush them out. He retired them. How many presidents of this world can have that boldness? He did it. If you want to start mentioning most of these things that PDP did, that before we got into the hands of APC that said they were coming as Messiah that we are today now. There are so many. This lifestyle we are living now that Nigerians can no longer feed. I didn't drive just from Aja to this place and I paid almost 4,000 naira this afternoon. Transport fare within Lagos. I'm not out of Lagos. I didn't go out of Lagos. Was it like this then? A liter of fuel now, that as at the time Jonathan was leaving, how much was a liter of fuel? Jonathan was 90-something.
But this is actually a global change thing, and so many things evolve. And
are there still no countries in the world today that are still enjoying? If you are talking of global change, why is it that global change is always affecting the people and it's not affecting them? If you are talking of global change, Savior, you should also be talking of welfare to cushion it for the people. You should. That is what
not
government.
Taxing them.
Not taxing them. That's what government is all about. But in our own case, we are always pushed to the brink. Nigerians are always pushed to the brink.
Okay.
Since APC came in.
Mr. Evis, yes, I love the fact that you said Nigeria are always pushed to the brink. Now, some, people actually made some assertions that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done so much. But Atiku Abubakar's, statement says otherwise. He said the president has made Nigeria a national liability. That was the statement he mentioned. But I would like you to talk about that because Comrade Eragbi Anslem, from the Labour Party, he actually said that so many policies that the president is doing is really, going on well, and it's serving the people, in as much as it's still lacking in some parts. But over time, I've seen so many people saying that all of his policies, his reforms, none of them is actually yielding good results for the people, which I'd wanted to, take up simultaneously with this situation of me asking you, do you think that articles opening, saying that the ticket should be open, is about wanting anybody at all to challenge challenge the APC, or this is based on his personal, greed for power?
It's personal greed. If they are talking about opening the ticket for the primaries of AGC to everybody that wants to contest, it means they just want to give a smooth ride to APC to continue until 2031. That's just what I'm saying. Because if the wrong person comes from AGC, Nigerians will not vote for AGC. If the wrong person comes, because we just look at, how are you going to convince Nigerians for some names we are seeing in AGC? Nigeria know why they are talking of AGC today, because they are talking of AGC because of one person. If only they give Obi ticket, Nigeria will see a change. But if that ticket is not in the hands of Obi, I doubt. It will just be like a smooth say for APC to continue.
But of course, they are making different projections that the ADC would even be very strong, of course, in the north. And they said that they are trying to build their grassroots,
no, they could be strong enough. Maybe they will win some states. But we're not about winning the presidency.
They talk about even to the south that they are building, their grassroots,
No, the building will start from Osun and Ekiti and FCT local government elections that we have FCT local government is next month.
Yeah.
Ekiti and Osun is coming in this year. We want to see what they are building from the grassroots. We want to see even if they don't win the governorship of that state, they should be able to have some legislators.
Yeah, but I think they said they are more focused on the presidential race because they have time.
I mean, even if they are talking of focusing on, but we have to start seeing that gradually, at least they are making inroads into getting to the presidential race. Then you asked about. I mean, Atiku Abubakar is talking about President Tinubu wanting to make Nigeria a one-party state. It starts from them. When they don't do the right thing, things of this nature will easily happen. If people like him,
all right, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller there. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? All right, I think the network is not making us get that particular call here. All right,
hello.
Okay, sorry. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon. Oh, I think that was a drop call. Please go ahead.
So if people like him, at least he has been wanting to be president of Nigeria since 1993. I'm talking of the former vice president.
Yeah.
Till today, he sees that, okay, it's not too smooth for me to be there this time. Why don't he support somebody to be there? Must you be? Mandela came out of prison after 27 years. He did only 4 years and handed over. Is it not the same Africa? Can't you be an elder statesman and everybody will respect you? Okay, no, but people may not respect General Abdul-Salam Bakar today in Nigeria. But if you look at what he did, he wrote his name in the book of history, good history in Nigeria. When IBB was there for 7-8 years, he could not conduct a presidential election for Nigerians to be returned to democracy. Eventually, Abacha came in. We have had Abacha for almost about 6 years plus or 7 years. He did not. But when he came in, within 9 months, he handed over. May 29 is not a significant date in Nigeria. But he made that day a significant date and said, let this thing go. Can't somebody also give such sacrifice for things to work?
Okay,
Must it be you at all time? He would have said, I want to remain there for 5 years before I conduct election. Nigerians would have still be here.
But you know that the same way Obi has his own movement as regards to the obedient movement, that's the same way Atiku also has.
Yes, he has. That's what I'm saying.
So the situation of you saying now that can't he just do the sacrifice?
No, the sacrifice I'm saying is, get me clear. Exactly what I'm saying is that the internal arrangement that we still have in this our democracy today is that let start do their own too.
Okay.
That's where I'm speaking from. Now, a certain person is there and he has done 4 years. We'll complete his 4 years by 2027.
Yeah.
Then, if another certain person is coming from a stronger opposition now, like KDC, and say, okay, I want to also contest this same position with this my own brother from the side that is already there, and they not actually now believe that, okay, this president we have there now, we are not enjoying his regime administration.
Yeah.
Nigerians are not enjoying his administration, and they want a change by all means. Why don't they rally around that person from the south who has said he's going to do 4 years and he's going to leave after 4 years and say, okay, let's just remove this your brother from the south.
Now, that's where I was waiting for you. You know, you have said this, which is actually a lovely, explanation. But, Mr. Harris, don't forget that Atiku also has his own people that believes in him first. Secondly, that believes that he alone can take Nigeria off from this particular position we are in today, and not even Obi. And don't forget that after President Muhammad Buhari left, of blessed memories, after he left office, the emergence of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu saw so many Northerners leave office. He reshuffled, and the North didn't get so much, except we just want to lie to ourselves here. It became obvious that so many key areas, were taken over by the South.
They don't even call it South, they call it Lagos boys.
You understand? They even call them Lagos
boys.
So in a situation like that, don't you think that this particular, part of, Nigeria, this region, already has a way they perceive everybody from the South as regards to that particular presidential seat? So they don't even want a situation where they would be, looked down upon anymore or removed from office. And that's why they're saying, okay, they want their person to go in any way. Because some of them are not even blaming their own former president that came from Katsina. But today, they are blaming the president that came from the West more. So in a situation like that, it's quite dicey. This particular side is saying the man that they are supporting is not even the part that they are supporting this man, and this man must not even become a vice. And on this other side, this man also says he's not going to back down because his people also want him to go. In a situation like that, do you think that if the so-called person or whoever it is wants to decide to sacrifice, for the party and of course for Nigerians, as you rightly said, do you think that the party will still have that support from his own place, especially coming with his own bloc?
It is simple. If you are complaining of a particular administration and the person that is leading you also joining that complaint, oh, this administration is not good to us, it's not favoring us, and that person has been able to come up with a formidable political party to challenge that administration that you are complaining of, and that person says, come, for now, this arrangement is not favoring us now. Let's let this man go. It's my person. I'm standing in for you people. Let's vote en masse for him. Followers are very ready to follow their principle at all times, especially in a political form.
Okay.
You see what some of obedience are saying now, that if it is not presidential candidate for any party, they are not going to follow Obi. That's what followers are all about. A follower like Atiku Abubakar can easily talk to his people and say, this is my candidate. Let's vote en masse for him. Then, by immediately after these 4 years, we know what to do. Okay. Let them even use these 4 years to get themselves, into power in Nigeria, and Nigeria begin to see, oh, they have actually. We now begin to also have 4 years to measure with them, PDP, APC, and ADC. Then we now say, okay, 2031, ADC only 4 years gave us this. That means we can go with this. That will even give them a better profile to actually campaign with in 2031 than now allowing greed again to come in 2027, and that greed will now erode the chance they may have in 2031.
Okay, Mr. Ives, I would like us to move to, of course, the second conversation as regards to Wiki or us. APC gives Tinubu deadline in Rivers power struggle. The All Progressive Congress have actually said that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, should actually pick between, they said they are getting to that particular point. Senior figures in Nigeria's ruling All Progressive Congress have issued a stern warning to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, threatening to ask him to choose between the party or Federal Capital Territory Minister, Nyesom Wike. The warning follows Wike's declaration that Rivers State Governor, Similari Fubara, will not secure a second term in the 2027 election, which has angered APC loyalists in the state. The APC leaders are concerned about Wike's growing influence and action in Rivers State, which they fear could fracture party unity and set stage for a confrontation with the presidency. Of course, Wike, who is not officially registered with the APC, has been at odds with Fubara, and the party is worried that these particular maneuvers could undermine Tinubu's interests ahead of 2027. Mm-hmm. And, the National Secretary has actually said that Wike is not their member and should not even make such statement that the APC National Working Committee will do everything they can to protect their own, members as regards to being governor and what have you. So, for us to round off this conversation and to wrap it up for the day, what do you think about this APC situation?
I think the secretary spoke very well. Bashir Ajibola, the National Secretary of APC, he spoke very well, and he spoke the mind of almost every Nigerian. It is an insult for somebody that is not a member of that party to now begin to dictate for who is going to be the candidate of a particular state.
But don't you think he's the one that owns the political structure of Rivers State?
What's political structure? Their constitution says that the leader, the governor of every state is the leader of that state. And if he's
the leader of that state, of course, yes.
If he so does well.
But this is political structure.
No, if he so does well and the people want him back, why won't he get the ticket? It's an insult for you to come to my house and begin to pull me out of my sitting room and my bedroom and say you want to take over. No, every power I have, I will use to fight you.
Don't forget that this is
let me tell you what he has done in PDP.
Put him in that seat.
What he has done in PDP.
Okay.
Might enter APC if they don't check it immediately. If this destruction he has destroyed PDP to where we are today. If they don't check it now, he has just planted the seed. What is the function of touring to the 23 local government and be talking of a thank you visit after 2.5 years of election? Because the national secretary went to commission some project about 3 weeks ago in Rivers and saw what Fubara is doing and said, with all this I'm saying, you deserve a second tenure. That was the only pronouncement. So they're not panically took Wike out of Abuja.
Okay, for us to round off now, Mr. Elvis, are you saying Fubara is finally safe? And do you think that Wike would actually lose the favor of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
I am actually waiting for how President Ahmed Bola Tinubu is going to handle this matter, because last year, when this matter started at this moment that led to the emergency rule, Fubara was still a member of PDP, and Wike was still a member of PDP. Now Fubara has joined his political party. What he did in Lagos during the removal of Obasa, Speaker of the Lagos State House Assembly, and after about 3 months, he brought him back to power and quell that imbroglio that was coming up in Lagos State. We want to see him do more of it now in Rivers. I want to see whether APC will trade Fubara for Wike in this 2027 general election, because the president has the power to hire and fire. If he's loyal to the president and the president wants to keep him, the party and leadership and the party members with what is going on, and even the governors, the progressive governors are in support of Fubara, because they know what happened to Fubara. If they don't check it, might happen to any of them. Okay. So if they now withdraw their support from President Tinubu, there is no vote in federal. The votes are in the states. Okay. Do you understand? If he wants to start campaigning today, he's going to be moving around the states, and it's the state governor that will host him in whichever state it goes. So if he does that, he might lose the interest of the state governors, and that will spare doom for his political ambition.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Elvis, for joining the program. That was quite a very intense one there. But of course, just for me to leave you with this, don't forget that the same president actually did it to Ambode some years ago. Don't forget. He also did the same thing that Wike is doing.
He was not a presidential candidate then.
But it's fine.
He wasn't. He knows what it means now. Rivers State now is not as important.
So press for time, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Elvis. So press for time, and I'm so sorry that we can't actually take more. But of course, I know that you have so much to say as regards to Wike's conversation. Coming up next is Locker Room. Of course, if you love the world of sports, I would like you to stay put to enjoy the program. Don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last for so long.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house. And I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV, because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People, because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer, and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology. social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Nnamdi Azikiwe, popularly known as Zik, was a prominent Nigerian nationalist and the first president of Nigeria. He was born on November 16, 1904 in Zungeru, which was then part of the British Protectorate of Northern Nigeria.
In defense of my honor, and with due deference to those concerned, I submit.
Azikiwe played a significant role in the fight for Nigeria's independence from British colonial rule. He was one of the founding members of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC, a political party that advocated for self-governance and represented the interests of the Nigerian people. Under Azikiwe's leadership, the NCNC gained widespread support, particularly in the eastern region of Nigeria. He was known for his eloquent and powerful oratory skills, which helped him rally the masses and inspire them to fight for their rights. In 1963, Nigeria gained independence and Azikiwe became the country's first indigenous Governor General. He later served as the President of Nigeria from 1963 till 1966. Azikiwe's contributions to Nigeria's independence movement and his leadership in the early years of the country's independence have left a lasting impact on Nigerian history.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage. as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. Carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television and I am Chukwuma Okoro. In case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. On the show today, I've been joined by two barristers, two lawyers, one in our studio here, talking about Barrister Darlington Agomo, who is a lawyer, practicing lawyer and a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Agomo, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens. Good to have you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Okoro, and how are you today?
Very well, thanks for coming. I appreciate your presence.
My pleasure.
And from Port Harcourt, I've been joined by Barrister Asim Adam. Barrister Adam is a constitutional lawyer, a political affairs analyst, and he was the spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Tubo / Peter Obi campaign organization in Rivers State in the 2023 general election. I just understood that he's yet to join us. We lost connection with him, but he's going to join us shortly. Now, on the show today, Rivers State explodes again as Assembly serves impeachment notice on Governor Fubara, his deputy, Ngozi Odu. Abure is not Labour Party chairman, INEC declares, and ADC begins membership mobilization, registration, and revalidation, MMRR. Now, those are the major topics of discussion, and let's kick into it right away. Rivers State House of Assembly has initiated impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy, Ngozi Odu, over allegations of gross misconduct. In a plenary session led by Speaker Martins Amehule, Majority Leader Major Jack presented allegations against Fubara based on Section 188 of the Nigerian Constitution. The accusations include demolition of the House of Assembly complex, excessive budgetary spending, withholding funds for the Assembly Service Commission, and ignoring a Supreme Court ruling on the House's financial autonomy. 26 members signed the notice, which will be served to the governor within 7 days. Linda Stewart, the deputy leader, also introduced allegations against Odu, which include reckless spending of public funds, obstructing the Assembly's duties, and allowing unauthorized individuals to occupy official positions, while other claims involve seeking budgetary approval from unauthorized sources and seizing the salaries of the Assembly Service Commission workers. Barrister Darlington, impeachment proceedings against Sim and his deputy. What's your reaction?
Look, this assembly must be told to watch their back. In 2019, APC did not feature in the election of that year. Remember, all because of this political rascality, no thanks to Amechi. They called to shut them down from the presidency to the state assembly, to governorship, to federal assembly. They never featured. If APC is not careful with this Wike and his rascality, they will lose Rivers State. Quote me. In fact, they are going to lose Rivers State if they allow Wike to get away with this one. All the things they accused Fubara of doing was the same accusation the Supreme Court have ruled against him before the state of emergency. Remember, everything they accuse him here is what happened in the past, which the state of emergency has overtaken. And the man was dutifully trying to implement all of them before they imposed the state of emergency. So why are they bringing it back again? On what ground?
Barrister, these are fresh allegations.
Look, what are you telling me, fresh allegation?
Yes.
It cannot be fresh allegation.
No, that's exactly what I'm telling you.
It cannot be, because these are the same thing they accuse him of. Before the Supreme Court ruled. Remember? And so, these things are things that happened in the past. And they have started on a fresh note. And this man has been working accordingly. So, all these allegations have no basis, because the Attorney General of the state have not been, he has not been notified. Whatever they are doing now will not sell through, because Fubara is an APC governor. And I don't see a PDP man. No, it's not possible. Look, those people should watch it, oh. They should watch it. Because I don't want people to be crying foul. When the APC leadership will come against them, especially Wike. Imagine Wike in that assembly. What was he doing there, Mr. Okoro? In the morning, did you see it? The TV had that came to cover it was not even told what they were supposed to come and cover. And Wike was in that assembly. He was there. He was present there to witness everything. For what reason?
Barrister, I've not seen the video yet. Yeah, I've not.
Why was Wike there? What was he doing there?
Where? In the House of Assembly complex?
I mean, this is very, very, I don't know. This thing has turned into a joke. It has turned into a joke, for God's sake.
Okay, Barrister, let's look at the legal implications of it. I think what you're addressing now is the politics of Rivers State.
Yes.
Now, how feasible is it, that the House of Assembly could start impeachment process on the governor in terms of constitute a panel, investigate him, this gross misconduct which they have alleged. Now, they're supposed to also, the Chief Judge, the CJ of the state, is supposed to raise a panel, and they will sit and now make
I mentioned it.
Okay, so how feasible is it?
That's what I'm telling you, that this is like a joke.
Okay, it's a
you
joke.
know the processes to follow. That's why I told you that without thinking about it, this thing will not sell, it will not fly. Okay. It will be like Obi's case in Anambra, that the court asked him to go back to his seat. That is what it's going to look like.
That is if the process runs through.
That is.
Okay.
No, they have already made a mistake. Okay. What they did now is not what they're supposed to do. It is those panels that will come out with a report. Before this one they did today would have happened.
No, I think the first process is to initiate allegations, to say, okay, this
and set up and then notify the Attorney General, the CJ, the
Chief Judge of the state.
So, have they done that?
No, this is the first process.
Anyway, without being told.
Okay.
As long as this thing is what I think it is, it has failed. Okay. Though they have the right to, under the Constitution,
to do that.
Yeah, they have the right.
Okay.
According to the quoted one, to everybody, because Section 188, therefore, that's how they quoted Section 305 for us here. Anybody cannot just become a lawyer all of a sudden. When you want to carry out your mischief, you look at one section and start quoting. The provisions of that section, did you follow it? They don't quote this constitution as if it is any all commerce affair. The provision, did you follow it? Okay. Remember what happened in section 109 about defection. All the processes about defection, did you follow it? And now so I don't even want to dwell on the 188 they are quoting.
Okay.
The question is, did you follow due process? That's the first question.
Did you follow due process?
Yes,
and as far as they are concerned, the process is dead on arrival.
I'm telling you, the pump already.
Okay, we've been joined by Barrister Asim Adams. Let's admit him. Barrister Adams, good evening and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. We appreciate your presence.
How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. I can hear you. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. I thank God. And I had to stop by somewhere to make sure that I join this program.
Oh, beautiful. I appreciate your presence, your time and your attention.
Thank you.
Okay, now we want to get a feel from you. You are in Port Harcourt. Now, give us a legal perspective, a legal angle to what is happening. We understand that this morning, the House of Assembly said they were in Rivers State, said they were going to serve impeachment notices to both the governor and his deputy, Ngozi Odo. Now, walk us through the process, the legal process. Precedent 2. now the actual impeachment. What are the processes? Let us know from a legal perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. From a legal perspective, Section 188 is the section that talks about impeachment of a governor, and Section 188 has subsections 1 to 11. Now, Section 188 is sacrosanct and is part of our constitution. The process is this: number one, 1/3 of members of the House of Assembly, of Rivers State House of Assembly, must sign that notice or the notice of impeachment, which they were able to get today. When they get that notice of impeachment, the notice will now be served on, the governor. As far as they're able to get 1/3 majority of members of the House of Assembly, it will now be served on the governor and the deputy or whoever. Then they have 14 days for them to respond. That is, the governor or the deputy, or the two of them, they have 14 days for them to respond to defend themselves of the allegations. Because the notice of impeachment will list out the allegations. And in this case, I saw about 8 allegations or something like that. And the governor has the right to, defend himself.
Hello, Barrister Adams. Okay, unfortunately, we are having the network is floppy.
So get legal practitioners to defend it, that is lawyers. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. You are back. I can hear you.
Good. So if he can defend himself, either by himself or he will get lawyers to do that for him. Now, once those things are done...
Excuse me, Barrister Adam, I'd like for you to hold on. How will he defend himself? Is he going to defend himself before the House of Assembly, or is he going to be in written form?
He can appear before them.
Okay.
He can also write to them.
Beautiful.
But in cases I've seen, some governors have sent lawyers
to
do that on their behalf.
Beautiful.
To respond to the allegations.
Okay, and after that?
You understand?
And after that? And
after that, now, if the House, having gotten the allegations, and they will now invite the CJ of the state, the Chief Judge of the state, is the one that they will call upon to set up a panel, a 7-man panel of men with unquestionable character. That is what the Constitution says. Men that do not have political affiliations, men that are above standard, or men of integrity. What the Constitution says, men of unquestionable character.
Okay.
So that is the duty of the CJ to do. He is the one that will select this 7-man panel. The 7-man panel is not from the House of Assembly, and the Constitution makes it open. Those 7 men from any part of River State. It can be from the MBA, it can be from the Medical Association, it can be from any, it depends on discretion he wants to use and utilize. If those men now go through the allegations and do their investigation, after the governor has responded, and after that the man has no case to answer, that they will now go back to the House and tell the House that these allegations you brought before us, I don't think the governor is guilty of them. They move around. I made their recommendations. They can also make recommendations to say that the governor is guilty of all the allegations or some of the allegations leveled against him, as the case may be. Now, the Constitution is also not silent on whether the House will reject the opinion of the 7-man panel, or they will accept. So from precedence and procedure, normally is that the House will look at whatever decision that particular body has made and still go ahead. They decide on the investigative panel set up by the CJ, and if they get 2/3 majority of members of the House of Assembly, they now vote. Once they get 2/3, the governor becomes impeached.
Okay.
As case may be. That's just a summary of the whole.
Very beautiful.
proceeding.
Very beautiful. Thank you very much, Barrister Adam.
Now, the problem I have. Okay, the problem I have. Can you hear me out?
Go ahead.
The problem I have, where the problem is now, is that if you see section 188, sub 10, it tells you, no, sub 11, sorry, it talks about gross misconduct. And it defines what gross misconduct is. And the gross misconduct he's talking about is that he has breached, fundamental tenets or sections of the Constitution, number 1, and whatever the members of the House of Assembly, using their discretion, feel is or amounts to gross misconduct. You understand the point now?
Yes, I do.
It is at the discretion of the members of the House of Assembly. Then another area that gives me where the Constitution also says that the proceedings of this particular House of Assembly about impeachment, there's what we call ouster of courts. The court cannot even determine and begin to go into it, stop it as the case may be, insofar as all the procedures listed in section 188 sub 1 to 9 are fulfilled. Fair hearing is given, they didn't breach his right, as case may be, and he defended himself. The procedure must be followed. If you deviate from the procedure, then the courts follow its stricto sensu. That is it. If they follow it, they can impeach him.
Barrister Adams, let me be more direct. I want us to talk politics of River State now.
Okay, politics now.
Yes, the politics of River State. The political aspect
the politics of River State.
Do you think that that Sim Fubara can be impeached in the APC under the watch of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Is there a possibility it could happen? Can Wike pull off that? Can he pull that off in River State at the moment?
Now, yes, Wike has already given his consent for them politically to impeach. Now, it's not left for Bola Tinubu. If Bola Tinubu does not act within the next 48 hours or within the next 1 week or thereabout, while these notices have been served on the governor, then I'm very sure politically they can go ahead and impeach. But the president has a deciding factor. It's a deciding factor. I mean, he can call Wike to order. He can also call the House of Assembly members to order and say, look, you cannot do this. You are making this thing, you're making this thing they look laughable, and you're making, the state political, environment of the state to heat up. Why do you want to do that? He can call on them and say, please, don't do this on political grounds. Even though you have the legal, authority to do that, but it is not the proper time, for you to do this now, politically speaking. So that I do not dent, my ambition for 2027 in terms of River State votes, as the case may be.
All right.
But finally on this, I stay in River State. I've been following this very closely. Are you aware, in my own opinion, if not because of this situation of, opinions here and there, Simple Bada breached, the tenets of the Constitution, as the case may be. The section of it breached it. He deserved to be impeached, legally speaking. But politically speaking, whether it's the right time or not, I don't think it's proper politically speaking. But legally speaking, he has breached it. Number one, he has not presented the budget, to the legislature. Under section 121 of the 1999 Constitution, it is a must that when a governor, puts his budget together, he must bring or present that budget to the House of Assembly of the state. He does not have any ample opportunity to circumvent that section 121. What he did by, approving the budget, by the State Executive Council was wrong, unconstitutional. We must have to, criticize and reprimand him for that particular thing he did. It's not possible for you to begin to spend state money without approval for the legislature. We practice constitutional democracy. Nigeria is a state that is governed by the Constitution. On that legal point, yes, he designed
according to Barrister Asim
Adam. On political ground, whether it is the appropriate time, that is the only area I can consider that.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Adams. We'll come back to you in a bit. Let's come to the studio where we still have Barrister Darlington. Now, Barrister Darlington, I'd like for you to react. You know, you've been giggling and all of that. Do you think that under this circumstance, the political calculation, that is what we are looking at now, do you think that Wike can pull off the impeachment of Sim Fubara? And I want you to make reference, I make reference to a statement made by Barrister Adams. He said Wike has approved that he be impeached.
In fact, that is even what it is very, very irritating. Serious. I don't see why anybody in Rivers State should be deferring to Wike. On what ground? I mean, these are things I don't understand. Even my friend, I don't see why he should be deferring to Wike. On what ground? Does Rivers State belong to him?
He's a stakeholder.
What is it the only person in Rivers State?
Major stakeholder.
Is it the only one that has ruled Rivers State? Look, all these things that people are you are contributing to the destruction of democracy in Rivers State by giving Wike the power that he does not have. Seriously.
Barrister, are they giving him the power, or is it the power that he wills?
No. It is the people of Rivers State that are giving him this power, undeserved power. On what ground should he be dictating the pace in Rivers State? On what ground? Just tell me.
Barrister, I would like for us to be very realistic.
Realistic
in terms
on what
of
ground?
Power that the young man
Who
wields.
gave him the power?
Barrister, he has that. He was former governor.
Somebody gave it to him. The people of Rivers State allowed it.
But he's in control now.
You gave it to him.
How?
You allowed it. Go and try it in Imo State, where I come from, or any other place in the southeast. Let anybody come and play Godfather in my own region. Let anybody come and play.
Barrister,
Augusto Carlo tried it. How did he end up? No, tell me. I am telling you what I know. That the people of Rivers State, I am sorry to say this, there is nobody in that state. For a Wike to be talking and behaving the way he is behaving is very, very wrong. On what ground should he be telling everybody, I paid for this person, I paid for this person, I did this? Is it with his own money? These are things that somebody should have asked questions. And everybody allowed him to be behaving and talking as if he's the owner of Rivers State. On what ground? He was in that assembly when this proceeding was going on. On what ground?
Barrister Gomo, as a lawyer, now do you think that Sim Fubara has committed impeachable offense?
He did not.
Okay.
Before he started using that budget, the court said he can go ahead with the assembly members that are with him. Is that not true? The court told him to go ahead.
But he's not presented 2026 budget.
Hold on now. The same way that of Plateau State happened, the court said that the governor can go on with the 6 members of the state assembly. Is that not true? So why should anybody be making reference to such things? Look, the issue of the defected lawmakers in Rivers has not been adjudicated upon up to today. So Fubara is right because he doesn't know where those assembly members belong. They have defected and we should interrogate that. Section 109 is very clear on it. That is the truth. Nobody should blame the governor. The members that came back, they came back as a result of what? Oral decision. Oral decision, not the decision of the court. There was no time the court have said, yes, you did not defect, you defected. So their case is still pending. Let nobody dwell on that.
Let's talk more about Wike. Now, Wike recently made a bold statement. He said, no one can use me and dump me. Really? In apparent reference, to the president. Now, do you think that he can square up with the president?
Let me tell Wike and those supporting him, very, very soon, EFCC will knock on his door. Let me see how he will be clean. Very, very soon, EFCC will knock on Wike's door. And then his book of remembrance will be opened. And I want to see how the people supporting him now are going to defend Wike. Or didn't he commit acts of corruption in office? He made the confessions yesterday. Is that not true? When he was running his mouth, telling everybody what he did and what he did not do. Is that not an open confession? EFCC will use it against him. So let him be very careful. He has confessed how he rigged the election, all the money he spent and all that. He is going to make some explanations on how he got those money. That was how he told us here that his father was the general manager of all the companies.
Barrister, do you think
but
that
somebody came and
Barrister,
told us
do you
that
think that Wike can square up with the president? And he's saying, do you think that he has the capacity?
I said he did
Barrister,
not.
let me land on my question. Let me land on my question.
Go
do you
ahead.
think that he has, or he does not have the capacity to cause problem, no matter how little, for the president in Rivers State in 2027?
Monkey clever. That's when the trees are work together.
Okay.
All the power Wike is wielding is the power given to him by Tinubu and APC. Okay. They can withdraw those powers.
Okay. Do you think that the president will allow Wike to be embarrassed by stopping
misconduct? Okay. That's why they go. But Wike, Fubara has another window of going to court to challenge whatever they are accusing him of. If yes, just like it happened in Anambra, which all of us saw, he can go to court and challenge it and say, no, this particular thing they call gross misconduct, it never happened. Because gross misconduct can be according to your own discretion and my own discretion. Is that not true? And I don't see how the CJN of Rivers State will approve whatever they want to do. It's not possible. This other idea of selecting the men of where is that man with impeccable character?
No, barrister, the point is that whether we find them or not, a 7-man panel has to be constituted in Rivers State.
So all these things are just neither here nor there.
No, barrister, there must be somewhere, because at the end of the day, if the process runs through, whether we like it or not, whether we are sentimental about it or not, the process will run through and something will happen. You don't see it happening.
I don't see how an APC government
will allow
somebody in PDP to embarrass them. It can never happen.
All right, beautiful. I'll take that.
I know that.
That's a takeaway. Now, let's bring back Barrister Adams into this conversation. Barrister Adams, Wike has described Fubara as an ungrateful child. Do you agree with him if you consider what happened between both of them when Wike was governor for 8 years and this young man, who is governor now, served as the accountant general? He helped him become governor. Now they have misunderstandings. Wike has described Fubara as an ungrateful child. Do you agree with him if you consider the politics of everything that has happened in the past 10 years between both of them?
I agree wholeheartedly, wholesomely with Yeso Wike that saying Fubara is an ungrateful child. With due respect to him, he's an executive governor, he's an ungrateful person. You know, the product today called Fubara is a product of Yeso Wike, a protege. It ought to be, you know, a Man Friday, you know, to Yeso Wike. Because we in Rivers State know his whereabouts. How did it come about? How did it come about? When we were in Rivers State doing our politics here, many of us about knew him 2020, 2021. Where was he? In the annals of politics in Rivers State. But somebody went in there, brought him into the circle of politics. And then you have, just like that, with impunity, arbitrariness, you know, with braggadocio, you know, Nestorian braggadocio, temerity. You just discard and throw it away. You throw the man away, the man has now become useless. When you were begging him, I remember I campaigned for Labour Party in Rivers State. I was against Yeso Wike, you know, bringing a simple Fubara. You know, we thought he's going to force this man on us. Whenever I knew him, he didn't have the political experience. So where did he get this to bring it and force on Rivers people? That is number one. Number two is this. Let me tell you, Tinubu cannot, at this point in time, begin to mess around, you know, by trying to say he wants to humiliate Yeso Wike. He cannot do that for now. If he does that, he's going to lose Rivers State. I'm telling you this. Because Wike as a man is a political iroko, is sagacious, is dexterous, politically speaking. He has the clout, he has the charisma, he has everything you want in a politician that can bring votes for you and do whatever you want to be done, politically speaking, on that day of voting etc. I believe in him. And I know that is the reason why the president is sticking by him. The president cannot. If he does that, I'm telling you that he's going to commit what I call political harakiri.
Okay.
The president
all right.
Tinubu cannot do that.
President Tinubu cannot do that.
Let me lie. Please,
Okay.
let me just make one point succinctly clear. Succinctly very clear. Is that if the CJ decides not to set up that panel, because I've decided the next in rank can be called upon to do that. And that will be abdication of his responsibilities. He has to do that because that's an imposed constitutional duty. He cannot abdicate. He cannot circumvent. He cannot begin to be ambivalent about it. You know, that is the Constitution says he has to, shall. Didn't say may. That's what the Constitution says. Shall set up a 7-man panel. So if he wants to play politics with that, that is serious breach of the constitutional provisions, as case may be.
Okay,
so we
all
are
right.
watching.
We are watching. Everyone is watching. Nigerians are watching.
Intervene.
Okay.
Politically speaking, we can do something, but legally speaking, they have the right to do whatever they are doing.
All right, now beautiful. Barrister Adams, let me stay with you before I come back to the studio, and where we still have Barrister Darlington Agomo. I want us to paint a true picture of what happened in Rivers State, so that we can begin to interrogate who is an ungrateful child and who is an ungrateful father. We had Nyesom Wike, who was governor for 8 years, and at some point, you discovered that EFCC stepped in and they were looking for his accountant general, who happens to be who? Sim Fubara. He hid him in the government house. Nigerians are all aware of that. And somehow, payments, rewards were made. He helped him to become a governor. 1 year down the line, they started having problems. Now, between Nyesom Wike, whom the accountant general helped to do some dirty things, advisedly, I use that word loosely and advisedly, in Rivers State, and he in return made him the governor. And now they are having problems because of an agreement that has gone awry. Between these two people, in the eyes of the Rivers State people, who is the saint and who is the villain between the two of them?
At the saint, in my own opinion, is Nyesom Wike.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you something. A man who has entered into agreement, political agreements are allowed. People have been saying you can, political agreements are allowed. Even your president, Bola Tinubu, who became president, we heard when he used the word Emiloko, that's my turn. He told Buhari that, look, there was an agreement that I will be the president after you. That is political agreement. You saw when Buhari was to breach it, what happened? You know, Tinubu, you know, vociferously and ferociously, you know, attacked Tinubu, Buhari and said, no, you can't do that, sir, because we had an agreement. Emiloko, is this my turn?
Okay.
And Buhari, because he wanted to keep to the agreement, the day voting was taking place in the presidential election, Buhari raised up his ballot paper and showed the whole world, and Tinubu said, look, I voted for Tinubu as APC. I didn't vote. People were speculating that Buhari was going to vote for another candidate. But Buhari proved them wrong and said, this is my ballot paper against the Electoral Act. He raised it up and said, this is where I completed APC. It's still on record.
Okay, all right. So as far as the value of agreement, all right, thank you very much, Barrister Adam. Let's come back to the studio. Barrister, you were shaking your head, you were giggling. Now, do you think that Fubara is an ungrateful child? And like the question I asked the lawyer that is on virtual, do you think that who do you think between the two of them is the saint and the villain?
The saint here is Fubara.
Okay.
He helped Wike more than Wike helped him. That's a fact.
He helped Wike to do what?
He helped Wike in all the money that passed through his account.
Reverse money?
Reverse money, yes. Because that
the accountant general helped him?
I said, don't worry. The book of remembrance will be opened. When the two of them will be singing Kennedy, we will now know who took more money than the other. Is that not true? By that time, we will now know who has stolen what. All the money Wike is using to do his braggadocio. Whose money is that? The family background, are they rich? Look, Ms. Okoro. One man wrote a book, Machiavelli, about what? The prince. And one of the high points of that book is what? The end justifies the means. Moses entered into agreement with Pharaoh and told the Pharaoh that the Israelites are going for a 3 days prayer to go and worship their God, that he should allow them to go. Is that not true? Before the Pharaoh said, okay, if it is to go and worship your God, that 3 days is still pending up to today. Almost how many years ago? Over 2,000 years ago, or 500 years ago. You see, when Wike was becoming too arrogant in River State, something had to give. A Fubara, yes, must align to at least get the power out of him. And that is what happened. Besides, Misokoro, Wike did not do Fubara a favor, because without Fubara, another person would have taken over as governor, because Wike's time have expired and finished.
And the person would have done Wike's business.
I am telling you.
No,
so
that's what I'm asking you.
So this thing about Fubara was nobody. The person he was going to bring is here.
So wasn't Fubara lucky that to have been the one chosen?
He didn't do any favor. Mr. Okoro, Fubara would have become something else. The person coming in would have appointed Fubara to even become another minister, give him more responsibility. So eventually, Fubara would have become something. Did you ever believe that?
But he wouldn't be governor.
Hold on. You don't know. You never can tell. He's still a young man. He would have even become a governor from another party. Yes, he would have gone to another party.
But he was not a politician.
Oh, God Almighty.
He wasn't trying for politics. He was just a civil servant.
Because of what was going on, he would have joined another party where they would now promote him and bring him up. Is that not true?
No, he wasn't even interested in politics.
Who told you that? Listen, who told you he was not interested in politics?
No, that's the information we have.
That's the information you got. Then why is the Fubara the governor today? Now,
because Wike helped him. Wike made him governor. Wike said, I made you governor. Without me, nobody from your community will be governor.
It's a lie. Look at it this way, Mr. Okoro. Did anybody in River State and Bayelsa believe that Jonathan would have become the president of this country?
Barrister, that is happenstance.
The same thing could have happened here. The same thing could have happened here.
He wasn't deputy governor.
You never can tell.
He was not in politics. Recall that Jonathan started at the local government level.
Listen very well.
Barrister, hold on.
Fubara would have
Jonathan started at the local government level.
I said after that session with the Wike, Fubara would have gone to another political party where they can now bring him up to challenge anybody Wike will put there. Is that not true? And River State people would have loved Fubara and elected him. That can happen.
But it didn't happen. So we can make
that's why I'm telling you that nobody should tell me that thing. Because do you know what is in the heart of a man? Now listen, before you say Fubara was an ungrateful child, listen. This man agreed with Wike with whatever. And in any agreement that is against public policy, against repugnant to public policy and good conscience, it is null and void.
It is null and void.
It is null and void.
But he knew at that point that it would be null and void, that it was repugnant, that it was against public interest, and he entered into it.
I am coming now. Listen. Listen. Now, Wike is telling the sitting governor, you must not sign any contract above 5 million naira. Mr. Okoro,
who told you that?
Oh my God!
I'm asking you a question.
Fubara said it now that he's tired. He can't take this. Why can the sitting governor not sign it? He said it when this was brewing. Everybody had him. That was what he said. That was part of the problem, that they should be given a 20% of River State money allocation. Is that not one of the problems? Please tell me, is that not the crux of the matter here? Wike wanted the sitting governor to hand over the treasury of River State to him.
I think these are mere speculations. Because nobody
said it.
He said it.
Wike said, if he demands such a thing, what is the problem? What is it not his right?
No, he said he didn't demand, but even if he...
Oh God, Mr. Okoro, I don't like this you are doing.
What am I doing? I didn't see the paper, the agreement. Nobody has seen.
He said it in Abuja. That he had, as some people said, that he wants so. That even if he wants it, what do you want with that? Is that not what he said? So tell me, what is the problem with River State and the Fubara? Tell me that offense the Fubara have committed. If not this thing I'm telling you now. Is that how to run a state?
Okay, now Barrister, we have to start. Let's talk about 2027.
Everybody blaming Fubara should ask question. What did the Fubara do wrong that he did not respect Wike? Is there any time Fubara was insulting Wike? The only crime he committed is that he did not hand over the River State treasury to Wike. Is that not the cause of the matter?
Well, I think Wike said that he has breached the agreement.
Which agreement?
The agreement is agreement.
Let him say the agreement.
I thought you said you have seen the agreement. I thought you said you have seen it.
Let him say it now. Let him say it because what I'm telling you.
So didn't Fubara breach
agreement?
It? Didn't Fubara breach it?
He did not breach anything.
He breached it in public interest.
I don't understand.
No, I'm asking you.
He did not breach any agreement, and I told you here.
Okay, he did not breach any agreement.
He did not breach any agreement.
Let's talk about 2027. Let's bring back Barrister Adams.
Godfather.
Now, Barrister Adams, as this is happening, we hear 2027, we can say, now, you know, he keeps strengthening support for the president, vows to deliver rivers to the president, to APC, while still in the PDP. Now, should he or the governor be the one making this commitment to the president? President, I've gone to Oyibo, I've gone to Ogubolu, I've gone to Oba Ebema, Ndone, I've gone to Obiakwo, I've moved around, and I'm strengthening support for you. And I'm going to deliver River State for you in 2027. Should it be Wike or Fubara making this commitment to the president?
The point is, Wike knows what he's talking about, and he has made the commitment. He's reinforcing and reiterating what he has said before now. And with due respect, he has constantly said this is what he wants to do. And his reiterations of what he needs or he wants to do, he can do it. That is why he's touring the local governments, and you can see the structures he has. Now, let me tell you why Wike will deliver more than Sim Fubara. Now, number one, all the local government chairmen, 23 of them are all Wike supporters. 23 of them, as we speak presently, they are all supporters of Wike. The Federal House of, the National Assembly members from River State, Senate, and House of Reps, they are all loyalists to Wike. Then you go to the House of Assembly, of River State. All of them, with due respect, they are all there. Even the APC that this man, Fubara has gone to. Look at the kind of people that have defected because of Wike to APC. You have all the members of the House of Reps, House of Senate. They were all PDP members before. They have not gone to APC because of Wike. Even as it is, who are going to be the delegates or do a convention? It is not you and I. If you are a category member of APC, you cannot just go to the voting this on that convention on that day. Delegates are going to be nominated, and who are the delegates? Automatic delegates, and those will be nominated. Are they not the members I've just listed just now? And these are people that hold the structure. To the Okocha that brought Sim Fubara, he is a yes man. So what are we talking about?
Okay. All right. As the case may be. Now, Barrister Adams, thank you very much. Yes. Let's come back to the studio. I'll come back to you for your concluding thoughts. Now, Barrister Agommo, still on 2027, yes. Fubara says, I'm strengthening support for the president. Well, by the way, Sim Fubara, you're not coming back for second term. That's part of the agreements that they read. Now, we have Ijaw Youth Congress, Ijaw Youth Council said, look, we have thrown our support. We have endorsed Sim Fubara for second term. But Wike says it's non-negotiable. Sim Fubara is out. Is out. Who do you think will win?
Fubara will win on 3 grounds. He's an APC governor. He's in support of a Tinubu. And the Rivers people are behind him. So all the people that are, all the hired crowd that are Wike is, look, the people of Rivers State are not happy with Wike.
Barrister, you say they are hired crowd?
They are hired.
Senators, members of the House of Reps, members of House of Assembly.
Hold on, listen, Mr. Okoro. As of today, Wike is still in PDP. He's not an APC member. Get it right. APC will never allow somebody in PDP to be dictating for them. It can never happen. It's an insult. It's an embarrassment. Are you not hearing? Are you not seeing what I'm saying here? A Wike cannot throw his weight around in River State again. No, it can never happen.
If he joins the APC.
I said, let him join first. Okay. Let us start from there. Yes. As of today, they have told him, the secretary of APC have told him, resign. The National Working Committee is telling Tinubu today that, look, you have to choose between us and the Wike. By the way, can River State alone give a victory to Tinubu? Mr. Okoro, Can River State alone give victory to Tinubu?
So Barrister, as far as you're concerned, Wike is a spent force.
In fact, he's gone. That's why the music has stopped playing. Anybody supporting, I will be here to ask them how far. By next week, APC will react over.
Barrister, your concluding thoughts.
I said by next week, APC will react over Wike in River State.
Okay, should I take that as your concluding?
Yes,
thought?
it's my concluding thought.
Okay, now let's go back to Barrister Adams. Barrister Adams, in 1 minute, your concluding thoughts on River State.
I will respond to my distinguished colleagues, opinion with this quote from Seneca, the philosopher. He said that we suffer more on imaginations than reality. And Seneca posited this not knowing that situations like this is going to arise between Wike and a sinful Bara. Now, the supporters of a sinful Bara, they are dwelling on imagination. They are suffering from imaginations. They don't want to even touch reality. But the supporters of Yeso Wike will talk about reality. Who will deliver River State? And it's Yeso Wike. Lastly on this, my colleague was saying whether it is only River State that we make Tinubu become president. No, it is not only River State. We have about 3, 4, 5 states that will make a president in Nigeria. Lagos State, Tinubu will lose Lagos State in 2027 if he's not careful. Kano State, he has to fight to get Kano State. Then he has to fight to get River State. He has to also fight to get Delta State. These are the states with large voting, population. Katsina State, maybe in his kitty, you can see what is happening. So these are the states that determine if you don't win any of these states or score 25% in these states I've counted for you, you will not become president of Nigeria.
All right,
that is Kano. Kano. You have Rivers. You have Delta State. You now have Katsina. These are states with very strong
gentlemen, thank you very much. Barrister Adams, thank you very much. We are out of time.
It is okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This conversation has to continue another day.
We have 28 states.
Okay.
28 states with APC as I'm talking to you now.
All right, then, Barrister, this is where we draw the curtains. Unfortunately, we are out of time. And I hope that we can continue this discussion another day because it's been very, very insightful, very incisive, and very, very analytical. Well, I thank you, gentlemen, Barrister Darlington Agomo, who was with me here in the studio, who is still with me here in the studio. He joined in our Lagos office. Thanks for coming. I appreciate your presence. And Barrister Asim Adams, who joined me from Port Harcourt. Well, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and the guest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nena Ndimduto. On top of the hour of 7 o'clock. We'll see you again. Bye for now. For me, I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, culture enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, The Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them our own side, how our forefathers felt, how we had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so
that means you're like a villain in the movie.
Without revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so the experience is not totally new. But it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, there are no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, The Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamola Olukutan for Voice of the People TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house. And I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, Nigeria. It's another exciting episode of the issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From Rivers Assembly making moves to impeach Governor Fubara, to APC leaders calling for removal of Mwike as FCT minister. Also, Army declares January 15 Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mohammed, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, everybody that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosarity is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyosarity is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mohammed, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
From the views on the streets,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Glad to have you back, and thank you for staying with us. It's still the issues on Voice of the People Television. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Rivers State House of Assembly has commenced impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara, marking a major escalation in the state's ongoing political crisis. Lawmakers during the plenary session adopted a motion alleging gross misconduct against the governor, paving the way for the formal impeachment process as provided by the Constitution. The majority leader, Rivers State House of Assembly, Major Jack, read out the notices of allegations and gross misconduct against Fubara. Some of the accusations include the demolition of the Assembly complex, extra budgetary spending, withholding funds meant for the Assembly Service Commission, a refusal to obey the Supreme Court on the financial autonomy of the House. This development follows months of political tension between the executive arm of government and factions within the legislature. The state government is yet to issue an official response, while political observers say the impeachment move could deepen divisions in Rivers State politics. Meanwhile, the Rivers State chapter of the All Progressive Congress, APC, has rejected the impeachment process, describing the move as destabilizing and unnecessary. In a statement signed by the party spokesperson, Darlington Wauju, the APC said it acknowledged the constitutional independence of the legislature, but would not support what it termed a resort to impeachment against an APC-led government. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by a guest who will join us virtually. We have Comrade Ibrahim Momo. He is a lecturer, a public affairs analyst, and member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organizations Advocate. Thank you for joining us, Comrade.
Thanks for having me. A very good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening to you, and a happy new year. I don't think I've seen you this year. I don't think I've heard from you this year.
Extend the well wishes to you too.
Yeah, so let's start with, what is happening in Rivers State. What do you make of this new development, impeachment proceeding against the sitting governor?
Well, it's a very serious issue. Very serious because first and foremost, issues around impeachment amounts to is the first step in removal of an elected executive officer, maybe a governor or a president or even a chairman. So it's a serious issue in the first instance. Secondly is that there are some very serious allegations that have been leveled against the governor. Every one of them of itself, if proven beyond reasonable doubt, is an issue for which impeachment, which I would say are impeachable offenses. But when you put these two, seriousness of the issue of impeachment and the fact that some of the allegations are grave, we put that aside and then look at the background, the run-up to this particular incident, or this particular effort at impeachment. A couple of 7-8 months ago, we would say that 9 months, I should say. This was the stage we were 9 months ago, in March 2024, that led to the suspension of constitutional order in Rivers. It was at the point of initiating an impeachment proceeding against the governor. That was when the president moved in and imposed state of emergency. That's where we are. So I think that it's a high level of destabilization of the body politic in Rivers State that we are here at the level of impeachment notice again. Oh, why is Rivers so unstable? It's something I think I can't wrap my finger around, even up to this moment.
Okay, what you said about destabilizing is the same thing the APC body has actually said, as the national body of APC has come out to say that, the River State chapter, sorry, I beg your pardon, of APC has come out to say that this is destabilizing, and that is that's why they're not supporting the impeachment procedures. But I want to ask you this, do you think this impeachment is primarily about the things that he had done, or is it a climax of the unresolved power struggle between Governor Fubara and his predecessor?
Well, I think that it's a bit of both. Unconstitutionality or some of the actions of the governor. On surface, if you remove the extenuating circumstances, what led to where we are today, some of the issues have been, on a level playing field, some of these issues are grave. A governor, if it's unconstitutional for a governor, to engage in extra or unapproved expenditure. The idea of appropriation act, the budget, is a law that guides public expenditure for over a period of usually a year or thereabout. It's a law. So when there is no law backing public funds, the expenditure of public funds, that is a serious issue. It's illegal. It's against the law. In the absence of law or legality, what we have is chaos. It's state of nature. It's something that we don't want to get to that stage. So it may seem as if there is there's a big bad ongoing confrontation between Fubara, the governor, and his godfather, Wike, Fubara, the governor, and the legislature, the House of Assembly of Rivers State. But the issues for me are serious. So it's a bit of both. Yes, there's politics. We can't rule that one out. Some of the allegations include the fact that the governor has withheld funding of the Assembly Service Commission, demolition of the House of Assembly, the withholding of the funds accruable or due to the assemblymen. These are, issues that are political, writ large in nature. But for me, what strikes me most seriously is the issue of, this is the third year running. 2023, there was that issue when it's now Chief of Staff, Edison here, was acting as a 3-man House of Assembly, where out of the 2-member House of Assembly, one of which was dead. Edison here led 2 other persons to receive the budget of the governor in the government house, and then was said to have gone on to pass the budget. The Supreme Court ruled against that, but the 2023 budget was not represented. Sorry, 2024 budget was not represented. Now, 2025, when it was time for 2025 budget, there was an act of demolition of the House of Assembly. And the governor, and the House of Assembly, all through up until March 2024, there was this brick bats. No budget was against presented, scrutinized, and passed by the House of Assembly. This is 2025. Lo and behold, we are day 8 of 2025. Ideally, the budget ought to have been passed before 2025, before January 1. It has not even been presented. These are serious issues, so that's why I think it's a bit of politics and a bit of, due process.
Okay, would you actually say that Fubara can contest this in court? Because he could actually come out to say that this is maybe a political witch hunt, if I could use that phrase. As in, because we know, and the people are already saying that this is, like you already mentioned as well, that this is just, part of it is like a backlash from his predecessor. But can he contest this in court? Does he have any right to contest this impeachment process in court?
Yeah, in fact, the interesting thing is that there is a long-drawn process. The impeachment process is a long-drawn process. The removal from office. This notice of impeachment is only the first of several steps. There is also the, the provision that will require those so accused, the governor and his deputy, Professor, I can't remember her name now, those so accused have to now defend themselves. They're given a chance to, because nemo judex, because you cannot be a judge in your own cause. You have to give the man the chance of to defend himself of the allegations. And also of setting up a judicial commission of inquiry, which will be set up by, because there will be a directive that will be sent to the Commissioner for Justice, in the state, to set up a commission of inquiry, to investigate and then determine whether the governor is guilty or not. This process have to, before the House of Assembly will now sit over that, the outcome of that judicial service, judicial commission. So it's a long-drawn process. This is just the first of many processes to take. So to answer the question directly, the governor has, the right to contest, this move to impeach him, the notice of impeachment. Yes, he does. Everybody has the right. All the Ataran pattern is a maximum in law of natural justice. Everybody has the right to fair hearing. Everybody has the right to fair hearing. So the reality is that he will definitely go to court. But whether he will go to court is one. Whether he will be successful in his approach of the courts is another thing altogether. Because on this particular issue particularly the issue of the Appropriation Act, you need to present the budget. The Supreme Court of Nigeria has ruled on it and, reprimanded the governor and ordered him to re-present the budget for 2024, all of which the governor did not do. So when there's a settled matter, in court, I wonder what he would. He may get a favorable ruling, from a River State High Court. Of course, nowadays there's often this kind of overlordship. Executive kind of tends to exercise over the judiciary and the other, and the executive and the legislative arm of government. But he may get perhaps a restraining order or a favorable ruling in the River State High Court. But definitely, I'm not sure the Supreme Court will overrule itself when it has even passed a judgment on this particular issue and the government did not obey.
But let me come in here. Concerning the budgetary issue, the APC is saying in its statement that, let me read verbatim what it said. It said, addressing claims that impeachment threat is linked to budgetary issues, the APC recalled that during the period of emergency rule, a 1.485 trillion naira budget was transmitted to the National Assembly in May 2025 and approved by the Senate on June 25, and the House of Representatives on July 22. And according to the party is saying the budget is expected to run until August 2026. That the APC said that the governor may lawfully decide not to present a supplementary budget, and is telling the assembly that the constitution allows a 6-month spending window into a new fiscal year. So it looks like this budgetary thing is it's not as straightforward as we think. It's that because it looks like that they're just digging this up, and this is not really what it is.
Well, the first thing is that the Foreign Secretary of the APC is a nosy packer, is a meddlesome interloper. On the issue at stake, the APC as a party, the Publicity Secretary as an individual of the APC as a Rivers as a stakeholder, are not parties to the issue. This is an issue of law or legality. Now, it is not envisaged that a budget cycle will run from June or July 2024 to August 2026. June or July 2025 to August 2026. That is not envisaged in our statutes. There's room for when a budget is currently being considered. A budget, even extending the budget requires legislative concurrence. It requires the permission of the executive to write to the legislature to ask. You have seen that even in Nigeria, several times the current president has written to the National Assembly to urge them to approve the extension of the budget to maybe March of the following year. This current president has done that. The president before this, Mohammed Buhari, did that once or twice, I think, too. And even this president has done it, And then, of course, there's the idea of supplementary budget. But the idea that a budget cycle is to run from June or July 2025 to August 2026, it flies in the face of common sense, because that budget was budgeted for 2025. The Supreme Court ordered that he should represent the budget, which is this current governor, Siminalayi Fubara, to represent the budget, which he did not. It took the then administrator, Vice Marshal Ibok Ete Ibas, to now do that with the National Assembly. But that budget that was part of the National Assembly was budget for 2025 and not 2026. So if it's going to be extended to 2026, ideally, appropriately, it ought to seek the permission of the State House of Assembly in this instance, because of course constitutional order has returned to Rivers State.
Okay, you said that the APC is not a stakeholder in this matter. So are you actually saying that it's not possible for the APC to actually influence the way this would go? Not just Rivers State APC and even the national body of APC. Don't you think that there's a way they can actually weigh into this issue and try to stop this impeachment process?
Yes, I think that sometimes the other stakeholders, including the political parties, maybe the PDP in the first instance or APC in second instance, can seek to mediate informally. But that's not within the ambit of the law for the party to mediate between the APC. It's not the governor, it's not the speaker, it's not the House of Assembly. It's only that members of the warring parties, members of the House of Assembly, and indeed the governor, some of them are members of the APC. But that does not give the APC an overriding say on constitutional issues, particularly as it relates to Rivers State. So for me, it's meddlesomeness. Is the APC seeking to undermine constitutional order? Is the APC seeking that if there are issues, the ideal thing is exactly what you pointed out earlier, is that the governor may seek redress in court. That is the property, that's the constitutional thing to do. Because the idea about the three arms of government is that one makes the law, essentially. The functions of the House of Assembly or the legislature writ large are three. Primarily, there are three. One is rulemaking, lawmaking, as it were, including the budget of a state or the budget of the country. It's a law. That's why it's called an Appropriation Act. The first basic responsibility of the legislature is rulemaking, including the Appropriation Act. It's called an act because it's a law. Second important function, primary function of the legislature is the power over oversight. Power of oversight. They make the law for the executive to implement. They also have the power of oversight to ensure that the executive implements the law in line with the law as passed. Not that there's this argument, there's this issue that has been in public square, that in the public space, that the tax reform acts, and there's a difference between what National Assembly passed and what the president signed into law and what is gazetted. So it's the power of oversight is where the legislature comes in. Say, if this is not what we passed, the constitution vests the power of oversight on the legislature to roll back the actions of the executive. The third important function, of the legislature is power of representation. Every legislator comes from a constituency. He is there to mainstream the interests, of his constituents. For example, the senator, for his constituent of a central district, or House of Rep member, as the case may be, or House of Assembly member, as the case may be. So I'm saying that function is not something that a political party can now seek to abridge the functions of the legislature. It's not within their capacity to do.
Okay, let's look at, let me ask you this. How much influence do you think that the former governor and, of course, current FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, still wield over the Rivers Assembly, especially with this thing that we are seeing at the moment?
Well, I think he exercises a very huge influence. But I'm not sure it is all about the influence, because that would be minimalist, or it will amount to oversimplification of the issues. Yes, the former governor Nyesom Wike seems to be everywhere and about on this issue, on the issue of the governor. He's seeking to continue to maintain his stranglehold over the politics of Rivers State. In fact, recently I saw him talk about a rainbow coalition, which is a coalition across political parties, if I may interpret that from a political scientist point of view. I say maybe a kind of unity across political divides. But so it tends to wield immense influence or interest, immense interest in what is going on. But is the governor helping himself or helping his case by some of the actions that he has taken? What stopped the governor, for example, to present the budget? And then we now blame the House of Assembly for their refusal to act in line with the law or pass the budget as presented, or to present the budget and then pass it. What stopped the governor from doing that? Is it envisaged that the 2025 budget on its own will run to August 2026 as the individual in that press statement is claiming? I think not.
Okay, let's move on to another issue that we have tonight. Of course, still talking about Wike. A coalition of leaders within the All Progressive Congress operating under the APC Leaders Forum, ALF, and the Tinubu-Shettima Solidarity Movement, TSSM, has called for the removal of Nyesom Wike as Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. The group alleges that Wike's continued stay in office is fueling political tension, particularly in Rivers State, and could negatively affect the party's image. They argue that his political activities and influence are inconsistent with the need for unity within the ruling party. The group cited remarks allegedly made by Wike during a visit to Onyigbo local government area of Rivers State on January 5, where he reportedly accused the APC National Secretary, Senator Jibola Bashiru, of interfering in Rivers politics for personal gain. They stated that Wike's comments, including a warning that those meddling in Rivers affairs would get their fingers burnt, amounted to intimidation and a direct insult to the APC National Working Committee. The groups further maintained that such statements undermined the authority of the party leadership and violated the discipline expected of a serving minister. You know, what this open call for Wike's removal, what do you think about it?
Well, I have always held the view that Wike politics amounts to over-politicization of governance, I say that because Wike is not, for all intent and purpose, it's not a political or a party chieftain. He's a minister of the Federal Republic. But very often, if you hear of Wike in the news 20 times, 19 or 18 of those times, more likely going to be politics. If a minister has, foreclosed issue of governance and is more focused on politicking, it could have more appropriately gone on to hold a party office, maybe national chairman, state chairman, secretary, or whatever, of a political party. I think my challenge with Nyesom Wike is his over-politicization of issues. He has been too political. At the time, we have periodic elections. That is the time for politics. Post-elections is time for governance and delivering of the public goods to the populace, to the people. You are elected not to play politics, but to deliver the public goods, to make life more meaningful for the citizens of the country or of the state, as the case may be. So what happens? What I'm saying with Wike is that every time it's on the news, it's politics. We don't even have time to administer the affairs of the Federal Capital Territory, which is more or less a state in Nigeria. Nigeria is divided into 37 federation units, 36 states and Abuja. The area of Abuja is not a state. It's not part of any state. It's autonomous of other states. 37 federation units. It's as if a governor abandons his duty posts, and if for every day, every time, if you are hearing about the governor, if literally the governor of FCT, if FCT were to be a state, every time you're hearing about the governor or activities of the governor, it's politics. I think that's the greatest challenge. So I kind of align myself with these groups that are calling for his removal from office, because the ministry of the FCT ministry is a critical. That is the landlord of the president. Is the landlord of the National Assembly. That is the gateway to that. That is the heartbeat. All the embassies, foreign missions, they are all in the FCT. It's a serious deal being the minister of the FCT. But apparently he's too distracted to focus on the responsibility of administering River State. That is why I have an issue with him. But because this is politics, it's possible that he's doing the bidding of his appointer, person who appointed into office. It's possible that even when we are blaming him for over-politicization, it's possible that what he's doing is in line with his mandate. This is what he has been asked to do. So he's doing the president in this instance, perhaps he's doing a very good job. Ajibola Bashiru, the National Secretary of the APC, didn't appoint Nyesom Wike. He did not. I remember also very clearly that under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Professor Tohir, who was the vice chancellor of one of these universities in Abuja, owned by the vice candidate of the Labour Party as he was then in the last presidential election, was the Minister of Education under President Tinubu. I also remember that Hakim Baba Ahmed, or if I'm not mistaken, was an advisor to the vice president. And these are known Labour Party. So it's not the fact that it's the issue of ministership or public office holding. It's not necessarily. In fact, one of the spokespersons of the president was the presidential spokesperson, the spokesperson for Atiku Presidential Campaign Council, one of the president's spokesperson. So I don't think it's a party issue, really. So in a way, Bashiru, the national secretary of the APC, may have also been overplaying his hand too. If, for example, Wike is doing the work for which the president has so appointed him, the terms of reference for the role for his appointment, he's doing a good job. Then the appointing of
Okay, are you still with us?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, well, because of time, we have to draw the curtains here. But before we go, let me just have your concluding thoughts on the conversations we've had tonight.
Okay, for me, I think that Rivers has been always on the news for so many wrong reasons. And I think it's something that we need all the stakeholders in the states of Rivers ought to roll back a little bit. The people of Rivers deserve good governance. But in all these controversies, all these politicking, all these big bads, all these political wrangling, governance has taken a back seat perennially. It's not just starting today. Since the governor became governor, he rode on the back of Nyesa Wike to become governor. It has been one wrangling or the other with his godfather, with the House of Assembly. That is not why he was elected. And I also call on the State Assembly to also allow for good governance. The bottom line is all stakeholders should allow for good governance because the people of Rivers State deserve good governance. One of the things that worked before 2023 general election was is infrastructural development. Okay. So but what we are seeing, what are we hearing from Rivers? It is one controversy after another controversy after another controversy. That is not good for the good people of Rivers State.
Okay, thank you very much, Comrade Ibrahim Momo, for being a part of the show tonight. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for being a part of this. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto, and this has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes wrong, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
You already know, stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know where you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People Television. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. Defense Minister urges citizens' support and warns insurgent supporters. Can Bauchi defends Governor Mohammed amid terrorism financing claims? Rivers elders warn against impeachment of Fubara and deputy. Tonye Cole says Fubara not safe after joining Rivers APC faction. Abure-led Labour Party rejects claims INEC opposes its leadership. Nant loads NCC for refund framework on failed airtime and data transactions. On the foreign scene, new mass rallies in Iran reject theocracy. In business, Ipeman rejects fuel import, backs Dangote refinery. In sports, Nigeria beat Algeria 2-0 to set up semi-final clash with host Morocco. In entertainment, Tiwa Savage explains cashier's privilege to son. Now the news and details. The Minister of Defense, retired General Christopher Musa, has issued a stern warning to Nigerians who support terrorists, bandits, and criminal elements, saying they will face the full consequences of their actions. Musa spoke on Saturday during the ceremonial tee-off of the 2026 Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day golf tournament at the TYB International Golf Club, Abuja. The event was held to honor serving and fallen members of the Armed Forces of Nigeria. He advised those still supporting bandits, criminals, insurgents, and terrorists to stop immediately or face the full wrath of the law. He also urged all law-abiding Nigerians to provide timely intelligence that will aid the war against terrorism and other forms of insecurity in Nigeria. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, Bauchi State Chapter, has expressed surprise and concern over terrorism financing allegations against Governor Bala Abdikadir Mohammed. In a statement jointly signed by the CAN chairman, Reverend Abraham Damina Dimios, and Secretary, Reverend Matthew Wakili Laslimbo, CAN called for caution in the ongoing prosecution of the State's Finance Commissioner by EFCC, describing the claims as baseless, malicious, and an affront to truth. CAN cited the governor's commitment to interfaith harmony, peace, and security in Bauchi, highlighting institutions and events, and efforts to promote unity and development. We now move on to Edo State, where activities were disrupted in Ekpoma as youth and residents poured into the streets to protest the rising cases of kidnapping around the town, especially within Ambrose Ali University and nearby communities. The protesters marched through major roads, chanting "No to kidnapping," drawing attention to the fear that has gripped students, residents, and workers in the area. The action in Ekpoma comes after a series of abductions in the community, with residents lamenting that insecurity has worsened and movement has become restricted in many parts of the town. Meanwhile, security agencies are yet to issue an official statement on the protest or on the growing concerns raised by the demonstrators. Human rights lawyer Ifeanyi Ejiofor has condemned the killing of Princess Nwamaka Mediatrice Chibo, an Abuja-based lawyer allegedly by one-chance criminals in the Federal Capital Territory. Ejiofor, in a statement, described the killing as a failure of leadership and intelligence-driven policing, calling for urgent measures to dismantle such syndicates. He suggested vehicle profiling, registration, digital tagging, and biometric capture of commercial transport operators in FCT. Ejiofor lamented Abuja's growing insecurity, saying the capital has become a theater of fear and lawlessness. Meanwhile, the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, says no political force can dislodge his camp in Rivers State, declaring his group has remained loyal to President Bola Tinubu since 2023 elections. Speaking during a visit to Port Harcourt local government, Wike said his camp has paid the price for backing Tinubu and the Renewed Hope agenda. The minister is currently touring Rivers' 23 local government areas to thank supporters and drum up backing for Tinubu ahead of 2027. In the meantime, the Rivers Elders and Leadership Forum, RELEF, has expressed concern over the impeachment notice issued to Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy, Professor Ngozi Odu. The acting chairman of Relief, Gabriel Toby, a former deputy governor of Rivers, condemned the impeachment move in a statement issued in Port Harcourt on Saturday. Toby warned that impeachment was a grave constitutional process and must not be deployed as an instrument of political vendetta or factional rivalry. The 7 points of alleged gross misconduct against Fubara include the demolition of the assembly complex, extra budgetary spending, withholding of funds meant for the Assembly Service Commission, and refusal to obey the Supreme Court's ruling on the financial autonomy of the House. But Toby says the reasons advanced by the lawmakers for the attempted removal of the governor are weak, insubstantial, and devoid of public interest justification or constitutional weight. Similarly, some residents in Edo State have expressed concern over moves to impeach River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odu. Those who spoke with correspondent Rhoda Johnny warned that the action could undermine governance, fuel tension, and erode public confidence in democracy.
To rise in Rivers State following moves by the State House of Assembly to commence impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odu, a development that has now drawn reactions from Nigerians across the country. Aside the state, residents of Benin City who spoke on the issue expressed concern over the growing culture of political conflicts, warning that frequent impeachment battles distract leaders from governance and negatively affect public confidence in democracy. Some respondents said crises in any state of the Federation have ripple effects on the entire country, especially when they involve key political actors.
Somebody just tried to play smart game to dominate the whole state. You understand? So that you really see that is going on in Rivers State now. Someone want to say, yes, I own Rivers State. And somebody cannot own one state to ransom. That is what is happening. We know the whole thing that is going on there is politically, and we know somebody that is behind it. You cannot hold Rivers State to ransom. Rivers State does not belong to one person.
The feud in Rivers State is leadership. We can want to remain as a godfather on top of Fubara. Fubara said, no, you are doing your own, you want to go. But now, where is the presidency? Where is the judiciary in Rivers State? Where is the federal judiciary? I think, where is the National Assembly? So they refuse to obey the rule of law. In Nigeria, this is why you see all these crises here and there. If they uphold the rule of law and allow the judges to do the normal thing, allow the lawyers, the state council to do the normal thing, you see, we will see the light of the day in Nigeria. So the problem is that Tinubu is supposed to err. He refused to err. Then I'll make an example. When Amechi was disturbing him, Osino Bajo was the vice president of Buhari. He went to the River State and he told Amechi, should stay where you have done your own. Allow Wike to run his whole administration. Amechi obeyed and bowed out. But now, tell me you are ruled as a governor. You are now a minister. Now, you always tell the Nigeria that you are a PDP man, that you only got an appointment from federal level. You understand that? Which means you are not a APC man. Now, why are you not controlling the APC member? When the governor, you call it the camp, joining the members of the House of Assembly. He's not the only one that has started.
As the standoff continues, many Nigerians are calling on stakeholders to prioritize peace and stability in River State to avoid further tension and protect democratic institutions. Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. Meanwhile, former governorship candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC in Rivers State, Tony Cole, says Governor Siminalayi Fubara aligned himself with what he described as the wrong faction, as the faction of the party in the state. In an interview, Cole stated that the Emeka Beke-led group remained the legitimate leadership of the APC in Rivers. Fubara defected from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the APC in December 2025, a move that was publicly welcomed by the national leadership of the party. The governor was subsequently presented with his APC membership card by Tony Okocha, who leads a faction of the party in Rivers. But reacting to the developments, Cole said Fubara made the wrong choice by joining the Okocha faction. According to him, it is unsafe for the governor to remain with the faction. Cole added that Fubara cannot be lawfully recognized as a member of the APC in Rivers until he aligns with the Becker-led faction. However, he noted that the move by Fubara to identify with the APC was a smart political decision. In another development, the Julius Abure-led leadership of the Labour Party has dismissed claims that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is opposed to its continued leadership, describing such assertions as deliberate misinterpretations intended to mislead the public. The party's National Publicity Secretary, Obiora Ifo, said this in a statement on Saturday in Abuja, responding to comments from a faction aligned with Governor Alex Oti and Senator Nenadi Usman. Abure said his attention was drawn to a statement by Senator Darlington Wokocha, whom he described as a suspended member, claiming to represent a non-existent caretaker committee. The former lawmaker, Senator Shehu Sani, has called on Nigerians in their middle years to become more actively involved in politics rather than limiting their participation to online commentary. Sani, in a post on X on Saturday, called on citizens in their 30s, 40s, and 50s to move beyond social media debates and take up leadership roles, noting that many elective offices are now being occupied by much younger politicians. He criticized surveys that suggest Nigerian youth are more active on social media than in politics, describing such narratives as unhelpful and misleading. Away from political matters, the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has commended the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, for the development of a comprehensive refund framework aimed at addressing failed airtime and data transactions. In a statement by Ahmad Malawa, National Vice President, Special Duties, the association described the framework as consumer-centric and laudable. According to NANS, the framework demonstrates responsive leadership and a deep commitment to consumer protection, especially for Nigerian students who rely heavily on mobile data and airtime for academic, economic, and social engagement. President Bola Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima are slated to spend a combined 12.2 billion naira on foreign and domestic trips in 2026. This is according to a budget estimate submitted to the National Assembly. The allocation contained in the 2026 appropriation bill highlights the presidency's focus on international engagement amid ongoing economic reforms and fiscal challenges. Details show President Tinubu's office has been allocated 7.014 billion naira for travel, with 614 billion naira earmarked for international trips and 873.89 million naira for local travel. Vice President Shettima's travel budget stands at 1.732 billion naira, with 1.31 billion naira for foreign trips and 417.49 million naira for local movement. An additional 3.433 billion naira has been set aside for travel and transport under State House headquarters. Joining us virtually to analyze the news is a publisher and public relations consultant, Muyiwa Akintunde. Glad to have you join us, Muyiwa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, good evening. Good evening. Let's start with this. The Christian Association of Nigeria, Bauchi State, has expressed surprise and concern over terrorism financing allegations against the governor, Bala Ahmed. And of course, this the reason for this is stemmed from the EFCC's charge on the Commissioner of Finance in the state. And now the CAN in the state has come out to say, no, we're supporting this man. And don't you think, what do you make of this development? Before I say what I want to say, what do you make of this particular development?
Okay, every situation is an opportunity to play some politics, to dramatize every situation. It was very interesting for me when I saw that Khan came into the picture. But then I look back and I realized that the governor, even as he is a Muslim, he is also somebody who believes in interfaith relationship. And he has been a very, very strong support to the Christian community in Bauchi State. There's a large number of Christians in Bauchi State, and he has been very supportive of them. So, well, I believe that what they are doing is just to say that this is our man. Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Don't touch anybody that's around him. Yes, the Commissioner of Finance that is under investigation by EFCC now. But all of us know that there's no way you can pull the commissioner without pulling the governor. The governor has immunity. So it is the governor, it is the commissioner who doesn't enjoy immunity, who is appeared to have been the one that is under the satellite of EFCC for now. But the governor knows where they're heading to. And given again the political dynamics, the fact that Bala Mohammed is one of the leaders of the opposition, the main opposition party PDP, you also want to feel that the EFCC is not acting, on its own. It should be acting